They have the ability, and some of it's just going to be, can they be consistent? I think good teams are consistent. And so I just need to see more consistency like we've seen in the last 10 games.
Yeah, you come off a road trip. This is your first game back, and you start in a hole. I mean, you find out a little bit about your makeup in a spot like that. As a team, top 10 on the power play. Penalty kills better than it was last year. Hard not to be. It was dreadful a year ago.
Again, comparing to last year.
I know. And the goaltending, I think, is something that, look, Gibson's perked up in the month of December. How much of that is hot and cold over the course of the season? I need to see that consistently. How much of it is the play in front of him is legitimately improving? Mm-hmm. And how much of it is it's still a young hockey team, and who knows what January or
March
MARCH could bring.
So your answer?
Average.
Okay. Yeah, and I think you used a couple of my words there, and I appreciate that. The fact that we're comparing them to last year, and some of those stats were like, okay, the power play is better. All of these things are better than last year, but that's not the bar that you should be trying to get over. Certainly it is as a franchise, because you've got to get over that to get to the next steps as a franchise. But I think it does come down to consistency. And surprisingly, they've done pretty good, not just this last West Coast trip, but the time before.
You're right.
Like the whole West Coast thing, where you would think a young team, if they were going to struggle, if they were going to have a hard time in a road trip, it would be on the West Coast. They haven't done that. So can they be a good team? I think so. But it just needs to be consistent throughout the course of, when the calendar flips over. We've seen it for a number of years. For some reason, that has been a giant obstacle. There's going to be a gap in it in regards to last year. It was, was it 2 weeks? This year it's going to be this year it's going to be kind of the same thing because of the Olympics.
Yeah, there's really no games in February. There's maybe a couple, if I remember correctly. Just to give people an idea how condensed this is and how this could change like tomorrow or the day after. The Wings have 41 points. You know how many teams are within 4 points on either side of Detroit in the Eastern Conference alone? 10.
Right.
Game here, game there, everything changes. Well, and it's far too. You can't make any definitive statement right now.
That's why when we wake up, right, and we're all sitting there going, okay, well, let's check out the standings. And in hockey, obviously, I don't really care about the standings in the Eastern Conference or the divisions. I want to know what the wild card looks like. And you go and you're like, okay, well, hey, they're first. And you could wake up tomorrow, and if things flip a little bit, they could be in the first wild card position.
Yeah, just for people understanding, the Wings are in first in the Atlantic Division. Second is Boston, a team that nobody expected to be near the playoffs this season. Mm-hmm. Tampa is in third in the division. That is a team people think could win this division. Florida's the reigning Cup champs. They're clearly all banged up, and they're out of the playoffs right now.
But they're only 5 back.
Right, that's the whole point. You win 2 or 3 games, and you're right there. So it's tough to make a definitive statement about this hockey team. I think there are things to be encouraged with. Like I said, Axel Sandin Pellikka scores a goal. You got some young players that have another gear. I think he's still scratching the surface. At the same time, this team has a negative goal differential. So let's be very cautious about car flags. This is a little self-reflection for me, a little personal growth. No. There's still so much more hockey to be played.
They're not flying yet?
Not yet.
Why? They're a first-place team.
I know, John.
Can't you just, hey, ride the roller coaster. Hey, you put them up while they're in first, and then tomorrow when they're not in first, you take them down.
And then you call
me
fair weather.
Yeah. No. It's just, maybe that's how, instead of me having to come in here and click on the standings, I just know that when Jim rolls in,
golf cart and
all, and all of a sudden, hey, he's got the car flags on. Hey, we're in first place. If they're not there, oh man, tough night for the Wings.
Tom, are we right to say just average right now? Or do you think this is a good team?
I'm wondering if something's happening in the last 7 games. What do they got? 11 out of their last 14 points? Mm-hmm. Is it happening before our eyes? Is the shift happening? Is there a piston shift like last year happening where the young team is starting to come together? Because I think that the difference here in this stretch is goaltending.
Yes.
And if they get the goaltending with the way they were playing, are they above average?
So Gibson has won his last 6 starts.
Yeah.
And he's got a pair of shutouts in that stretch. I don't have his updated save percentage, but it was like .940 coming into last night, and he only gave up the 2 goals, so I'm assuming it's still very good.
It was literally this time of year last year when the Pistons turned the corner. Are the Red Wings turning the corner? Alex DeBrincat is at 20 goals.
Can we just put him on the USA team already? Like, he's making a real case to play on Team USA.
Yeah, he's pacing for 40 goals this year, 40 plus.
And he's done it a couple times in his career.
Right. And that was the good that you were buying on him. And with a little bit more talent around him, is it starting to happen? And you get 40 goal scorers on your team, you get Larkin into the 30s. That's what puts you in the playoffs with decent goaltending and improving defense. You talked about their power play. I mean, I'm wondering if something's happening here. I don't think you're buying it yet.
Not yet. No, I'm not.
I think we're all a little bit cautious because of what we have witnessed over the last couple of years, especially with a young team. If you get to, let's just say you get to February and it's still this up-down battle in regards to they're in first, they're in a wild card, they're out, they're back in first, and you take a couple of weeks off for the Olympics. How do they come back for a young team? How do they respond to that layoff? How do they get back in rhythm?
Do they get a boost from young players getting better, or does a long season grind on some of the young players? Do other teams get a boost in the form of a trade deadline? These are all things like...
Or it could be as simple as, all right, yeah, it is a long season, but for some of these guys that won't be playing in the Olympics...
Fresh.
For young, yeah, okay. All of a sudden, hey, you get a 2-week breather.
Yeah. That's why I don't want DeBrincat on it. See, no, we've talked about this off the air a little bit. Yeah. What's more important?
Well, I care more about the Red Wings getting into playoffs.
I want a gold medal.
I know you do.
Yeah, I'd like that too. But if a young team who might be hitting the wall a little bit because they're going to be playing a ton of games up until then, they don't play a home game in February.
Yes.
That's how crazy this break is. You know, the tweener guys, I'd prefer them not to make these teams across the world.
Yeah. The other thing, too, just because if you think I'm like holding back or I'm not being fair to what they're doing, I don't know that there's a team in hockey, certainly in the Eastern Conference, that I'd be pounding the table saying definitively is a good team right now. Right? I mean, isn't that the whole point?
Starting to...
Yeah, that's fair. Carolina, and they just got Slavin back on the blue line.
And I know the Capitals have been moving up the standings, too.
Wings are going to play the Caps 2 times in the next week here.
Yeah.
End of the month, they're going to play the Stars. They're going to play the Maple Leafs, who have been a disappointment so far this season. A lot is going to get shaken out this season.
I'd say this. I know they did it early, and then they had a little bit of a lull there, but winning games that they would lose last year, I think last night was the vintage of that. And this is a team that they were playing last night, the Islanders, who completely had trucked them the first 2 games, outscoring them 12-2 in 2 games. So to hold the game tight, 1-0, get to the third, goaltending keeps you in it, and then you dig and get that win when maybe you were tired coming off a trip.
Yeah, and I didn't see puck possession numbers or high danger chances. I just felt like watching the game, Detroit should win that game. I felt like more chances, more puck time. There was one shift, it was the first period, where they're cycling in a line change on 5-on-5 in the O-zone. Like, you're putting that much pressure and peppering consistently that you can get guys off and back on. I think Larkin was maybe the lone guy who didn't get the change. He spent 2 minutes in the offensive zone. They were losing, though. But through 3 periods, you stay in the fight. And if you're out playing that team, you want to see them get rewarded, and that's what happened. They won the game.
Exactly. When you do that, maybe you're losing because the nature of the sport, hockey and puck luck and all that.
Yep.
But if you continue to do it, it pays dividends.
Wings got to win. We'll talk a little more about the hockey team because Quinn Hughes was traded. And he may have taken a shot at Steve Yzerman with some of his quotes. We'll tell you what he said next. 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on RootMetrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG and KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. So get someone who will care about you and pay attention to those extra details to get you those dollars that you deserve. KG Law has won millions for his clients because he fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So if you, a friend, a loved one, someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. Ken Cal on the call. Wings getting a good win last night against the Islanders, a team that had buried them in the first two meetings. Came back after trailing most of the game. Third period flurry, burying their chances. DeBrincat a pair of goals. Multi-goal games and back-to-back. Some of the texts coming in from you guys. The Wings are winning enough to keep the Steve bots happy, but haven't been consistent enough for the masses to hop on board yet. I think that's fair.
Pretty accurate, yeah.
You know, they're in first place in the Atlantic Division with a minus goal differential, and everybody's all bottlenecked in the East. So wait a day, wait a week, everything could be very different.
Well, and I think, okay, taking that text to the next step, I think the masses are, they got an eye open. Like they're looking and they're seeing, like, I'm not going to be completely invested in regards to, well, I'm not sure if I want to go down to the LCA yet, or am I gonna watch for, an entire game? But okay, I'm keeping an eye on it.
Wings team is slightly above average, Dave, in Detroit. For the first time in Yzerman's tenure, there is noticeable improvement.
I think that's accurate. Yeah, I think there is certainly improvement.
Cookies, how about you just enjoy that they're doing well and not try to be negative? I'm not negative about this hockey team. I'm going to go tonight with the jersey on and root like hell and hope they get another win them back-to-back.
The whole topic of are they good or are they average? You could you could take that however you want, but the one thing that we did say is if you're comparing them to last year or the year before, then you got to be happy because there is certainly improvement.
Yeah.
Average in the NHL is a playoff team.
Because 16 of the 32 make it.
Yeah. And don't dismiss this DeBrincat goal scoring. The fact he's at 20 goals, that's tied for fourth in the NHL.
I think he's tied with Connor McDavid.
He is, and Jason Robertson. Those are elite players. I mean, McDavid's the best in the world. Yeah, Robertson's very good. He's ahead of guys still like Crosby, who's still doing pretty good. Pittsburgh's been surprising this year a little bit.
A little note on DeBrincat. Again, everybody makes note of the size. He's a small hockey player. I think he plays bigger than his size. He's willing to get in the middle of the ice to get high-quality chances. I've watched, and it doesn't get brought up enough, that he does back check. He does try to get back on defense, and he does make impacts. With the body, it's a smaller frame, but I think people sleep on that part of his game.
The fact that DeBrincat's fourth in the NHL, he's tied, and then Larkin's tied for 16. The Wings haven't had two goal scorers in the top 20 this late into the season, probably since the glory days.
No, I think one of the issues for this team in general this season has been defense and goaltending in the combination of the two. And right now the goalie's playing well, and I don't think it's a surprise that the defense, by the way, take a look at the block shots. 20 last night. I think they're averaging 22 in Gibson's last 6 starts. They're playing better defensively. As a result, the goalie doesn't have to make as many big saves. He's building a little bit of confidence. I think those two things go hand in hand and explain why this team is winning more hockey games the last week or so.
I'll put it this way. I'll take it so far, considering this time last year, we were knocking on the door of firing Lalonde. That was the day after Christmas.
I'll give you this stat I saw last night. McClellan has now been the coach for 82 games. Do you know what their pacing is points-wise for a full season?
I'd take a guess at 95.
97.
Everything has been good under him.
Except last March.
Thank you.
We got this text. Valenti and Rico talked about the Wings not trading for Hughes and the hang-up being Edvinsson. Can we get some of your thoughts? I wanted Hughes, but I agree I wouldn't have traded Edvinsson. That's Carlton. Says, good morning, fellas. So, Quinn Hughes, elite defenseman. Norris Trophy winner, 26 years old, puck mover, puck possession. They showed a graphic last night. He's number 1 in the NHL.
Yeah.
He was available. He was dealt. And his quotes after being traded have raised some eyebrows. Was he taking a shot at Steve Yzerman? I'm going to read you the quote, John. People, of course, ask, is this somewhere he'd sign an extension? He said, I'm extremely open-minded. They have an amazing core, talking about the Wild. I've only been here 4 hours, but getting to know some of the guys and how energetic and how positive they are, and Minnesota being so close to Michigan, the state of hockey and the passion here, just seeing how the fans reacted to me in warmups, and then obviously I have a lot of time for, he's talking Billy Guerin, for sacking up and making the deal and showing how much he valued me. There were other teams that could have thrown certain packages too, but at the end of the day, they didn't want to do that.
I love it when young athletes speak their mind.
Sacking up.
That's great.
I mean, look, if being close to Michigan is important to him, he could have been in Michigan if a general manager sacked up and gave up what it would take to get the deal done.
Right. Well, being where he was in Vancouver, he's a hell of a lot closer to Michigan. That's
So how do you read that?
I can connect the dots like everyone else, and I do think that I don't necessarily know that it's a just shot at Steve Yzerman. I think it is. It's not. I don't see it as a shot at other general managers, other than he appreciated a guy that went out and recognized his value, was willing to give something up for him of value, and bring him to his team.
I initially heard it and read it as New Jersey. That's where his brothers are. That's where everybody has speculated he would end up. New Jersey would have had to have a whole bunch of cap machinations to free up the space to get him, and it appears they were unwilling to do it right now. I initially took it as a shot at the Devils. But if the shoe fits, it also kind of applies to Yzerman.
I think it applies to probably maybe 2 or 3 general managers.
And I think in reading a lot of the insiders, their contention was it would have taken Edvinsson to get the deal done. They wanted a left side defenseman. They ended up getting Zev Buyum from the Wild, who people are very high on. Edvinsson would be a more proven commodity on the left side, probably trumps the package and gets the deal done. The risk is Quinn Hughes only has a year and a half left on his deal. You'd feel much better about making the deal in the summer where you could have an extension in place, right, and that would be why you'd make the deal. But if Quinn Hughes is legitimately open-minded to staying in Minnesota, he would be open-minded to playing for the Detroit Red Wings, and he's a better player than Simon Edvinsson. And at some point, you have to take risks. If Quinn Hughes comes to Detroit and you can't get a deal done, you could always flip him the way that Carolina did last year with Mikko Rantanen. They traded for him from Colorado, wanted to get an extension done, couldn't, flipped him to Dallas and picked up 2 firsts and a young player who contributed in the playoffs last year. So you could take the risk, and nobody wants to lose Edvinsson and Quinn Hughes, but at some point you have to take a risk, and the payoff could have been 8 years of Quinn Hughes playing with Mo Seider, 2 elite defensemen in the prime of their career. Seider, who's playing some of his best hockey with an offensive counterpart paired up on the blue line. Was this a direct shot at Yzerman? I'm not willing to say that. But does the shoe fit? Sure does. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, when the Lions take on the Vikings on Christmas Day, Snoop Dogg will also be on hand to take over halftime.
How cool is that?
That's great. Snoop's holiday halftime party will take over and offer chart-topping tracks, plenty of holiday spirit, and special guests, according to Netflix. Snoop himself released a statement. He said, NFL, Netflix, and your Uncle Snoop on Christmas Day, we're serving up music, love, and good vibes for the whole world to enjoy. That's the kind of holiday magic Santa can't fit in a bag.
It's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, if you watch, it will be fun. It will be fun if you're sitting around your TV on Christmas Day. Now, if you want to really spend a ton of time in front of the TV on Christmas Day, you can watch the Cowboys and the Commanders game before the Lions game. And
sounds great.
Kelly Clarkson will sing as well.
Okay.
Some holiday cheer there.
Sorry.
So,
is there a world where, yes, I know you don't want to watch the game.
I won't watch the game.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
Okay. All right. That's fine. I do believe that it's somewhere in the house. It will be on, and Colin may not have both eyes on it, but there will certainly be one. Will he say, hey, it's halftime. Do you want to see Snoop? Will you watch Snoop?
I'd pop in and watch Snoop.
Okay, so the halftime show is more important than the game.
Well, it's a short period of time. Like it's the length of the game and the length of halftime. I don't plan on watching either, but yes, I mean I'll see the game is going to be on TV. I'm just not going to sit and watch it because we're not going to be at home. It's going to be on in a different room than where we do like the Christmas tree and the gifts and the kids will be playing. I'm going to be with the family, with the kids, I should say, and the boys will probably be in the back living room. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. 3 Detroit men have been arrested and charged in Canton in an alleged counterfeit money scheme that targeted Metro Detroit. So according to the Canton police, investigators identified an increase in counterfeit $100 bills that were being passed around local businesses in November of this year.
Is this related to the same story you had last week?
And then they've realized that it touched a lot of different counties. These counterfeit bills were being used all over. So this big investigation started. Police identified a home in Detroit where the counterfeit money was apparently being made. And they say all together, these counterfeit bills were being used at nearly 50 locations across 8 counties in Southeast Michigan. So there are 3 men were charged and arrested, 26, 25, 24 years old. They're facing some serious charges. A child in Oakland County has been diagnosed with measles. This is now the second case of measles found in the county this year. Health officials say people may have been exposed to measles at the DMC Huron Valley Sinai Hospital ER in Commerce Township on December 7th between 7:20 p.m. and 11:10 p.m. Monitor for symptoms if you were there. High fever, cough, runny nose, red watery eyes, white spots on the inner cheeks, rash that is red, raised, blotchy. Symptoms usually begin 7 to 14 days after exposure. Can appear 3 weeks after exposure as well. The best way to prevent the spread of measles is vaccination. The Mackinac Bridge briefly shut down on Monday for what police called a traffic incident. So police in St. Ignace confirmed that the bridge shut down Monday night after officers received reports of a lone vehicle on the structure. They're not releasing a whole lot of information. That's about it. They did post about the closure on Twitter at 8:58, basically saying, hey, if you're arriving to the bridge, slow down. You're going to be turning around. You cannot cross. And then they say the bridge was reopened at 10:04 p.m. So it was shut down for a very short period of time. And they did say it was determined that there was no threat. So I don't know what they thought was going on with that vehicle, but
it's very suspicious.
Yes. Yeah.
Heather with the news. Jared Goff not happy with some Lions fans. We'll get to that at 6:50. John's Power Surge next, 97.1.
Hey, in the Motor City, winter isn't just a season. It's a challenge. We all know we faced that challenge last week, and we've faced it a couple of times this year. We're up to the challenge, and now the snow starts piling up on Woodward, and the slush takes over I-75. When that happens, you don't need a sleigh, you need a Sierra. This is professional-grade capability. The GMC Sierra, built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway. So whether you're hauling the family tree or towing the toys up north, the Sierra delivers the power, the tech, and the premium luxury that you've earned. But here's the catch. You need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the opportunity and the holidays pass you by. These offers absolutely end on January the 2nd. Start the new year in professional grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. We are professional grade.
All right, buddy. Take it away.
Yeah, we do this every week, and it's hard to imagine that we are going into week 16. We pine over the football season all off season, and then it's here, and before you know it, you're in week 16. So just to recap of what was last week, the teams at the top of the power surge. Number 1 was the Rams. 2 was New England. 3 was Denver. 4 was Seattle. Houston came in at 5, and the lovable, not so lovable Green Bay Packers at number 6. So, with the results and what we saw last week, what are we going to have this week? And there are 3 tiers. There's this tier of teams that is fighting, scratching, clawing. They're still in it, yet they may all need some help, and they may all just, two of them have to just win their division, and they're in. And so I'll start there. Baltimore and Pittsburgh. It's just, first of all, it's amazing that we're even in this position right now with these 2 teams. Pittsburgh being the team that's kind of always there. It's Mike Tomlin. They've got Aaron at the quarterback position. They went and got some receivers, and they paid some money in the offseason. Very un-Steeler-like. Yet they're just kind of the same old Steelers, right? Yep. They're 8-6. Right now, they are currently on top of the division, but look out because there's Baltimore, 7-7. What is Baltimore this year? We have no idea. But either of those teams, you win the division, you're in. And if you go then to the NFC South.
Same deal,
but maybe even worse because both teams are tied at 500. 7-7 for both Tampa Bay and Carolina. Tampa Bay, we heard from Todd Bowles, which I can't hear that audio enough. The 10 cuss words in the span of about 60 seconds was epic. Their fall, their decline, and a lot of it's due to injury, and we've seen that here, obviously, here in Detroit. Offensively, they've been just devastated with injuries. So they're all on the outside, obviously, looking into the power surge, but all they got to do is simply win their division, and they're in. The other teams in this lower tier, Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, with Old Man Rivers, do they ultimately make it into the playoffs?
Look, I think for a week the defense played inspired knowing that they couldn't give up a touchdown. No, I don't think the Colts are making it.
They are in the position right now. They're in the playoff position. They're number 8. Can they with Phillip Rivers, Grandpa Rivers?
Doesn't he have to face Houston at some point here?
So I'm going to pull up their schedule real quick.
That could be elder abuse.
That last game of the year, Houston, and they have maybe I haven't diagnosed or looked at everyone's final 3 games. Their final 3 games: the Niners, the Jaguars, and then at the Texans.
Teams that all will win 10 or more games.
Can you imagine Phillip Rivers looking at those 4 games, going at Seattle, Niners, Jaguars, at Texans? That's what I'm coming back for. Hey, that guy loves football, and it was a fun watch. But they're on the outside looking in. And so those are the Detroit.
Okay.
They're on that lower tier. Obviously, we've
they fit the
chronicled,
definition.
yes, what they need to do to make the playoffs. Their fate is not in their hands. They need some help.
Yep,
so
all that.
There are a whole bunch of teams that are sitting there going, they could all be in the 6th spot. And I'm going to give you 6 teams for one spot.
Okay.
San Francisco, Green Bay, Chicago, the Chargers, Jacksonville, and Buffalo.
All could make a claim for the final spot in a power surge.
Correct. They're all 10-4 or 9-4-1. I love the tie.
Stupid.
Love the NFL tie. And so of those teams, the Chargers, we said at the trade deadline, like, is this team falling apart? Their quarterback, broken hand, but they just keep winning. Jacksonville, are they for real? Well, it kind of. You're 10-4. Yes, the answer is you are real. I'm not going to call them Super Bowl contenders.
No.
The teams in this that I think are Super Bowl contenders.
Buffalo.
I mean, is there another one out of all those?
It's tough. Even with Buffalo, they gave up 250 yards rushing last week.
Right, but they were down 21 points and on the road came back and win because of
Josh Allen.
Thank you.
My point is they're a deeply flawed team, and he will have to save them, and he can.
Yeah.
And did.
And so that then brings me to who is going to be in that number 6 spot. It's Buffalo.
Okay.
And it's because of Josh Allen. Every game that he is in, because of the player he is, he could just completely take over a game. They're down 21-0. He wills them back to victory on the road. So they're in that number 6 spot. And you're going to say, okay, well, they beat New England head-to-head. That was televised. New England is above them.
And they split in the regular season.
Correct. The other game was televised too, right?
The other one, I believe so, John, yes.
Number 5, the Houston Texans. And I believe all of these teams that are in the top 5 or top 6, save one, are Super Bowl contenders.
Okay.
And I'll give you the one that's not. And you say, well, why is Buffalo and why is Houston, but they're at 5 and 6? I haven't talked about the team yet that's not a Super Bowl contender. That's number 4, Seattle.
Okay.
Defensively, absolutely. Now, Sam Darnold did it last year with Minnesota. He's doing it again with maybe this year's best receiver in JSN.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't believe that Sam Darnold is going to be a quarterback of a Super Bowl title team.
They play Thursday night against the Rams. Huge game, not only for positioning in the division, but for Seattle to actually build a case to be a Super Bowl team.
Now, if Sam Darnold can construct a win, and it doesn't have to be pretty, but if he is able to quarterback this team, led by the defense, to a win over the Rams, then I'd be willing to consider them as title contenders. Obviously, I think the Rams are the best in the NFC at least, because we have other AFC teams to talk about.
Okay.
New England comes in at number 3. A loss. I had them at number 2 last week. Loss drops them down 1 spot, but I do think they may be the most well-rounded team in the NFL. Offense, defense, special teams. Defensively, they're playing well, and the MVP candidates, I think there's really 3 this year. Drake May, certainly one of them. Matthew Stafford, one of them. And Josh Allen are the 3, I think, title contenders for the MVP. Number 2, Denver. I think this was beating the Packers the way that Bo Nix played. Everybody keeps saying, hey, Bo Nix can't win the big one. He can't be the reason that Denver wins. Well, he was a major reason why they won. Now, defensively, all right, they get after opposing quarterbacks like no one else this year. So they're at number 2, and the team that the Detroit Lions lost to by 7, scored 34 points on, is the LA Rams. Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams. And I know Devontae Adams, all right, he got injured, dinged up in that game. They're still with that rushing attack. Their offense is dominant. And it's a great play caller. It's a quarterback that is 100% in rhythm, in sync with what he's seeing, how he's delivering the ball, gets the ball out, doesn't get sacked a lot. I'm not going to say by far, but they are the clear number 1 at this point.
Real quick, 1 through 6.
Rams, Broncos, Patriots, Seahawks, Texans, and Bills.
Any complaints from the peanut gallery?
No, not really. I mean, I think after the top 2, it just starts getting subjective just after that. I would actually have been on this train for a month now.
Houston.
I put Houston at 3.
Okay.
I do. With that defense, I think they're a threat to win it all after the Rams and Broncos. Yeah. And I had the Patriots down at like 5.
I think he's got the right 6 teams, and I think he's got the right number 1 team and the right number 2 team. So you're right. The thing I'm going to want to watch down the stretch, Packers and Bears. The winner this week could start to really make a case, right? Chicago wins the game at home. They can start to pick up some steam and make their way into the power surge. Green Bay has their work cut out for them without Micah Parsons.
Right. I just don't trust either of them, to be dominant forces in the postseason.
And that is your power surge, 97.1.
Hey, the Red Wings are back, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer on your wings. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Red Wings. Sold in arena and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Good morning, 97.1. Midday Show was stirring the pot yesterday with Jared Goff. Did you see his quotes?
I did, and I heard them, and I know everybody's, some are a little fired up about the comments. It didn't bother me at all, but I think I'll give my perspective after we hear from Jared Goff.
Okay, so this is from Carson Anderson. Here's the question and the answer.
So does that upset you?
Seems innocent enough, right? Right? Why would you be pissed off at fans?
I didn't really take it like that.
Well,
I
think
think
it pisses me off that fans need faith to be reinstilled in them.
Sure, the comment does. I don't know that he's necessarily pissed off at fans. And so this is brought up all the time in regards to how I view things. In the moment, if I was faced with that question as a player, I'd probably say the same thing. The instant reaction. And that's what, obviously, Doug and Stoney they wanted the raw reaction from Jared Goff. They got it.
They did.
And I tell you what, I'll flip that around. As a player, as a fan, don't you want your players, your team to have that passion, that belief, the fact that you're going to go out there against all odds and your fate is not in your control, but you're just going to attack this next game and we got to get this game. We are going to go out and prove everyone wrong because there are a lot of people that are doubting that. I know you're one of them.
There is no issue with Jared Goff believing in his team, but don't be mad at fans who have doubts. If you want to be mad at anybody, be mad at yourself and your team for being in this position where you don't control your own destiny. If you want to be pissed off at somebody,
he is.
Right, but don't be pissed off at fans. The fans did not put this team in this position. Doubts are valid.
Yeah, but
doubts are fair.
He was mad at the comment, not at the fans.
It's not how I took it. He is mad at fans.
I think he's mad at the comment. He's mad at the sentiment.
Yeah, he's mad at the sentiment
and
from
part
who?
Of that
from fans.
Yeah, and part of it, he's not going to sit there and say, "Yeah, I'm pissed off at myself as well." I think that is understood. I think they're inherently upset with the fact that they lost to Minnesota, a game that there's absolutely no way they should have lost. You look at some of the opportunities that they have, and whether it was an inopportune interception early in the season by Jared Goff, or it was the fact that the defense is banged up again, you could be mad just because they're hurt. You're not mad at the players, you're just mad at the situation, but they have done that to themselves, and yes, it's inherent that they are mad at themselves.
I'm not even mad at Jared Goff's performance this season. I think he's actually had a strong season, but the team doesn't control their own destiny down the stretch here. Fans have every right to doubt this team, and if you're going to be mad at them, I don't think you should be. I think it's out of touch to be mad at the fans.
I think he's mad at the whole situation. He's frustrated with the whole situation. And it's just, hey, the question was asked, what do you think about those comments? And he said, well, it pisses him off. The comments piss him off.
Comments from fans.
Okay, yes, not mad. He's not mad at the individual fans.
No, I don't think he was going down the list and pointing at people in the stands.
Joe in section 125.
Got a bone to pick with you.
Yeah.
Come on down.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we just ask the fans themselves? They're listening.
Yeah.
Did that bother you? 248-539-9797.
Or can you appreciate the fact that he's a little bit mad at the world right now because of the position that they're in?
I hope he harnesses it.
Everyone is in his world. It's just going to be a lot of... It's hard, and I've always envied the guys that as athletes, when they left practice, they left the facility, they left the game, could just let it roll off their back. And they're okay. In the locker room, on the field, okay, they're upset, but they're able to compartmentalize. I could never do that. I can't do that.
Yeah. His mentality of, we can still do this, and I'm motivated to prove people wrong, is the right mindset. I like that. I don't have any issue with that. just be careful going at fans. Just be careful being mad at people doubting. You guys have earned those doubts. Those doubts aren't unfounded doubts. Those doubts are very real. Your chances of making the playoffs are low. Those people aren't bad people or bad fans. You got to prove them wrong by playing better than you guys have through 15 weeks. It's on you. It's not on fans. Don't be pissed at them.
Right. Okay. So I'll enter the marriage counseling session for just a moment, because I'm sure you guys have faced this, right? Bad show, bad whatever.
Yeah.
Heather, I'm sure Colin, bad day at work, right? You come home and I do this with Lisa, she'll tell me, hey, I wasn't there. Why are you mad at me? I'm like, I'm not mad at you.
Yeah.
All right. That's just the relationship between Goff and the fans right now. He's not really pissed at them. He's just mad at the situation.
Oh, I've been there. You think me with my tone?
Why are
I've
you
never been
taking
there?
this out on me? I'm not. Why are you yelling at me? I'm not.
Yes, I can relate to that. 100% I can relate to that.
That's what this situation is. He can't let it go, nor should he. Love the fact that he can't let it go. It is in his blood.
Let's get to some of the fans. Steve and Pinckney, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. Great show. I love you guys. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
But let me just say this. Jared Goff shouldn't be pissed off at the fans. He should be pissed off with Brad Holmes and the upper management for failing to do the proper things by attracting new personnel, new help. Look what Philadelphia did. Look what the Rams did. Look what Ben Johnson did. They've all added more pieces to their team. That's why we're in the position that we're at now. Somebody better light up a big fire under the general manager here for the Lions, because he failed to do his job.
So point the finger up and not out.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Steve.
That's one way to say it. And I'm sure there are frustrations. Like, I would never, ever. Jared Goff is as classy as they come. He's not going to point the finger at Dan Campbell. He's not going to point the finger at the offensive line. He's certainly not going to point the finger at Brad Holmes. But in your mind, in all those deep, dark places, there are moments where he's like, gosh, I wish I had last year's offensive line.
Yeah.
You can't dwell on it
can't
because there's nothing
publicly.
you can know. But and you're not publicly going to say it. But all of those things enter your mind, and then it's a matter of, all right, got to force those things out. That's what we call mental toughness. It's not that those thoughts don't enter your mind, but you don't dwell on them and you don't let them bother you.
Well, it's like we asked Campbell yesterday about personnel. Like, they can't change personnel at this point. It does him no good to dwell on it or throw guys under the bus. Whether he looks at the film and goes, yeah, man, like, it's pretty cut and dry why this play didn't work, and it wasn't because I called the wrong play. But at the end of the day, he has to go, well, if I don't have the right pieces, I have to call a different play. It's kind of a version of that. 248-539-9797. We want to hear from fans. When you hear Jared Goff say what he said, which is that it pisses him off to hear that people don't think this is going to happen for Detroit. It pisses him off that people are doubting this football team. 248-539-9797. In the next hour, we have a question inspired by Heather Park. We'll have a chance for you guys to win tickets for the Detroit Lions' final home game of the season against the Pittsburgh Steelers. You'll listen for details on that. And actually,
Aaron Rodgers' return.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Of course.
I think we did this. This is the first time he'll play in Detroit since he made the comments about beating that team or losing to that team. He'll be back in the house. All right, we'll get to all of it coming up next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Last night, Alex DeBrincat scored twice. Axel Sandin Pellica had a goal, and John Gibson made 16 saves to help the Red Wings come away with a 3-2 win over the New York Islanders. The Wings are now winners in 5 of their last 6 games. Tonight, they host the Mammoth at 7:30. Michigan State men's basketball cruised past Toledo 92-69 last night. Jackson Kohler was the top Spartan scorer and rebounder with 16 points and 13 boards. Jeremy Fierce had 15 points and 8 assists, while Kerr Tang had 14 points off the bench for MSU, who is now 10-1 on the season. Despite the 23-point win, Tom Izzo said his team missed too many gimmies. Izzo also applauded a local talent in Sonny Wilson from Detroit, who had 29 points for Toledo despite the loss. Izzo highlighted that Wilson came from the same high school as Cassius Winston and U of D Jesuit. 2 U of D grads led the way for the Rockets last night as Leroy Blyden Jr. was Toledo's second leading scorer with 10 points as well. Spartans will be in downtown Detroit this weekend as they are set to take on Oakland from Little Caesars Arena this Saturday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's Jared Goff on the midday show yesterday. Carson Anderson.
Go do it.
Go do it. He should have that mindset that they can go do it and belief in his team, and we're going to find a way. That is the athlete mindset, the competitor mindset. The only issue you could take with that, and I'm not personally offended, but you got to be careful going at fans. You're pissed off at fans for doubting. Fans have every right to doubt this football team. You've given them ample reason to doubt this football team. Don't lash out. Don't be pissed at that mindset. That mindset is a mindset that this football team has earned with their performance. I'm not offended by what he said. He just got to be careful going at fans.
Yeah, and I didn't take it. I don't think he was directing it at fans.
Who was it directed at?
At the comment.
Made by?
I understand. Yes, made by fans. Okay,
that's Spin Zone. It's at fans. It's mad at fans.
That's not Spin Zone. It's. I don't see him as walking out of on the field at Ford Field and looking up and going, "You people,
you ungrateful!
I can't believe you even showed up." Like I just that's not how I took that.
Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Stu in West Bloomfield. Stu, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good.
Cookies, how's your back doing?
Better. Young enough where I'm doing okay.
Yeah, he recovered quickly.
Hey, that means you're not in the land of old men yet.
Not yet.
All right. So with Jared Goff, I'm happy that he said that, and I'm happy that he's pissed because the real fans with the glass half full, Team John,
here we go,
are always going to be let's go. I don't care if we're 6-9 and got a 1.8% chance of making the playoffs. Let's go. We're riding with our team. Those Fairweather fans who's like, oh, well, you're on the losing streak. Now I don't believe in you. That's who he's talking to. Like, okay, we don't need y'all on the bandwagon because when we make the playoffs, I don't want to see nobody trying to get tickets now. I want the fans that's here, ride or die with us. Go ahead. You're the true fans. Those are the ones I'm not pissed off at. I'm pissed off at the ones who want to, oh, well, I'm disappointed in the team, and the ones who keep bringing up the Brad Holmes decisions in the offensive line.
Okay,
Look,
well Stu, hold on. I know that I was having some fun with it yesterday. I appreciate you adding my total here in terms of glasses half full. It's okay to be upset that they didn't do more on the offensive line. It's okay to be upset at your team. It doesn't mean you're not going to go cheer for them on Sunday.
True. It's week 16. We got to stop bringing up the offensive line. We're not going to make any moves to get we got to, like you just said with Dan Campbell.
So, but Stu,
you can't say I can't call the play.
I know.
Because Frazier can't block. I got to call a different play that Frazier can block.
Right, but we also can't talk about this team blindfolded. Like, if they lose a game because they can't run the ball, if they lose the game because they can't protect Jared Goff, you want us to have, like, a safe word? We shouldn't talk about the offensive line anymore?
Why?
Like, and that's the thing I'd say, Stu. What I don't understand is this, like, purity test. This purity test that only real fans believe this team. Like, you don't have to have blinders on to be a real fan. Real fans can watch this team and be disappointed.
If you still got breath in your body, we're fighting, kicking, and biting kneecaps.
I agree with you.
We're not giving up at week 16.
No one said give up, but if you're being honest about this team right now, they haven't played well enough.
I still believe they can make the playoffs.
Okay.
I'm with you. I do, but it also doesn't mean you put blinders on. There's a reality to where they are and why they're here. Doesn't mean they can't overcome some of those or shouldn't overcome some of them.
And I'll note that guy Stu had no issue with Goff's comments, but he acknowledged that was Goff going at quote fair weather fans.
Goff never complained about individual criticisms about the team. He's complaining about or pointing the finger at people who have given up when there's still a reasonable chance that this season's not over. Like, to me, Jim, with all due respect, I think this is a perfect example of his old quote where he said, some people in this town relish. This is
negativity.
This is relishing in negativity. Now, look, I'm tapping out if they lose Sunday. And I think most people will.
Well, yeah, I mean.
And I think they are close to being on the ledge, but I haven't given up yet.
Right.
There's a reasonable path to this team getting into the playoffs in a wide open league this year.
What was Doug's question? Can we play it again with the question? That's not the same thing as giving up. That's not the same thing as saying that they've given up. They don't think it's going to happen. That's doubt. How dare fans doubt this football team, not Jared Goff's football team? I'm pissed off that you would doubt Jared Goff's football team. Doubt is encouraged at this point. It's been welcomed because they've earned doubt at this point, John. That's not, Tom, with all due respect, that's not fans saying they can't or they've given up.
No, it's you relishing in negativity. You're taking it and making
I'm taking it for what it is.
No, but you're
Those
trying
are what
to
the
make
words
it.
mean.
You're trying to take a shot at Jared Goff, saying that he's taking a shot at fans.
He
That's
did.
not what he did.
He did. The question was people who doubt you, people who don't think you're going to get it done. That pisses me off. That's a direct read of the audio. Everything else is spin.
So when you come home, I'll go back to my analogy. When you go home and you take your unnecessary bad mood out on your wife, are you then?
I'm in the wrong.
Right.
I'm in the wrong. Like Goff would be in the wrong.
No, I just okay. Now you're. That's not. No.
Okay. Why is
No,
it not?
because I just don't feel. I think he is mad at the situation as he should be. I don't think he's putting taking shots at fans. I don't think he's taking shots at his team or anything. He is just upset and mad that they're not in a better position.
Let's get back to the people. Brian and Sylvian Lake. You're on 97.1. Sylvan Lake, what's up?
Hi, guys. Well, I don't think that Goff is mad at the fans at all. I believe that he's mad at himself and the team for performing in a manner that allows the fans to be worried that they're not going to be making the playoffs this year.
Sure. I think that's part of it.
Well, yeah, so I don't think he's got an issue with the fans at all.
He has an issue with people who don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
So,
yeah?
I didn't take it like that.
Okay, Brian. Brian,
This is
that's fine.
exhausting.
No, it may be exhausting for you, but and I know Greg's on the phone right now. I do want to hear it one more time because words matter. How many times? Yeah, I want to hear the whole thing. How many times do I say words matter? Brian, hang on the phone. So, Brian, I'm not sure if you picked up on it as well. He said that at that idea.
Yes.
Not they, or I'm not mad at them.
Exactly. He's pissed that they have given the fans a reason to doubt them.
Very well said.
And I'll tell you, I mean, I'm kind of upset myself. I mean, come on, man, we got to win.
We do.
We're on the same page there.
And it is, if we're talking about must-win games,
They're all
they've
must-win.
got 3 of them right now.
Yeah.
Must win.
When he says, I don't need to reinstill faith in people. Yeah, you do.
I think there's still a lot of faith.
But the dismissive attitude towards doubting this football team. I don't need to reinstill faith, and it pisses me off that you wouldn't have faith.
He didn't say that you wouldn't have faith. You're putting words in his mouth.
Doug put the words out. Those are the only words we're discussing. The words were people who don't think you're going to get it done.
No, he said, I'm mad at that.
That mindset.
That idea. not they, not them, not the individual fans. And I think the caller put it great. Like he's mad that he has caused this situation. He's been a part of what has caused this situation.
I think he's mad at the fans too that have given up. I do think that because I think he's right.
But give up was not part of this.
You
have inserted.
If you want to put words in his mouth, well, let Tom put words in his mouth.
Did he use the word doubt there? I mean,
he said think. They didn't say declared it over.
He didn't say doubt. I mean, are we gonna? He didn't.
Take it word for word.
What do you say to
sentence?
What do you say to fans who don't think you're going to get it done? That means there are fans out there that don't. There isn't doubt there. They don't think it's going to get it done. He doesn't like that there are fans out there that don't think they can get it done.
Why would? Okay.
You don't think they're going to get it done.
I don't. Does that mean Goff's pissed at me?
So why are you mad? Yeah, he is probably.
And I'm a bad fan. People who don't think they're going to get in are bad.
No, he didn't say that.
You're
putting words
no,
right now.
Tom was about to. Tom,
Yeah.
I'm not talking to Goff at that point. Tom was about to say that. You said, why were you a bad? Right? Do you think I'm a bad fan?
I think you've given up because you want to be
I haven't
first
given
to
up.
say it.
I haven't given up.
I do.
I haven't given up.
You don't think they're going to get it done.
Correct.
Then you've given up.
That's not the same thing.
Oh, gosh. This is such a relishing moment. This is relishing. We are relishing in
No. One person
semantics.
You got the quarterback who's pissed at the mindset that people would think this team would miss the playoffs. Gee, I wonder why we would think that, Jared.
What is their playoff percentage right now?
It's 25%, I think, New York Times Athletic. They got a quarter chance to get it. And we're the bad guys.
I want to know how they come up with those percentages.
The path is pretty simple here. Do you think they can win out? I think they can. I think it's a 50-50 proposition that this team wins out. If they win out, I believe the Bears will lose one of their next two and they'll get in the playoffs.
Yep. Simple
That's
as that.
pretty reasonable. Are they in the best position? No. But to think...
Do you think they will?
I actually think they're going to, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 248-539-9797. We have, despite you thinking this might be a dumb topic, we have so many phone calls to take.
I think they're just pointing the finger at you.
This guy says he agrees with me. There's one.
One?
One?
Yes. We got 9 calls, and there's one that agrees with you.
It's 97.1.
Hey, every law firm talks about experience. David Femininio has decades of it, going up against insurance companies and winning for his clients. But here's what makes him different. He knows the experience that really matters is yours. When you're in a car accident, you care about your well-being. You want someone who's going to listen to you, someone who's going to work hard for you, and someone that will get you paid. David gets that. Your experience matters. And when he fights for you, not for his resume. If you've been injured, give David a call at 855-65-CRASH or visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Let's get to the phones. 248-539-9797. Reaction to Goff's comments yesterday on the midday show. Let's go to Jason in Berkeley. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Hey, Cookies, why are you trying to start a witch hunt against Jared Goff, man?
Kind of what it feels like, doesn't it?
Burn him at the stake.
Seriously, I mean, he's not there to defend himself, and you're twisting his words. I heard what he said yesterday, and the Cookies. Let me ask you this:
Yeah.
Have you ever played a competitive sport?
Yeah, of course I did.
Okay. What's the highest you played?
I played high school football.
Okay, and it bothers you that Jared Goff said that?
No, in fact, if you've listened to me, I've said I like that he's a competitor. I just think you got to be careful going at fans. It's okay if he says, hey, man, I'm fired up. We got to play well down the stretch. If anything, he should be trying to get people back on board by having their team win, not being mad at people for doubting him because they should doubt him.
He's not pissed off at fans. You're twisting his words around.
Jason, can you just give me your interpretation of the words when he says, when he's asked a question about, hey, fans that don't think you can get in the playoffs, and he says that pisses me off.
Right.
A little bit.
Right. It's the situation that pisses him off. It's not the fans that are pissing him off. It's the situation as a whole. That
he wasn't asked about the situation, but Doug didn't say, what do you make of the fact that you guys are out right now? It was, what do you make of fans' specific beliefs?
Okay. Right. So he's got 7 seconds to think about everything that's going on right now and respond to that question.
So then you would concede that he didn't give the best response.
Right. He's not a reporter. He's not a professional interviewer. He's a quarterback for a football team.
But then, Jason, all you're saying is what I'm saying. You're just saying he didn't give a great response then, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying burn him at the stake. I want him run out of town.
You're not, though. You're not saying that. You're twisting his words around and making.
You're saying he should have used better words.
He's pissed off at the situation.
I bet he is.
He's not pissed off at the fans.
I think he's mad at both. I think he's mad at non-believers. Shun the non-believers. I don't need to prove them anything. F them.
I think it's the mindset that he has in regards to it's never entered his mind that they won't be in the playoffs.
That's what he should think.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I just, again, I did not take it as he was taking a shot at fans. Heather, did you hear it that way?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I agree with you. And I think you kind of hear what you want to hear. And maybe that's kind of what you want to hear, Jim. I don't know. Or maybe it's what we want to hear. Yeah. I don't know, but...
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certain individuals that hear that and they just instantly go to the negative side of things. Oh, he's taking a shot at fans.
At me?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
He was like, hey, Jim Costa, square up. Meet you in an alley.
Yeah.
Let's get to Tim. Tim, you're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys.
What's going on?
Unfortunately, John, you put me in Cookie's corner this week. The only reason being is words do have meaning, and I understand you use the word that. The next the next section he said was, I don't need to prove anything to anybody, or whatever that situation was. But the very last thing was, I want to prove those people wrong, not that idea wrong. So it reeked a little bit of entitlement. Kind of like, hey, if you do question us, then you're the bad guy. I wasn't really necessarily horribly offended by it, but I thought, wow, you could have chosen better words.
I didn't take it as an entitled comment at all.
It's quite fascinating how people can hear the exact same comment and have totally different opinions of what it means.
Do you remember that viral photo
I was
of the
just
dress?
thinking that,
Yes.
yeah. Or when you hear, like sometimes this will come up on my Instagram feed and it says, it shows you a word, it gives you a sound, and then it shows you another word, it gives you the same sound, and you hear two completely different things.
Mm-hmm. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Was the dress blue and black, or was it white and gold?
White.
Yeah.
It was white and gold.
It was blue and black.
It definitely was not.
Jim, do you like relish?
Actually, no.
You don't?
No. Kent, you're
Nobody
next.
loves negativity.
He loves relishing.
Kent, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Jim, I agree with you, dude. He the whole thing was that, I'm against that or whatever, and I'm going to prove those people wrong. It's almost like the people who Heather, you were kind of right, and I'm not finishing sentences here, so let me get to it. Heather was right. Everybody wants to hear what they want to hear, but there's a truth in it, and the truth is he's coming back. He's clapping at the fans. He's like, man, we're out here busting our asses, working as hard as we can to get the job done, and the people who doubt us aren't appreciating what we're doing, and we're going to get this done, even though they have a shot to do it, and they could do it, but I don't think they're going to do it. But he's absolutely taking a slight shot at the fans, and he's trying to do it in a way that, doesn't come off as sharp and as hard so that he can't be vilified for it. But that's absolutely a shot, And
wow, we're really reading a lot into this comment.
Well, I do. Well, because you know what? It's almost cultish. The people who, because it gets to the point where people who call other people bad fans because they simply see a product and they don't believe that it's going to end up the way they want it to. But because you don't believe fully, you're wrong.
Yeah, there's
you
a purity standard.
Wholesale.
It's a purity standard. You're not a true believer, a true fan.
No, I believe fans are going to come at this from a lot of, and when I say this, I'm talking about the season.
Choose your words very carefully.
They are coming at, they're going to see things how they want to see them. And it's okay. If you have a propensity to be skeptical, or I don't want to necessarily say negative, but
I think skeptical is a good word.
Yeah. Then you may hear it that way. Just like, Heather, when you said we hear the same thing and we're taking different things away from it. Mm-hmm. And as we said yesterday, and I think this is kind of who we are.
Yeah.
I am by nature more of a glass is half full individual.
And while these are my teams and I love them, I am much more skeptical just as a person. So I think it shows up when you have stuff like this. But to me, I feel like, and I can speak for myself, they've invited a lot of skepticism with the way they've played. So I find it to be appropriate. Jared might find it to be inappropriate, or another fan might think, how dare you? But I think it's normal to doubt a team that hasn't won back-to-back games in 2 months and is currently out of the playoffs. I don't think Jared should bristle at that.
But you can also have the belief that they're going to win these 3 games.
And
it seems very realistic that the Bears, whether it's a loss to Green Bay or traveling all the way out to Levi Stadium to take on the San Francisco 49ers, who are battling for playoff position in their division with Seattle, that they would lose one of those 2 games.
Jim, just remember the caller that supported you there, Kent, is a Buckeye fan.
Yes. Be careful who you associate with.
It's always a weird dynamic when you're doing these shows and you give out the opinion and then someone calls in and agree with you and you're like, but I don't like that person agreed with me. Maybe I need to reevaluate. The best example is Mean Dean. When he calls in and he's like, I'm all about with this. Oh, no, maybe I am on the wrong side of this one. 248-539-9797. We'll keep taking some of your phone calls. Words matter. Mark in Coldwater, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I agree with Heather. You're going to hear what you want to hear, but for whatever reason, it pisses him off. I'm glad. Maybe it'll light a fire under his ass and he'll do something about it. But if you listen to that question, as soon as they asked him the question, he said, gee, thanks, guys. So I think he was a little irritated with even getting the question, period.
But the question's fair, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It can't be the first time he's heard that.
Oh, no.
Come on.
No, and I don't think he walked away going, man, I really don't like that Doug Karsch guy. Like, I don't think that's how he took it either.
No.
Exactly, yep.
I will say, a little behind the curtain, Doug told us, he's like, hey, Goff he said something today about, we asked him about the fan doubts.
It's a little spicy.
Doug knew this was gonna have some legs to it, and it did. I mean, if you look at our station posting this on Twitter, on Facebook.
Oh, Twitter's, yeah, that's always the place to go for sensible, positive people.
John, I'm just saying, just in terms of like engagement, like I just see hundreds of comments. I didn't go through and read all of them, but I go, wow, this definitely struck a nerve with people. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Stephen in Livonia. Stephen, good morning.
What's shaking, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, I think that when you're a competitive person striving to win and somebody doubts you, you get pissed and it's fuel.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I can prove it to you by saying, Jim, I think you are disingenuous on this topic.
Why is that?
If that pisses you off, because if it pisses you off that somebody could say, I think you're being disingenuous here. I think there's a little bit that says, let me push against that. And that's what's happened.
You think I'm being disingenuous?
No.
A bit. I think you're saying, you know what, this is against the fans. When
he was asked about the fans, and he referred to the fans. That's what the entire question and exchange was about. It was fan mindset and him proving those fans wrong and not caring about those fans. What else was this about?
So that it's that doubt. It's when you are a competitive person and you're striving to win and you're a fighter, and somebody doubts that you are that they don't believe in you anymore.
Right.
That you think I'm pissed because I'm pushing forward. How dare you push against that? I'm trying here. And I think that if that comment that I made bothers you slightly, then it proves that I'm right.
I was just asking a follow-up. Like, this is not a, like, the one guy
No, it
accused me
didn't
of
sound like just a follow-up, but there was a little passion behind that follow-up. How dare you call me disingenuous?
Look, if that's how it lands to you, but I just view it like this.
Again, it's not necessarily what you say, it's how you say it.
I just look at it like this. If you're an athlete, you got to be very careful going at your fans. It's one thing to believe in your team and have an unwavering doubt. And John, I think you still bring that athlete's mindset every day, and it's one of the many differences, like you played. But you can bring that mentality without going at your fans or saying that your own fans piss you off.
Again,
the mentality. Look, I can just tell you what I would have appreciated hearing. He doesn't owe me anything, but saying to those fans who are doubting us, I get why you doubt us right now. We haven't played up to our standard, and we're motivated like hell to get in. Acknowledging that those fans are valid for doubting you. They are valid for doubting them.
Sure. I mean, after every question, he could take a deep breath and think, what is the best way that I could answer this without upsetting Jim Costa in the morning?
Or your fan base, because I'm not the only one who took it that way. It's 97.1.
What's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right. $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on RootMetrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Short piece of audio, less than a minute. Everybody's all wound up today.
No, you're wound up today. No one else is wound up.
I'm looking down at a full bank of phone calls. I gladly.
Right, because you wound everyone else up.
I think there's two different interpretations.
Okay. There clearly are. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. So the comprehension of what he said, he was asked a question about fans, yes, and what fans think, yes.
Yeah, and he said,
that fans don't think they're going to get it done, which, by the way,
I'm pissed off at that.
That idea that fans don't believe?
No, just the idea that there's a belief, because it's not congruent with what he believes.
I understand that he believes in them. He should. He's the quarterback. I'm sure as you know what, glad that he does.
I'm exhausted.
I just feel like you're choosing to not take it at face value. It's a question about fans and fans not believing in the team.
Okay, so if I can accept the fact that you're not going to convince me otherwise. So if I can accept the fact that you hear it the way you want to, that's fine.
Yeah.
Don't come at me saying that I'm just choosing to disregard everything. I'm not choosing to. That's not how I heard it.
Okay. 248-539-9797. A lot of people putting words in people's mouths today.
Your back didn't hurt now yet. It might in just a few minutes.
See, you're a little wound up too. All right.
Because I have to work with you 5 days a week.
This one says, it pisses me off that you guys bring it up. Jared's just fired up and ready to roll. I have no issue with what he said. Josh in Southgate.
Second that one.
Guys, the odds don't lie. They're not in our favor. John's the guy that pulls up at the casino and says, I'm going to win. Odds aren't in their favor.
I do have belief in myself.
Even if the odds are stacked against you.
Don't tell me the odds.
Yep. Let's get back to the people. And it's a dealer's choice here. Let's go to Joe in Traverse City. Joe, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. I just want to say, Jim, what I'm hearing you say is that he's going after the fans. He's going after a very small percentage of fans because a very small percentage of fans want to doubt this team. And honestly, most of the people, and you even said a little while I've been on hold, we've got 9 callers and there's like 1 that agrees with you because it's a very small percentage of fans. So I don't see any reason to try to manufacture, create some rift between Jared Goff and the fans.
I would suggest.
On our way back to Traverse City, we took the red eye. We were at the game, and I'm going to tell you, the people, the number of people chanting Jared Goff in L.A. I mean, I hate the fact that we travel a couple thousand miles to see them lose.
Right.
But I am very optimistic that they can win these next 3 games. And yes, they need some help from Chicago, but I'm not jumping off the bandwagon. I mean, I've been through too many years with this team, so the fans love Jared Goff. Mostly.
I agree with that.
Okay, sure, you're going to.
Well, hold on. There's two different things here.
There's no rift between him and the fans.
I think most fans love Jared Goff, but I think there are more than a small amount of fans who doubt this football team.
More than a small amount, like what, 10%?
No, I would say more. We did a literal show on it yesterday, and it was, look, 60-40, right? I mean, it was pretty back and forth.
High, but you guys take more calls than me. But
well, look, and we certainly don't represent every last fan. But hold on, I think there's a disconnect here. There are people who may have traveled to L.A., who may own a lot of Lions gear, who may cheer like hell and root like hell, but don't think they're going to make the playoffs. That's why I think it's closer to a 50-50 on whether or not people believe they're going to make the playoffs or not. There's a reason Doug asked Jared Goff. It's not because 10% of people. It's because it's been a real conversation on the station. Will they or won't they? The odds say they won't. They haven't played well. They may not make the playoffs. That's a very real belief. That's not 5 or 10% of this fan base. A lot of people who feel that way. And Jared's response was, I don't need to convince you, and it pisses me off that you think that. It doesn't have to be an international incident, but that's what took place yesterday in the midday show. No one's saying bench him, trade him, cut him. He's actually played well this season.
He has played well.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Bruno in Bloomfield. Bruno, you're on 97.1.
Please don't be offended when I say this, but I think you have a loser's mentality. I think that the Lions have created quite a culture here in Detroit. There are a lot of believers, and when you go to battle, there is no doubt. You can't have doubt. If you have doubt, you've already lost. So if you don't go in with that mentality and you're not upset by the fact that people doubt you, then you're not a winner. And I think Jared Goff's a winner. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Bruno.
Are you offended by that?
No, I would point out I don't have to play the game this week, and it's probably better for the city that I'm not suiting up and playing this week.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
But to say that our mindset has to be a certain way, we don't play in the games.
No, you do not.
They're at their last stand, and I think you think they've already had their last stand.
They no longer they can't stand on their own two legs anymore.
I think that's overreacting.
No, that's factual. They need other people to prop them up at this point. That's a fact, Tom.
Yeah, but there's been plenty of teams that have been in a spot where they needed help to get in the playoffs and then do damage.
Of course.
Yeah. There's 3 games left. We almost have 20% of the season still left.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what conclusions can we draw with how they've played so far? Because that's, I think, what we should be basing it on, not what we hope they do the next 3 games.
Do I think they can win all 3 games? Yes.
Can. What is most likely to happen based on the football team we've watched this season?
Do I think that they're better than the Steelers? Yes. Do I think that they're better than Minnesota? Yes. Do I think that they can beat the Bears? I'm not going to sit there and say they're better than the Bears, but do I think they can beat them? Yes.
What do you want to say about it? Okay, but your argument is they haven't been mathematically eliminated. I'm asking you what's most likely to happen.
I've seen it play out a number of different times. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think the Bears beat Green Bay and San Francisco?
I think the Bears will beat Green Bay this week. I'm not sure about San Francisco, but I think they'll beat Detroit in Week 18.
Okay, so there's where we differ the most.
Yeah. But even you said you're not sure that the Bears are the better team, or that the Lions are the better team.
No, but I do think that that the Lions will win that game.
Okay. I think they still have room to correct problems. Number one, my enemy number one is Aleem McNeil. He's got to play better for this to change. Or you're right. You know, you don't think the team can win 3 in a row because they've gone 500. The last 2-3 months
since the start of October? Yeah.
So I don't know.
So you have made this point about Aleem McNeil, and it's a good one. Like, they need him to play well. He played very well in their Tampa game. And I think that's really his only notable performance for 2 months of football. So again, where does this belief come from? Am I negative, or is this based on he just hasn't been that guy this season?
I just go back to a team like, you know what, the Lions have enough talent to contend. I think still. I would not. Do I think they're going to the Super Bowl? I don't. But get in and see what happens. I always look back at teams like who have been good over a stretch of course of time, and it was the San Francisco 49ers. The year the Rams won the Super Bowl, the 49ers were a 9-7 wild card team and probably should have beat the Rams if their Tart could have made an interception. That's how razor thin this is. I think the Lions have enough talent to maybe they start getting the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they've had some really bad breaks this year. Maybe the breaks start turning their way and they turn it on here. I just think there's still a reasonable chance that could happen.
Well, if you're in the believer camp, you're definitely going to be excited because the 8 o'clock hour of today's show, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets for the Lions against the Steelers on Sunday. We'll tell you about how you win those tickets. We'll play Name That Lion in the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, obviously I'm going to turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and then work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And when we're talking about communities, you can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. It's where they live and work, and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
8 o'clock, we're going to shift gears. We have a topic inspired by Heather in the shower.
Oh, boy.
What could it be? We'll also give away Lions tickets in the 8 o'clock hour. Let's end this hour hearing from you guys. 248-539-9797, and let's start with Cam and Algonac. Cam, good morning.
Good morning, Jim. How you guys doing today?
Good.
Good.
I just wanted to call in, Jim. Listen, I get where you're coming from, but I think you're reaching, man. I think you're really reaching. Listen, when you guys played that clip for me just now, I listened to it all the way through. I didn't think twice about it. Here in Goff, I mean, clearly he's upset. They're a team striving for greatness. Obviously, we're trying to hit playoffs. I mean, come on, man. We're all watching these games. I mean, the points we're putting up, I mean, we're not the best. I personally think it's our O-line. I think we really lack right there, and I think that's Brad.
I agree with you.
What Goff is saying is he's like, man, you know, we're going to have doubters, but how can you doubt me? I'm fighting out there every day, and it's not my fault. He's the quarterback. Yes, I know you want to see him as the leader, but
I don't think it's all his fault or majority his fault. No, the way I interpreted it, you're asked a question about fans who have called into this radio station and doubted this team, don't think they're going to get it done, which, by the way, I think is a valid mindset. I understand why he doesn't share it, but you don't get pissed at fans
right,
who have every right to be disappointed.
He didn't go at him and say, "Oh, I'm pissed at them." He's just pissed at that.
The question was about them.
But again, I think you're twisting it up a little bit.
Yeah, Jim, and I get what you're saying. I just think the phrasing was, you know, I get you're trying to pick apart at the phrasing, but Goff's just saying.
I'm taking it for what it was. I mean, I'm getting accused of twisting. The question's about fans. I'm pissed. I'm pissed that the fans feel that way. That's what the question was. That's what the answer was. I mean, that's pretty black and white. I mean, you don't have to think it's a big deal. And for the record, I don't think it's an international incident.
Well, kind of building it up to one.
I just think it's certainly a pressure point for people.
And you, obviously.
Well, I think fans who have doubted this team don't want to. They have every right to be that way. The team hasn't given them a reason to believe.
Right, but in turn, I don't think he was saying, "I'm pissed at the fans."
I don't know what audio you heard. It's the
same
same
one you
clip,
heard,
and we
yeah.
hear it very differently. Let's get to
Clearly.
Ryan in Rochester. Ryan, how did you listen to that?
Hey, guys. So, first of all, we just give too much credit to Goff, and I that's one thing that I hate. But the topic was about fans. I 100% agree with you that he literally said, well, that pisses me off. What pisses you off? The fact that the fans have disbelief. We should have disbelief. This is the same old Lions right now. We're losing games, going into second half, winning against the Rams, and I was there, and it was ridiculous. We lost because Goff didn't make the plays that we needed to make. He is a big part of the reason why we're losing. Yes, we're scoring points. I get it. But we're going 3 and out at the worst possible times of a lot of these games. We've lost to some really bad teams, and the teams that we beat are not good.
So when they call 3 consecutive runs, they don't pick up a first down. Goff didn't do enough.
He should have audibled, John.
The quarterback is the leader. You guys,
I don't dispute that, Ryan. But this is what I was talking about earlier. I love that you're on my side. I hate that you invoked SOL in my defense because that's not who I am or what I'm about. And I'm also not someone who's trying to dump on Goff, the quarterback, this season, the way he's played this season.
Just this moment.
Just this particular moment. Let's get to Cody and Trenton. You're on 97.1.
Cody, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, man. Come
All
on,
right.
Cody.
Okay. Let's get to Omar. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how are you guys doing today?
What's up?
Good. I just wanted to say I've been listening in, and I was listening to the audio really closely with my dad when I was dropping him off to work, and I don't think he was targeting the fans. I really do think he's just upset at the situation going on. As one of you guys said, I'm not really good with the names.
I'm John.
That's John.
Oh, John. Yeah. I'm not trying to criticize them or anything or say anyone's in the wrong, but I just feel like Goff, people are overlooking what he's done to this team over the years compared to previous with Patricia days. and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, look,
really know.
we've taken phone calls this year, people who are trying to point a lot of blame on Goff when
He's been really good.
and I think we've pointed out he hasn't changed. The offensive line and the protection in front of him has been flimsy, hasn't been stable.
And in that light, he's actually been really good.
Yeah. All right, let's get to Steve in Detroit. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, my take on this is not about being pissed or not. I don't like the statement because it comes off as like you're Patrick Mahomes or something. Like you have the right to be. You don't have the right. You haven't won a Super Bowl. You haven't been to a Super Bowl.
Well, he has.
Yeah, he's been to a Super Bowl.
I'm talking about with the Lions.
Okay.
We're talking about the Lions situation. We're not talking about when he was with the Rams. He did not win. He didn't get shipped out of there because they had faith in him. He got shipped out of there because they didn't believe he could win the big game. So the doubt has always been there from your last team till now. You sound entitled. You sound like you're Patrick Mahomes, like you'd have been to the Super Bowl the last 4 years in a row, or been to the AFC Championship game 10 years in a row. I would expect a statement like that from Patrick Mahomes. Hey, you guys, look what I've done. Look at what I've done my whole career. What are you doubting me for? That's where my take is from. I'm not worried about whether or not he has confidence. It just comes off as entitled. It just comes off very entitled. Like, how dare you be pissed at me? Look at who I am. That's how it comes off to me. They have no right to be pissed. You guys have no room to doubt us. Yeah, we do. Last year, 15-2, you got mollywopped. You threw 3 interceptions and had another turnover. That happened.
Right. He was also in the NFC Championship game before that, and he did enough to win that game. And he did enough to win that game.
Lead and lost, but had a 17-point lead and lost.
Also put it in the hands of receiver to convert a first down. If that happens, he probably wins.
Entitled.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
Oh, we had somebody else call earlier and say something about an entitlement. But I didn't take it as entitled either.
I
didn't take it at all like you took it.
Yeah, you're not entitled to unwavering belief. You're not entitled to everybody loving up on you and believing in you in the face of struggles and issues that you guys have had consistently.
No,
this
but you
season.
are entitled to your beliefs.
Of course. You can be pissed at the fans. I think he was a section of the fans. He's allowed to be, but let's stop denying that's what it was.
That's not what I was saying. He's allowed to. He's entitled to his feelings about the situation. And again, I didn't think it was directed at the fans. I don't think he was saying, I am pissed at the fans. I think he's mad at the situation, which he has a huge hand in where they are now, even though he has played good.
He was asked about the fans. He was talking about the fans. I don't know how many more times I can say that. And Doug asked about the fans. The question was about the fans. His answer was
blue
about
in the
fans.
face, and you're not going to convince me.
I understand. We'll do your power surge. We'll give away some Lions tickets in the next hour of the show. And
I'm curious about the next topic.
I know you are. A topic inspired by Heather in the shower. Got to get HR involved for this next hour.
I didn't bring it up.
She had it in her prep. I think it's a fair conversation, and I think people will have stories. I think it's actually relatable what happened.
We'll see. I don't know. It's there's been some shower topics before. I don't think we started off the foot washing with, do you wash your feet
No,
in the
that was
shower?
a news article.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with washing feet.
No.
Sorry to disappoint the foot fetish people out there. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Red Wings won 3-2 last night over the Islanders behind 3 third-period goals. 1 came from rookie Axel Sandin Pellikka and 2 from Alex DeBrincat. DeBrincat now has 6 goals in the last 4 games, and he had 2-goal games in 3 of those. Last night, he spoke about his recent scoring outburst. The Wings are home again tonight to take on the Utah Mammoth. In East Lansing last night, Michigan State dominated Toledo 92-69 for their 10th win of the season. MSU took an early lead and never looked back. However, Tom Izzo was looking for a little more maturity from his guys while holding that big lead. The Spartans are now at least 10-1 for the third time in the last decade. They'll take on the Golden Grizzlies of Oakland from Little Caesars Arena this Saturday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, before we get too far into this next topic, this hour, your chance to win Lions tickets. We play Name That Lion. You're going to get 3 clues. You're going to listen to each clue because one clue is not going to be enough for you to name the lion. And even if you think you know who the lion is, you don't. You need to wait to the end of the hour. You're not allowed to call in until you hear the voice guy tell you, now's your chance to call in. If you call in early, you're going to make Greg, who is ordinarily a very nice man, have to abruptly hang up on you.
I've already answered a lot of phone calls today.
Yeah, 8 o'clock hour, that's now. So for the next 60 minutes, we're going to give you 3 clues. Listen for the clues, figure it out, call in at the appropriate time, and win a pair of tickets for the Lions game against the Steelers. All right, let's get to Heather in the shower.
All right, let's do that. So recently, I'm going to start on a side note here, not anything to do with the shower right off the bat. Recently, there was a huge group text sent to like basically everyone here at the station. And I didn't actually know the context of the text because I didn't get the first text message. I just got like a congratulations, well done type of text.
And that's like, right, because you'd use that Android thing.
Yeah, so I don't know. I missed the initial text, and I was like, okay, well, something cool happened. I don't know what it is. I'm not even gonna respond, and I'm not gonna ask the question like, why is everyone sending these like confetti flying memes and well done. I just kind of ignored it. And during that text exchange, I decided to take a shower. And as I was showering, unbeknownst to me, my watch, I wear a smartwatch. And sometimes when I take a shower, almost actually every time I take a shower, something happens on the watch. Like it starts a workout or it like moves the screens around. And while I was in the shower, it started to send out text messages. Very simple because they're like the quick reply texts.
They were yeses and nos.
It was like, so everyone's like, congrats. I go, no. And then I sent out another one that said, yes. And then I sent out another one that said, no. I was just responding to this massive group text.
I think I replied, maybe, ?
and then Gator asked a question like, what am I missing? What's no? What's yes? And I didn't want to write on this massive text like, oh my gosh, I'm in the shower. Please disregard because it's all men I'm texting with. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. That's my bad. I made a mistake. And then I told you guys later, I was like, that was my watch that was sending these random text messages out. And it does this.
Or was it voice to text?
No, yes, no, it was not. It was just
Colin knocking at the door.
It was just my watch.
No.
And it does this all the time. The other day, while I was showering, it started to call an old coworker of mine, because it just will like move through screens. And thankfully, John, you just showed me how to put the water lock on because I had no idea how to do that. So this is a conversation about text messages that you've sent to the wrong person. And I have done this not just in the shower with my watch, but I've actually texted the wrong person before. And nothing like super salacious, but it's always on group text messages.
Yes.
So like there was a group text message I had with Colin was in it, as well as some of my neighbors with children, and we were in a group. And I thought I was just texting Colin because his name was first in the group. So I clicked on the group, and all it was like I was going to bed, but we call each other Bubba.
Yeah.
So it was like, Bubba, can you, turn off the lights or turn whatever I was asking. And all of them came back with, Bubba, huh? They were all shocked that I used the pet name Bubba. But I want to hear the people who have really messed up.
Oh, like send a nude to the wrong person?
Oh,
Sure, that or just something you sent. You thought you're talking to your wife, but you're talking to your mother-in-law or something, and it's like
You're complaining about her? Oops.
Yeah.
When are they going to leave? Send.
So I don't have anything that's super salacious. I'll get to that in a moment. But when you're, if the call had gone through to,
oh yes,
and they answered, they're like, hello, because they obviously caller ID, it's going to come up as Heather Park. Would you have said, oh, sorry, wrong number? Or
No,
would you have said, I'm in the shower?
Well, I think they would know that I was in the show. I mean, it
You
would
could hear it?
sound. I mean, it always sounds different when you're talking on your watch anyway. I think you'd be able to hear like the sound of the water.
Yeah.
I was so glad he didn't answer the phone, but I was like, oh my gosh, trying to hit end call.
Because then the screen doesn't work correctly
Yes,
because there's
because
water drops on
exactly.
it. Yeah. Uh-huh. So this happened to me recently where I was, before every game, before every broadcast, there's usually about 30 to 40 minutes where there's a break from the pregame show and the first kickoff when Doug and I go on air.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always try and give my wife a call just because she hasn't been able to be at the games with Teddy. And so it's kind of hit and miss. Even though I was on Wi-Fi, for some reason, the audio just wasn't going through. So I decided that instead of trying to, her hearing every other word, I've gone to texting her. Well, during the pregame show, I get texts from tons of people talking about what we're talking about, excited about the game. Hey, I just got here. Can you wave? All this stuff.
Yeah.
And so on Jack's team, there's some dads that I have, been texting with about, and this was right before the state championship game. We're all fired up about, hey, Sunday night, we're going to go for a state championship. In the middle of texting my wife, and I'm not paying attention. So the text that I sent, thought I was sending to my wife, said, sorry, couldn't hear me, babe. It's been pretty insane here today. Okay, nothing,
Yeah.
And then I follow it up with, I love you. Text me what you see, because she likes to text me during the game.
Okay. Oh.
So I think my buddy that got it was sitting there going, So he texts me back, love you too.
That's a great response.
But I think you meant to send this to someone more special than me. Yes, you are correct. Love my friends, but not quite that much.
Let's get to the phones because this first one is kind of what we're looking for. Nate, you're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Good.
Good morning.
Good, man. It's ironic, y'all said about 15, I think about 10, 15 years ago, I got 3 sons. My second oldest son, he used my phone. He used my phone a lot before I got him one. So this particular day, he was using my phone, and he took a picture of one of his private part and tried to send it to his girlfriend. Send it to his girlfriend. He sent it to a young lady that I was dating, and she texted back and said, "Why you send me a picture of your wee-wee?" What, man, I'm telling you, man, I lost it, bro.
Oh my!
How old was your
gosh.
son?
That's all I got for y'all. Have a good day.
No, hold on, Nate. How old was your son?
Nate Jr. he might be 17
at the time.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, he wasn't out of high school yet. He might have been 17, 8, something like that.
He was still growing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Is that yours?
Yeah, it wasn't mine though. But he got on me about it.
Oh my gosh!
See, that's the kind of story we're looking for.
What? That involves so many people.
Two different
my
relationships.
goodness. Yeah. Then you got to have the conversation with your son. Wait a second. I know you weren't meaning to send this to my girlfriend, but what are you doing sending it to your girlfriend at 17?
And you're sending it using my phone. So I don't want to go down that road. Yikes.
Oh boy, a
And
lot
if
of
you didn't
conversations.
delete the photo, then too, just dad could be like, "Oh, I'm going to look through my camera roll and then
Right.
show some." That always freaks me out because I have actually seen that has happened to me at a store. I met this.
Somebody sent you a picture like that?
No,
you're
no,
scrolling
no.
through
I met a
photos.
random woman and we were talking about this is years ago, talking about something. She's like, "Let me show you. I got a picture of this on my phone." So you know how you like stand next to the person as they're looking through their pictures?
Right.
she's scrolling through her photos, and there was some photos on there I don't think she wanted me to see. And she's like, oh, and kept going pretty quickly. So I'm just thinking if the son didn't delete that photo, Dad would have found it one way or the other.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Again, incredible. A lot of people want to know, Heather, why you don't take your watch off when you shower.
I never take my watch off unless I'm charging it.
Yeah, me too.
That's the only time it comes off. I never take it off in the shower.
Yeah, I don't either.
Guys, it's okay to text all the guys when you're in the shower, signed Beer League Hockey Chick.
Still haven't had the follow-up for that one.
My wife calls me Dada and accidentally texted the cousin group chat, which includes her brother and sister-in-law. Embarrassing. Guys, Sharon Moore on line 1. Oh, boy. My friend thought she sent nudes to her husband, but posted them on Facebook for everyone to see.
Oh, boy.
How do you accidentally do that?
Yeah, that's a whole different app, right?
That's very different. I used to, when Facebook first came out, was always nervous. You know, there's a search, you could search, or there's like, what's on your mind, where you post your post. I was always worried that I was going to search, but I'm going to post it in like, on my wall or whatever. I don't use Facebook, so I don't know the terms anymore, but like, I always thought I would, like, if I'm searching for someone, I thought I'd like post it on my, never mind. So I'm getting confused.
The way that happens, though, is that you go to photos, grab the pic, and then you have an option to put it into what app. Maybe in its messages, and usually Facebook is right there. I don't think you do that by you have Facebook open.
Okay.
You know what I'm
that
saying?
That makes so much more sense. Yes, I get that. Oh my gosh, that's awful.
I never had anything crazy. I know one time we were texting about what's for dinner, and I accidentally threw it in the basketball team thread. Everyone was like, that sounds good. Great.
I'll be over.
What time we coming over?
What time is dinner on the table?
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Embarrassing stories, texts, and emails that you've sent. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, and it is that time of year, man, with these slick roads and slick conditions, call Lawrence KG and KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. So you're going to get that extra attention to detail that matters. Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients. He fights hard, he wins, and he wins big. So if you, a friend, a loved one, someone you care about is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. KAJY, kgcares.com. I've got clue number 1 for Name That Lion, your chance to win tickets for their home finale against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Clue number 1, I never played in a Lions playoff game. Clue number 1 for Name That Lion, I never played in a Lions playoff game.
That's a long list.
Yeah, that's why you have to listen for more than one clue. We got some great response coming in on the text, and we want your phone calls too. Times that you sent an embarrassing text or email. Heather was in the shower with her smartwatch, replying to a group text for the station.
On accident.
On accident.
Because the water hit the buttons.
Yes, no.
Yes.
No. Could have been so much worse. And some of these are so much worse. Guys, I had an old coworker text his neighbor asking if he wanted to partake in some green. It turned out the text went to his boss.
Oh.
Sister-in-law.
Yeah, cash money.
Yeah, that's what he meant. Sister-in-law sent a booty pic to my son's best friend.
What?
It was absolute cinema. Scott in Tecumseh.
Okay, I have so many questions. How old was the best friend and how did that happen?
Accidentally.
But she had this best friend's number in her phone?
Maybe they had the same name?
But why does she have the best friend's number in her phone?
I don't know.
Wow.
Sister-in-law sent booty pic to
Yeah.
stepson's best friend. It's a lot of...
Yeah,
It is. There's a lot going on.
Either way, it
Wow.
happened and apparently was cinema.
Yeah.
Guys, not a text, but an email. Years ago, the CEO of our company sent out a brief note wishing everyone happy holidays and signed it. And then, okay, brief note to everyone wishing them happy holidays and signed it. Thanks, Mitch. But somehow it auto-corrected to thanks, bitch.
That's awesome.
Has Jim ever sent the wrong text in his swap thread?
Oh, yeah.
Let's get to Ryan.
Is that just a picture of an upside down pineapple? Is that a meme that you send?
This isn't a thing. Ryan in Detroit, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey there, how you doing today?
What's up? Good morning.
Long-time listener, guys. Yeah, I got one that's really, really bad. This is my ex-girlfriend at the time. This was about 13 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, working at some big-name restaurant, which I can't say the name of it because you guys will probably pick it. But she was away on vacation, so we were sending each other, we're communicating on Facebook, on Messenger. And we kept sending messages, and I was drinking some Jameson. She was drinking, so she started sending me pictures, like nudie pictures. I sent her, some really, really bad pictures, and I ended up passing out. I ended up going to work the next day, and the whole staff was looking at me. I had over 20 missed calls, and it went live on my wall.
Ryan,
I'm not playing. It was the worst nightmare.
Gosh.
I didn't know what I was doing.
Still
I didn't
drinking,
know
are
what
you?
I was doing on Facebook.
Oh.
But it was terrible. All my friends, I woke up in the morning, I had like 25 missed calls. They're like, go on Facebook, delete that. I went on there, but Facebook ended up taking it off the wall, but the damage was already done.
Oh, my goodness.
It was on my own family was texting me, my sisters.
Oh,
and it was
my
absolutely insane.
So
yeah,
let me ask you a question, and it's on topic, but it's kind of not. Is it difficult to take those pictures?
Was it difficult?
Yeah.
At that time, no. I was drinking and we're going back and forth. She wanted some pictures of me like that, so It wasn't difficult at all. But
didn't need
it was
convincing,
so
John.
You
embarrassing.
use the timer on the camera and.
He knows his angles.
I was just holding and snapping, man, like a photographer.
Point and click. Ryan, thanks for being a good sport.
Oh my gosh, that's humiliating.
You don't recover from that.
Oh boy,
forever.
I mean, if his face
Not if you
wasn't in
have
the
friends
photo,
like I know I have.
Do you
That
just-
would be a screenshot, and I swear they would send that to me every morning of the rest of my life.
I just say it wasn't me. Like if his face wasn't in the shots,
I was
like,
hacked.
That wasn't me. Well, who's that? Or maybe if it's a good photo, you're like, yeah, that is me.
Yeah, but if he was drinking, I don't think he had time to use filters.
No, yikes.
Let's get to Craig in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, everyone. Happy holidays to you.
Happy holidays.
Hey, so about 12 years ago, me and my wife were dating, and I had met her mom and everything or whatever, but I was being invited to Thanksgiving. So about 2 days before Thanksgiving, she sends out a group text to her family that was meant for me, referring to something oral. And it was absolutely hilarious because the looks that we got at Thanksgiving were untouched.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Oh, Craig, that's amazing. Thank you for sharing.
God. I think we got time for one more.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Christopher in Milford. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
All right. So about 2 months ago, I was heading to a golf outing in the morning. So I was texting my boys in the group chat, and then I just thought I switched over to text my fiance. And usually I text her like, "Hey, good morning, beautiful," stuff like that. I sent that text to my group chat with my two brothers and my cousin that I was going to the golf outing with. Sent the text, set my phone down, didn't see it until I got there. And when I showed up to the golf outing, both of them were like, "What's going on, beautiful?" And I was like, "What?" And I didn't realize until they told me to look at my phone, realizing that I sent that to them. I was like, "Oh, my goodness."
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Friends
All
at
right.
that point are no longer friends.
Yeah, I was like, okay, all right. So, all right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Couple summers ago, I was out on the lake with friends and noticed that one of my other buddies was out on his boat via Facebook. Sent him a picture of the lake, and he sent back a picture of his wife flashing her boobs. To this day, she still can't look me in the eye.
She has eyes?
Yeah, they're up here.
Why would he send that picture?
Clearly not on purpose.
Oh, boy.
Or was it?
Maybe it was. How about this one? Unnamed texter. I texted my dad I was going to bang his brains out. It was meant for my girlfriend.
Sorry, Dad. Yeah, but at least your dad would be like, "Hey, go get him, Tiger."
Oh my god,
man!
And depending on like how old he was, like God, I don't know. There's a lot.
I mean, you want the best for your kids, right?
Yeah.
High five. Up top.
Jeez.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Now it would be a little different if it was your daughter texting your dad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that up?
Because of course when the son texts that, oh yeah, ooh, ooh, ooh. But if the daughter texts it, you'd be like, oh my God, how dare she? That's why. Anyway, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Listen to this story. There's two Macomb County men that are facing charges after being busted in a paternity test scheme. So one of these guys, his name is Derek Harrison, was trying to get out of paying child support for his brand new baby, right? So he had this idea. He got his buddy, his coworker, the guy's name is Mark McCracken, to take his place during a court-ordered paternity test. They'll never know. We kind of look alike. You show up, you go do the swab, right? Well, what they didn't realize is that the whole thing is on camera, okay? So there was pictures of them taken in the building of the process, and when the test came back and said, "You are not the father," the woman, the baby mama, was like,
Huh?
How? That's impossible. I know he's the father. Let me see who showed up. Can you show me footage? They showed her footage. She's like, that's not even him. So they were busted and they're facing big charges, tampering with evidence, and and for being habitual offenders. Man, pretty crazy. The Lions will be playing the Vikings on Christmas Day, and as part of the holiday packaging, Snoop Dogg will be bringing a holiday party to the halftime show. Pretty cool. So, Netflix released a statement saying Snoop's holiday halftime party will offer chart-topping tracks, plenty of holiday spirit, and special guests. And Snoop's pretty excited as well. Cute little statement he made saying, NFL, Netflix, and your Uncle Snoop on Christmas Day. We're serving up music, love, and good vibes for the whole world to enjoy. That's the kind of holiday magic Santa can't fit in a bag. So you can check that out. The game starts at 4:30, or you can watch all day because there's nothing better to do on Christmas Day than watch football. 1 p.m. game between the Cowboys and the Commanders.
So
and
now
Kelly
she's
Clarkson,
coming around. It's perfect.
Yeah, we'll be performing there. A large counterfeit cash printing operation was busted in Detroit after fake $100 bills have been making their way across Metro Detroit. And now 3 men are facing big charges. So back in November, Canton police launched an investigation after noticing a big increase in these fake bills being passed around local businesses. And they also learned that a ton of other communities were seeing these bills as well. So detectives linked the faked bills to a home in Detroit, and in the home there was printers, chemicals, tools, ink, everything you need to make these fake bills. There's also a bunch of stolen weapons as well. So these guys, 24, 25, and 26 years old, have been charged with possessing counterfeit notes and possession of counterfeiting tools, as well as some weapons charges. Let's see what else I got. Oh, during the holiday seasons, there's always an increase in porch pirates, right? There's stories all over. Well, this story is a little different. There's a woman in California who claims an Amazon delivery driver dropped off a package to her home last week and then stole her cat, Piper, right from the porch. So it was a cat porch
Burglar.
pirate.
Yeah.
Yep. He was caught on camera. She has a doorbell camera, and you can see the driver it looks kind of like going to pet the cat. And then after a few seconds, grabs the cat by the scruff of the neck and walks off with the cat kind of squirming around, meowing. And she says she contacted Amazon. They say, oh, we know who that driver is. We'll investigate. It's been over a week so far. She hasn't heard back from them. She also contacted the police, but they told her that it would be weeks or months before they'd have time to look into it. So Piper is somewhere out there.
Long gone.
Yeah.
A literal cat burglar. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Well done. Well done.
Well, they could have grabbed him by the... Okay, never mind.
Okay. More than 10 years after the initial launch of a popular Oreo flavor, it's coming back to shelves. The cookie dough Oreo, which was first introduced in 2014, will be available nationwide for a limited time on December 22nd. But it's going to be a little different than the original.
Oh, they made some adjustments?
Yeah, the new cookie features chocolate chip cookies filled with, the cookie dough cream, where the original cookies were just original, chocolate Oreo cookies. So
This is next level.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds pretty good. Also, you probably heard about the new zero sugar Oreos coming out. And then there's a list of tons of new flavors. Oreo muffins, confetti cake, chocolate cream, golden mini Oreos, peanut butter, Oreo Reese's cookie.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Nothing like the original.
Classic.
Yeah.
No surprise from you, John.
No.
The traditional Oreo is the best Oreo. Got the power surge next. We'll check in on the first place Red Wings as well before the hour closes. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay to track every stat, all in one easy-to-use app. So all you have to do is download the app, explore it, and find out what it offers. Right now is the perfect time to join. New customers are going to get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. What does that mean? Pick your favorite bet, the one that you think is surefire, Put down your $5. You win. You're going to get that $150 to use however you want. So bet the players you love the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/971Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Got clue number 2 for Name That Lion. Your chance to win a pair of Lions tickets. Listen for all 3 clues. Clue number 2, I was sacked over 100 times in a Lions uniform. Clue number 2, Name That Lion. I was sacked over 100 times in a Lions uniform. All right, guys, football season's heading into crunch time, and so is your calendar, right? Your work, your family, game days, and holidays. It's easy to forget that dentist appointment. You've been putting it off, but if you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental's always welcoming new patients, and with a $35 new patient special, it's a pretty good deal. Brightside can see you same day, many cases, and they've got 9 Metro Detroit locations to choose from. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. What's your game-winning goal for your first-place Detroit Red Wings? Alex DeBrincat, Ken Cal on the call. DeBrincat, a multi-goal night. John, is this a good team or is this an average team?
Depends what you're comparing them to, and what you think of it means about making the playoffs. Because do I think this team can make the playoffs? Sure, but half the teams in the AHL do. So there's some average teams that make the playoffs. I think right now they're an average team that could be good. And if you're just simply looking at the last couple of years and saying, well, they're a lot better than last year, okay, that great. Steve Yzerman, maybe the Yzer plan is now starting to show some fruits of the labor, but it doesn't mean they're a good team. That's a very low bar to get over. So I'm not ready to say that they're a good team. They're better than last year. I think they have the potential, but they're very young. How do they handle all 82 games? How do they handle the Olympic break?
And the month that follows the Olympic break that shall not be named. Look, I'm cautiously optimistic. First place is fun. At the same time, it's all bottlenecked right now in hockey.
Yeah.
So if you talk about 2 games here or 2 games there, how many teams are within 4 points on either side of the Wings right now? In the East, there are 10 teams within 4 points on either side. It's all jumbled. John, they're a streaky hockey team. Remember, they started strong. We had Yzerman on. Then they had some struggles. They're on fire right now. They're getting better goaltending. Gibson has certainly settled in. He's playing more confidently. They're playing better in front of him. They're blocking like 20 shots a night, including last night. These are all good things, but the question is about sustainability, consistency. They're going to have a couple stretches with a young hockey team that go south. I mean, they still have a minus goal differential as a first-place team. So they're inconsistent. They're streaky. I'm not willing to say they're good. They're average right now.
Well, they're a 2-night stretch away from being first team out of the playoffs.
Yeah,
in the wild card spot, and then the next day you wake up and they're back in first place. That's how tight it is. So certainly there's still work to be done, and it's about, can you sustain these efforts? And when we talk about Todd McLellan, it's when you have these moments where you have 2-3 games, whatever it is, how do you stop the bleeding? How do you get the guys back on track? Todd McLellan has shown to this point that he's been able to get them back on track.
To your point, this is now 82 games with him as the head coach, 97 points.
And there were some tough stretches at the end of last year.
Yeah, and that includes a tough stretch at the end of last year. So that would be part of the cautious optimism. The other thing is, last night's a game they lose in previous years. I mean, they had already lost to the Islanders twice this year, and the games weren't close. When you give up the first goal of the game, 2-3 more could get poured in, and it gets ugly. Instead, I thought they were outplaying them for most of that game, but they were trailing in the third period, and eventually it breaks through.
Yeah.
Pellikka makes a play off a face-off scramble that I don't think many defensemen on this team are capable of making. He buries it. And then DeBrincat's got 20 goals. I mean, he's saying, hey, get me on Team USA. There are reasons to be cautiously optimistic about him. I just know how much more hockey there is and what a trade deadline is going to do to other teams and not necessarily our team.
Well, and we've been scarred for a decade. So it's trying to get over those things. Everybody wants to be able to. There's no question that the fans want to jump on board. And I think even those that are on the fringe are now, they've got at least one eye on what they're doing.
What'd you make of the Quinn Hughes comments? I know the afternoon show had a lot of fun with that yesterday. For people who don't know, can I just give people the gist of it?
Give us the audio.
So Quinn Hughes is a great hockey player, Norris Trophy winner. He's traded from Vancouver to Minnesota, and he said he's extremely open-minded about an extension, but has not committed to one. He says they have an amazing core. He highlights that Minnesota is so close to Michigan.
It's a lot closer than Vancouver.
It's a state he grew up in and spends the summer in, Michigan. But he says Minnesota is so close to Michigan, cites the state of hockey and the passion, and then says, I have a lot of time for Billy Guerin, the general manager, for sacking up and making the deal like he did and how he valued me. Do you read that as a shot at Yzerman? Hey, this is a GM that'll sack up. It got me closer to Michigan, where I would have really liked to be.
I don't think it's necessarily a shot at Steve Yzerman. It's more of a compliment to his guy now and his team that did invest in him. They sent some valuable assets, and they brought him to Minnesota. And there's probably I would hope that at least Detroit was in on the conversation.
They were, according to the insiders
Yeah.
that cover this stuff. And it sounds like the sticking point was Edvinson. They wanted a left side defenseman. Detroit's best commodity to offer would have been Edvinson, but without a commitment from Quinn Hughes long term, speculating that's where it fell through. But if Quinn's open to re-signing in Minnesota, he would have been open to re-signing here in Detroit. And Quinn Hughes on a long-term deal, I don't even bat an eye.
Sure,
You give
but
up
it's
Edvinson.
it's a matter of what is the franchise willing to pay for that long-term deal.
Well, and again, it would have been a risk, but that's where the shoe fits. If you're talking about sacking up and general managers willing to put it on the line and put them in a wheelbarrow, Yzerman has not been willing to do it. So do I think specifically it applies to Yzerman? No, I think it also applies to the New Jersey Devils general manager, who many people think he's going to end up playing for. But from an Yzerman thing, shoe fits, man. I mean, those comments do directly, that's a shot across the bow for a guy who hasn't sacked up and taken enough risks.
Right, but you're still an offseason away from him being a free agent.
There's a world where Minnesota can't get a long-term deal done and flips him. It's what the Carolina Hurricanes did last year with Mikko Rantanen.
Because you still have that asset.
Yes. So Detroit could have taken the risk, bit the bullet, got him in the room, said, hey, your family lives here. You played college hockey here. You grew up here. We got great facilities. We're a great young team. And try
then
to
in
sell
return,
him.
do you get more draft picks, so you're just resetting the clock on who you're hoping is next?
And that's not ideal. No one wants to trade Edvinson and then have to turn it into draft picks a year later. But this is a risk question, a tolerance question. And one team sacked up, as he put it.
I know. I love young athletes and their propensity to make great comments.
Got clue number 3 for Name That Lion, your chance to win Lions tickets with us today. Clue number 3, I won AP Comeback Player of the Year. Clue number 3, I won AP Comeback Player of the Year. You've waited all hour. You've heard those clues. You know who it is. Call in. Name That Lion. Win tickets for their game against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Last home game of the year, and it is a must-win. Gotta have it game. All on the line. Yeah, making his return to the D.
You know who it is. Don't give it away. You know who the Lion is.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah. Coming back to Detroit,
Greg, I meant to tell you this. You're busy with the phones. I do want Detroit to be a drop when we talk hockey moving forward. It hit me last night. That should be on the board. 248-539-9797. Want to hear from you guys on who that Lion is. We'll have one winner. We'll tell you who it is. And then we are going to get back into the Lions. Jared Goff on the midday show yesterday.
really upset one Jim Costa.
I think he might have upset some fans. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings came from behind with 3 third-period goals last night to defeat the Islanders 3-2 for their 5th win in the last 6 games. John Gibson had 16 saves in the victory following last week's strong performances that earned him the NHL's 2nd Star of the Week. After the game, Todd McClellan talked about how Gibson has finally begun to settle in with his new team. Detroit will turn right back around and hit the ice again tonight at Little Caesars Arena. They will face the Utah Mammoth for just the 3rd time in either franchise's history. That game starts right here on 97.1 at 7:30. Jeff Rieger hosts pregame coverage beginning at 7:15. Michigan State basketball is 10-1 or better through 11 games for the 3rd time in the last 10 years after last night's 92-69 victory over the Toledo Rockets. MSU had 4 scorers in double figures, led by Jackson Kohler with 16 points, who also had 13 boards. The other top scorers were Jeremy Fears with 15 points, Kurt Tang with 14 off the bench, and Cohen Carr with 14 as well. The Spartans will now get ready for a fun matchup at Little Caesars Arena against Oakland this Saturday. The Golden Grizzlies are off to a 5-6 start this year, but 3 of those losses came against top 10 teams. At the Coralwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
9 o'clock hour. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. He's working the phones back there. We'll get our winner for Name That Lion. Jared Goff was on Midday Show yesterday, as he is every Tuesday. And he said something, struck a nerve. He said he's pissed off at fans.
I don't. Okay.
Some fans.
We can play the audio and then let the fans decide what he said.
Listen closely. How is that not him being pissed at fans? He was asked a question about how fans feel and what fans have been saying. Fans that don't think they're going to get it done this year. It's a direct question about how the fans feel. And he said, I don't have to convince him, but it pisses me off a little. That's him being pissed at those fans who don't believe.
But again, I think he's mad at the situation, not at fans. He says at that, not at them.
At that notion from the fans, right?
And I think he's upset of the situation they're in, which he's got a lot to do with. And I think this is a comment that I didn't even think twice about. I didn't think he was taking a shot at fans. I didn't think he was taking a shot at anyone other than just the situation that are in. He's upset that they're not a team like they were last year for a lot of different reasons.
I didn't get that from that. He doesn't know why you would doubt them. If anything, I don't think he's hung up on the fact that they aren't the team from last year. He very much still believes they can be and will be. And by the way, that should be his mindset. He has to go out and play on Sundays. I want him to have unwavering belief. But I do think you got to be careful when you go at fans who have every right to doubt and not think that this is their year.
Again, I didn't take it as he's going at fans. I didn't hear that at all. And
that's what it was about.
I understand where you're coming from. That's fine. You could think that. I'm not. Obviously, I'm not going to convince you otherwise. I just didn't take it as a shot at fans.
That was John politely saying that I'm stubborn. Yeah, let's hear from fans. You guys, how did it feel or land to you when you hear Jared Goff say that? Did you feel like he was taking a shot at skeptical fans? This like purity standard of, well, if you're not with us, you're against us. I don't need to prove you anything. I'm going to prove you wrong. Well, I hope he proves everybody wrong, but at the same time...
because the belief that he has is, hey, we got 3 games left, and we're going to go win all 3 games. That is his belief. He doesn't doubt himself. He doesn't doubt his team. And, yeah...
but there was a little bit of shun the non-believers in that quote.
I think you're reading too much into it.
I'm literally going at what he said. He was asked about fans.
And I think you're reading too much into it.
This is black and white. This is surface level. You're trying to give him the benefit of the doubt because you know the mentality of an athlete. I respect it, but John, that's not what he said. He didn't say, I'm not happy with the situation. He said, we're going to be fine. These people, I don't need to convince them. I'm mad that they feel that way.
He doesn't need to convince them of anything.
Right.
And so, Heather, did you take this as an offense to Lions fans?
I did not. I took it more like you did. Like he is upset with the situation that's going on, which he is, and everyone is. But I didn't take it as like a shot at fans. Like you are. I think you're taking this really personally, and you're like somebody had called in and said that you're like manufacturing something out of. I feel like you're trying to make this more than it actually is.
Well, I don't think it's what it's bigger than it actually is. No one's saying bench him, cut him, run him out of town, burn him at the stake. It just call it what it is.
You kind of are trying to burn him at the stake.
No,
it feels that way.
It's face value. Yeah. Face value. There's no manufacturing to that quote. When you are asked directly by a host about fans and you say it pisses me off, you are pissed off at some fans. And maybe you're okay with him being mad at the haters. But that's what that was. There's no manufacturing or twisting of his words. That's what the conversation was centered on. He's a smart guy. He knew what he was being asked. He was being asked about people who don't believe in this team, people who doubt this team. And quite honestly, people should doubt this team, and he should take it personally, and he should try to win people over because winning is the way to win people over.
You go out there to win games. You don't go out there to win people over.
They go hand in hand, is my point. And when you don't win enough games, when you struggle the way this team is, it's more than fair for people to feel that way.
They can feel frustrated, sure. But
they can feel like you're not going to get it done even, and it doesn't mean they're bad fans.
And I don't think he's calling them bad fans. I don't think he's taking a shot at the fans. I don't read into that at all.
248-539-9797. We're going to take some calls. We're going to read some of your texts. We do have a winner for those Lions tickets.
All right.
People who want to go watch this team and support this team, and I think you can believe or not believe and still want them to win. Our winner is Joe in St. Clair Shores. He's able to name that Lion today.
All right. Good job, Joe.
John, the clues. If you listened for all three this hour, I never played in a Lions playoff game.
Okay. Long list.
Yeah, we got to narrow it down with this next one. I was sacked over 100 times in a Lions uniform. So.
Unfortunately, it's probably still kind of a decent list.
I think it was right around 10, 11 guys. Not great, but we can narrow it down to a quarterback. I won AP Comeback Player of the Year.
Oh, got it.
And it is?
John Kitna.
Yes. The last two clues, you might have thought Stafford, right? He took his lumps. He won an AP Comeback Player of the Year, but he played in playoff games as a Detroit Lion. Kitna did not. Yeah. John Kitna, name that Lion. And by the way, those tickets, it comes with a passes to the Lions VIP tailgate. It's at Eastern Market by the Bullseye Group. The Lions VIP tailgate is back. The Bullseye Event Group, all you can eat, open bar 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. And again, congrats to Joe in St. Clair Shores.
So that's the last name that Lion, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unless they host a playoff game.
I don't know if we're getting tickets for that.
Yeah. How come you didn't pick golf all year?
Because I relish in negativity, Tom.
Well, there's no John Jansen in there.
We teased it. There were some weeks where it could have been you.
But it wasn't.
I want to do this again next year.
You think you'll be here next year? All right.
That was ominous.
Reaction on text to this. If I say otherwise.
How dare I stick up for skeptical fans? Run that guy off the radio and put more pom-poms on the air.
But you are what Jared
You're
Goff.
such a smarmy jerk.
Yeah, I deserve it. Hey, you know what? That's fair. All is fair. I deserve that. Go ahead, Tom.
You are doing what Jared Goff says people like to do in this town. Some people relish in negativity. I look.
It's not the be-all, end-all, but let's just call it what it is. He was asked about fans. He said it pisses them off. It pisses him off.
Yeah, that people have already bailed on him when they still have an opportunity in front of them that's somewhat reasonable to make the playoffs.
But you don't think people should be bailing on this team?
I don't yet.
Okay, well, I think there's evidence of yesterday's show, maybe not a majority, but close to 50-50 that people just don't think they're going to get in.
Right, but 50-50 is a reasonable opportunity. That's the thing. I guess it goes back to yesterday. Are you glass half full or I am half full? Are there things to point at the last 8-10 games that I don't like? Yeah, but I've seen teams in this league still salvage it from this point.
I guess the way I would approach this, if Jared is upset that fans are doubting them, win more, play better. And I don't mean him specifically.
And he has that opportunity.
I think he has played fairly well this season.
I think he's played really good.
I'm talking collectively as a team. If this team had beaten Minnesota or flipped any of their losses this season, I think the outlook would be very different right now. But the damage has been done. They are in a hole. The odds are against them. They can't stand on their own two legs. They need help from other people. So naturally, fans who are invested, who care, are going to look at this and go, man, I just don't think it's our year. And the response from the quarterback is, well, I don't need you anyway.
Well, that's not what he said, but appreciate you putting words in his mouth.
Yeah, I said it earlier that you kind of hear what you want to hear.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what you want to hear. That's why you're hearing that. And John and I didn't hear it that way.
I didn't hear any drama. And then all of a sudden I hear Cookie's voice and I hear a lot of drama.
Play it again for people, Greg. Again, you hear what you want. What do you hear when you listen to Jared Goff?
He's on the phone right now. But yeah, I just think you're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Well, no one's saying this is mountainous.
You're building it up to a mountain.
No, it's just, did you take it that way? And if you do, okay. And if you don't, you don't. Like, there's no consequence to this. It's just, do you think he took a shot at the fans, that he's pissed at the fans? And I don't know how there's any other interpretation other than a question about the fans.
Well, no, it's hard to believe that anybody would not agree with you.
Well, if you want to like go with what you think he believes in his heart versus what he actually said, then
I did not have any issue with what he had to say.
Are you offended by what he said?
Offended's a strong word. No, I'm not offended by it. I just think he took a shot at fans. And I think people saying that out loud offends other people.
Well, you seem borderline though angry about his comments. Like Heather
Yes.
crazy. You had a mean face on it when you looked at me and answered that.
Yeah, you're very fired up about this.
I know,
over
I'm
a nothing comment to me.
pretty unemotional about it because I just don't think he was taking shots at fans.
Play it again for people, Greg.
Again, I'll go about my day.
You know, as we've talked about this more, I think I'm more mad at you than him.
Again, let me put on my shocked face.
Because I think he knows what he's saying. I think he's a smart guy. I think he's saying, those who don't believe, I don't need to prove you right. It kind of pisses me off that you don't believe. But I think that's what Jared said, and I think he knows he said it. I'm more mad at you because you're like sticking up for him.
Because I'm not reading into all of the different words that you're putting into his mouth.
No, you keep saying that's why I'm mad at you.
You are twisting
You think
it.
I'm twisting it. I think you're giving him the benefit of the doubt when even he wouldn't.
Would you like to see what our callers have to say?
I would love to talk to fans. We'll do that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, stop waiting for a breakdown in the cold. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. And right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price. So call today because spots fill up quickly in the cold. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices. So do it now. Mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
It's Jared Goff on the Midday Show yesterday. We're going to get right to your phone calls. Ollie in Dearborn, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good. Good morning.
Good morning. So I got something to say about what Jared Goff said yesterday. I'm a season ticket holder. I've been a season ticket holder for about 4 or 5 years now. The way he answers that question, I feel like it is a shot at fans. I mean, he could have answered that for sure differently. You know, maybe saying, you know, we have 3 games, you know, left in the season. You know, we can win out, hopefully make the playoffs. Not say that, you know, prove them wrong, because everybody remembers last year, first round of the playoffs, we had so much faith and we thought we were going to go all the way. And everybody there, Brad Johnson, and how many interceptions did he throw that game, you know? And so really the fans should be pissed off more than him saying, you know, I don't have to instill faith into anybody.
So, Ali, let me ask you this. Do you think they can win all 3 games?
You know what, to be honest, the way they've been playing, I don't think they can win all 3 games.
So would you be happy if he proved you wrong?
Yes.
Of course. I mean, yeah, he could prove me wrong, but like I said, like he's saying in a way, I mean, how about all the fans that traveled to Los Angeles and watched the game there? And, you know, should have maybe been pissed off. They made that trip and they lost after they were up how many points they have? He really should have answered that question differently. So
yeah,
I
think you got to be careful taking shots at fans. If you say, I get why they're upset, I get why they have doubts, it's on us to get them to see what I see. I see this team can still get it done. And we'll do that by proving them wrong and winning. The proving them wrong part, I don't have an issue. It's not meeting fans where they're at. The fans have every right to be skeptical and doubt and not think this is going to work. And you should see where they're coming from, because you guys haven't played well enough.
I still don't think it's a shot at fans.
Okay, let's get to Paul and Macomb. Paul, how do you see it?
Hey, guys. How's it going? John, I'm with you 100%.
Thanks.
And also, I'm a Clawson High grad, too.
All right,
so
go Trojans.
This is biased phone call. No, but Cookies, you're ridiculous. What do you want your quarterback to say? Oh, yeah, you know, I'm with him. I'm glad that he's pissed off that, you know, they didn't play well and that the fans are a little down on him.
Be pissed at his team. Be pissed at his team, not the fans.
But what did he say right after that? He goes, we'll be back home with our fans. I can't wait. I don't think he was pissed at the fans. I just think he's pissed about the situation, which I'm happy about that. I love Jared Goff.
Yeah, Paul, I think that's a great point, too. He does say, hey, we're going to be back at home with our fans.
The believers, anyway. Shun those non-believers. Ben, you're next up.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How are you guys today?
Good.
Good. So a couple things. Let me preface this by saying I'm an eternal optimist. I think that we can win all 3 games, but I do think that Jared Goff was saying what you're saying, Cookies, in that, and I think it comes down to the pronoun he used in his last statement. We're going to prove our people wrong. You know, so am I mad about it? No, not really. You know, good. I want him to prove us wrong. Or not even us. I'm not even in that camp. I'm not even in that camp. But I do want him to prove those fans wrong and the fans that have lost faith. I want him to go out and do that. However, I think you're right, Jim, and I think really, when you said I'm more mad at you, John, I think you're not using logic. I think you're not hearing him for what he's saying.
Or it just didn't make me mad. It didn't
No, it
take it
doesn't
as,
have to make you mad.
I didn't take it
It
as a
didn't make me
shot
mad
at
either.
fans. Yeah, I mean, I just didn't. So,
But that's not the point. That's a straw man argument. What Jim is saying is that
the fact that I didn't feel upset about it.
No, the fact that you're not hearing what he's saying.
We can disagree about how it makes us feel, but we have to agree
Yes,
on the
that's
facts
not
of the
the point.
case and what he
That's
actually
not the
said.
point.
Yeah.
The feelings aren't the point.
Right. It's what he actually said.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You and John, I think you're missing the point. And I'm not mad about it either. You know, I'm all for it, actually. I want him to go prove people wrong.
Yeah, it'd be great if they won 7 in a row. I don't think many people think they're going to win 7 in a row, which would mean they win the Super Bowl. I hope he proves everybody wrong. I don't think there are many people that think they're winning a Super Bowl. Go ahead.
Sure.
Prove us wrong.
Yeah, again, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. Also, I would love to know, because the way Doug asked the question, it was fans have called in and they don't think you're going to do it this year. It's kind of left open-ended. Is it the Super Bowl? Is it make the playoffs?
Yeah.
Because those are two very different questions.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, he's come in studio.
Do you mind if I pipe in and Jared?
I would love for you to.
So Jared, we speak to him once a week.
Oh, yeah, you guys
Gotten
have a
to know
good
him pretty
rapport.
well.
Yeah.
He's fed off chip on shoulder stuff. We've gotten to know him over the years. And some players care, some players don't. He's always, when we've brought up stuff that Skip Bayless said or the experts say or the point spread, he leans into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he saw this as another example of putting a chip on his shoulder. I don't think he's specifically going after the fans. He's certainly not going after the fans. I can guarantee you that. Later in the interview, he talked about having the fans behind him. I don't think it was a hostile move towards fans at all, other than to say, to find something that he uses as motivation.
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you as the Goff interpreter here. You've talked to him more than we have. Do you think he would understand why fans are skeptical or why fans don't think they're going to make the playoffs?
I don't think he particularly cares, and I don't mean that enough. I think he's just, they're in their bubble. They do their thing.
Yeah.
And I think he was like, oh, really? Okay. And that's, there was and we kind of have limited time, so it's not like we're going to stop the interview and go, there's a lot more you want to get to.
I don't even think he won't even know that this has become a topic or an argument.
I don't know that it is, other than it's just another example of Jared using something to put the chip on his shoulder. And I think people who've listened for years understand that.
Well, Mon-Ra St. Brown is the same way.
Oh, all the guys drafted in front of him.
Yeah, but he said it earlier in like, I think it was training camp.
And let's be clear. I think personally that anything that helps you prepare for a game and maybe helps you win, use it.
Oh,
whatever it is.
Of course. Look,
Yeah.
if he had to come out with double birds to win the final 3 games, I'd be fine with
Yeah.
it. But he'd be coming out with double birds. I've been just more mad that people don't take it. I mean, the question
That
was
they don't
about
agree
fans.
with Jim.
No, like you don't have to think less of Jared or be mad at Jared. Or I'm not trying to tell people to get pitchforks or anything like that. The question was about how fans feel about this football team. So that's how I took it literally.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think that Jared sees it as an opportunity to get fired up. You do your thing. I just wanted to point out that I don't think this is some sort of hostile move by Jared towards the fans by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
So,
all right, talk to you guys 25
Sounds
minutes.
good.
Perfect. Let's get back to the people, get some of their thoughts. Let's get to Zach in Grand Rapids. Go to the west side of the state. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How are you? Good. What's up? Man, I just to touch on Jared Goff and what he said. I mean, it's kind of frustrating that he kind of takes a dig at the fans, but I mean, we're frustrated, man. You guys can't go on a run. It's win loss. You can't go out and play and have an explosive first half, and then come out at half against a team like the Red Hot Rams and go flat and have 5 yards in the third quarter. I mean, what do you expect those fans to? Of course, we're going to be frustrated.
Yeah.
And as far as the long run, guys, I mean, they've proven that any of the teams that are halfway worth playing and playoff teams, like the Packers and the Rams, I mean, they just can't hang. They can't compete. As much as I love the Lions, man, I'm a diehard. I'd love to be as biased as I can, but I don't think they can go on a playoff run. They proved that between injuries. I mean, Goff, maybe it's just me, but I feel like as soon as he gets a little frazzled and the pocket gets a lot of pressures, he gets sacked once or twice, then it seems like he's just super nervous. It's check down, check down, check down. You can't get the run game going. It's just not the same lines that we had last year. I guess it's okay. We had a bunch of changes, but you can't get mad at the fans, man. It's frustrating.
Appreciate it, Zach. John, you've been pointing to call 4.
Yeah. We got to get the.
We have time.
What are the louder voices that we have?
Okay, what did I say earlier in the show? I said sometimes we say things on the air and then people call in and agree with you and you go, boy, I don't like that guy agreed with me. Maybe makes me rethink my position a little bit.
What are you thinking now?
I still feel the way I feel. I didn't expect, maybe I should have expected to have this ally. Dean in Milford. Dean, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good morning.
I actually wasn't in my car, but one of my friends reached out to me and let me know that you were saying that, not John, sorry. Cookie, so I wanted to make sure that I made you feel dirty in the morning today.
No better way to start the day, right?
Yeah, right. It's, unfortunately, you are right. I mean, when someone says something about the fans and you say, and that pisses me off, cool, go do something that allows you to be pissed off. Why are you allowed to be mad? You have officially, when you look at the sport of football, what's the point of the game, guys? To win the championship, right? Yep. You haven't done that. What do you mean you're mad that we don't? Listen, there's so many people that blindly support you, but don't get angry when people live in the world of reality and look at the way that you play the game and recognize that you're not the same team that you have been for a couple of years. How can you let everyone know that you're blind enough to actually believe that you are?
I don't think he believes that they're the same team they were last year. I think he just simply believes that they're going to win out and they're going to have a chance that will be in the playoffs.
Right, but why does it piss you off that everyone is skeptical about you winning out?
Right, they should be skeptical, and it's on you to prove them wrong.
2 games in a row in 3 months.
Yeah, it's on you to prove them wrong. Like, you should understand why people are skeptical. You haven't played up to your standard. It shouldn't surprise you or anger you. You should be angry that you guys haven't played to your standard, and you should kind of sympathize with why fans are frustrated and don't believe in the team.
That's fine. I just don't think he was taking a shot at the fans.
Dean agreed with me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm going to have to ponder that one.
Make you feel dirty in the morning?
Makes me feel a lot of things. Most of them aren't good.
That's a great line.
All right, guys. We'll keep talking to you guys. We get Heather's news before we get out of here. And, of course, Doug Carr's going to be in with Stoney again today. You'll hear from them at 10. The Red Tag sales event is on at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You can check out the 2026 Equinox. It's the LT, it's sporty, it's efficient, it's ready for every weekend, and you can lease one starting at $199 a month. That's $19.99 down. Find yours, MoranExpress.com, or visit Moran Chevrolet on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Get to more of your responses on the phones. Few texts that have come in. He's 100% pissed at fans who don't have faith. It's clear as day. Kevin from Ann Arbor. Costa, don't turn into a troll. I don't think he's pissed at fans. He's pissed at the fans that are losing faith. What's wrong with that? Cookie's making a story out of nothing. Goff never said he was pissed at fans. Ridiculous. It's amazing how one piece of audio can get 3 different responses like that.
Yeah, or get you so worked up.
This one says, I'm a fan and a grown man. I don't get easily offended by what athletes say. Grow a pair. If I might, if you think that I am pissed at Jared Goff and that makes me a child, might I suggest that Jared being pissed would make him a child by that same logic?
Boy, you really can twist this around.
No, it's just consistency, not the gaslighting routine I've had across from me today.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Again, you can really twist this thing around, and I'm just not that emotional about it. It didn't offend me. I didn't think he was taking a shot at fans. I don't know what else to tell you. I told you about it for 4 hours. I'll tell you again.
All right. Let's get to Dan in Grand Rapids. Dan, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, I am 100% happy that Jared Goff is pissed, right? Go be pissed. And I'm almost slightly guessing that this was a slab at those bandwagon fans. You know what? If you can't back the Lions when they were 0-16, you can't back them now because they're, 8-6? Get out of here. You don't have no right to be pissed at him, and I'm happy that he's pissed. Be pissed. Go out and play the best ball that you've played this Sunday at 4:30 and spank the crap out of the Steelers. Be pissed. John, 100% on your side, man. Thank you guys for taking my call.
Thanks, Dan.
Let's get to Pete in Detroit. Pete, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Cookies, I think you're being really reckless, and I think that you're kind of creating good theater for this. I mean, you're hanging on every word that he's saying when the reality is I'm glad you're not the quarterback because I love that he's pissed. I love the fact that he wants to get back at in our home field with our fans, and I don't know how he's supposed to take that. I mean, are we so fragile as fans? Like, boo-hoo, he's saying something about us. Think of the pressure he's got to deal with every day, and then all of a sudden we knew the season was going to be different. We knew the season was not going to be like this. I mean, you're dealing with an athlete that's going through the pressure, and now he's got this kind of, you're the band leader of, hey, what did he say here, guys? What's happening? What's going on? Let's talk to everybody. Like, we should be pissed at this guy now. I mean, relax.
He's pissed at us.
No, he's not.
He explicitly said that. I don't know.
Listen to what John's saying. Like the way the question was worded.
Yeah, open your ears.
Yeah, the way the question was worded and how he said it was he came back just like you're backpedaling a bit now.
Oh, there's no backpedal here.
He was trying. Okay, good. Well, then you want all out on Goff then.
It's okay. He said on a question about fans and how they feel, and they don't think this is your year, and he's pissed at them. He's pissed at them. He's pissed at them. Okay. They are the subject of the question. If you think we're not allowed to get pissed at him, but he's allowed to get pissed at us, that's a double standard.
I think he's pissed at himself. He's pissed at the team.
I would hope he would be, and that would mean he would understand where we were coming from. If he is truly upset,
you might have to read into that, Cookies, because you're being reckless again. And honestly, I just don't see it.
Either I backpedal or I'm reckless, Pete. I guess I'm one or the other. I'm standing on what I said. He is upset at non-believers.
Obviously. Yeah.
He's upset at the non-believers, and I hope he proves all of them wrong.
You might, and Greg brought up a great point in my year. I don't know if he was in your ear.
No.
You might
blindside me with this.
You might need to see a doctor because this is lasting about 4 hours.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
During that segment, you were called reckless, disingenuous, and a loser. So that's been fun.
Yes.
And probably more that I failed to write down.
4 hours, I've been called much worse.
Yeah. Anyway, here's some news for you. If you've got a Ram pickup truck, be careful because apparently thieves are targeting the trucks for their large infotainment screens. And apparently hundreds of screens have been stolen across Metro Detroit already. One woman from Grosse Pointe Woods says she has had the screen in her truck stolen on 3 separate occasions.
Oh, boy.
And she says that the damages have been about $10,000 each time. because the screen replacement it's expensive, and then all the repairs that go with it. And it sounds like these thieves break in through the rear window. I didn't realize this, but the rear window apparently isn't connected to the alarm system.
Oh, wow.
So if you go in through that window, you can get inside the car, you can take those infotainment systems out, and they're getting away with it. Authorities have already made some arrests. They've dismantled some organized, theft rings, but they're urging anyone with any information to contact local police.
I hope she have a warranty after 3 different times getting broken.
Find a garage or something. I don't know. Maybe
she might not be able to.
I know, but you find a different parking spot, maybe.
Yep.
I don't know, put a tarp over it and lock it up. Wraps.
Nothing to see here.
Definitely not a car.
This isn't a truck.
No truck here.
Do something different. If you're interested in getting spooked this holiday season, Erebus Haunted Attraction has you covered. So they just announced a limited run haunt experience called The Nightmare After Christmas.
It's not Halloween anymore.
No.
Who wants to be scared of Christmas?
It's the Nightmare After Christmas. A lot of people, I think, would. It's something to go do. It's a very limited time. It's only open on December 26th and 27th. So it's 2 days. And you can choose between the Nice List, which is a family-friendly walkthrough event, or you can choose the Naughty List, which is an experience in total darkness. And the company says this isn't cozy. This isn't cheerful. This is Erebus frozen over. As you descend deeper into the tower, the temperatures drop, the fear intensifies, and the experience becomes something you don't just remember, you survive it.
Oh, wow. Santa come down the chimney with a chainsaw?
You'll have to go check it out.
Yeah, I could use a new chainsaw. I wouldn't mind if he came down the chimney with that.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, John.
Yeah.
So a manhunt for the Brown University shooter continues. Police in Rhode Island have released this enhanced video of a person of interest on Tuesday. They're asking the public for help to identify the person who's dressed in dark clothing, wearing a black mask and a hat. The FBI has announced a $50,000 reward leading to an arrest and a conviction. They also released a description saying the person is approximately 5'8" with a stocky build. And authorities say they've already received hundreds of tips in connection to the shooting. So there's a new dating trend. These desperate singles are now letting their parents take over their online dating accounts. The Wall Street Journal just did a big story on this emerging trend. It is kind of sad, right? You're very desperate when you get to this point. But they talked to people in their 20s and early 30s who all say they've been on these dating apps for years and they haven't been able to find their partner. So they've enlisted the help of their parents. One woman who's doing this said that she's had to veto a lot of her mom's picks because the guys just aren't her type. However, maybe she should. I mean, that's the reason you enlist mom's help, right? Is to maybe date outside your comfort zone.
Get a chance to help fill out the profile?
I think so.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. They do say it can work. There's another woman who said her dad talked her into going out with this British guy who was really slow to respond at first, but the dad really liked him and she gave him a chance, and now they're a happy couple. So if you're desperate enough.
Yeah. Not sure I want mom and dad's help if I was in that
Would they
position.
do a good job, do you think? Would they have picked the person you're with today?
I would hope so, but
I know that's what I think so.
You would hope so.
I mean, it's was it Colin in high school when I was dating him, or is it Colin now?
Yeah.
I mean, and
yeah.
Now
That's just
for sure.
Weird.
I know.
I know, but these Gen Zers are bringing their parents to job interviews, and
again,
are they going on the dates too?
Sitting in the booth right behind them.
Yeah, they
Ask
call that
this
a
question.
Yeah,
Compliment
that's
her
a
hair.
16-year-old going on a date with a chaperone at 30.
It's Heather with the news. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, and we're loving basketball season right now. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every single stat live, and you can do it all in one easy-to-use app. So if you don't have it on your phone yet or your device, just download the app, explore it, and find something that works for you. Right now is actually the perfect time to join. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So pick out a heavy favorite, put $5 down. If you win, you're going to get that $150 in bonus bets. So bet on the players you love the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So it's been in Heather's news. You guys may know the Powerball is up over $1 billion. And as it was just put to me off air.
Oh, somebody put it to you?
Plenty on air today, too.
Shocker.
It was explained to me that if our office pool wins, we could be in trouble. There's over 60 people in this deal, and the take home would be what, $10 million at least for everybody?
So. Yeah.
So if the station's not on the air tomorrow, it means someone won the Powerball. We don't have enough people to come in and work. Are you in on this?
I'd probably still be here. I am. Yeah. I'd probably still come in to work.
You would
tomorrow.
totally still be here.
Yeah. I made a commitment.
Would you be here? Oh, there it is. Would you be here because of duty or because you don't want to tip people off?
No, I would come in because, like I said, I made a commitment. I said I was going to be here. Okay. And so, yeah, it's. I understand there are extenuating circumstances, but until, if I decide to walk away, until you can make, the necessary arrangements, I'll be here.
Calling sick, Jimmy. I got dollar signs in my eyes. I can't see anywhere.
Yeah. So it's $1.25 billion. Let's say there's 65 people in. That's the approximate.
Okay.
You would win $19,230,000 a person, and then taxes. So you're talking $12 million-ish.
Are you in on this?
I did get into it finally
because you had told me
I
in
hadn't
the past
for a long time.
You had said you couldn't live with yourself if the office pool won and you weren't in.
I can't imagine showing up here the day after and you didn't get in.
That you could have. You were so close to that opportunity and you just passed on it.
I can't think of a more depressing thing that could happen in life.
Yeah.
Other than serious things. Super serious.
That would sting quite a bit.
So this isn't now. The thing is with this one, this could ruin a business. It's depending, like a business of our size, or at least really put it in a tough place.
Right. You have to replace a lot of people.
That's why you still come in. So you don't want to ruin somebody's business.
You put in 2 weeks.
I'll tell you what, right now, I would probably stay on for a little bit just until everything got sorted.
Yeah, you got to get your ducks in a row.
Who knows? I might have somebody try to run away with it here or something.
You make sure the money's in your account.
Yeah.
Get through the end of the year here.
Yeah.
But January 1, a lot of postings online.
I think quite a few people would say, see ya. Kind of like what you said earlier about golf and the double birds.
Oh. Sure. Yeah. So how many on-air people are on this?
I have no clue.
Okay. You don't have like a list?
There's one out there somewhere. Okay. I don't have it on me right now.
Well, yeah, but so the official one that happens tonight, that list of participants won't come out until later.
Right,
you still
can still buy in. Yeah. Right. Heather, are you in?
I'm not, but you could easily convince me. And you're convincing me kind of with that.
So how does this work?
You don't want to be that one person that didn't get in.
But the thing is,
ticket's $2. If I buy in at $2, I get a share. Is that how does this work?
No. Everybody puts in $5.
Okay, so if I put in $5,
yeah,
you can get in on it.
Yeah,
you can get $19.23 million.
Mm-hmm.
But you probably won't. So keep that $5 and
you're not. But if it happened,
plug in your car.
The listener would notice. I'll say that much. Like, we wouldn't be able to keep it quiet because also, where's so and so?
Sure. I mean, if you don't show up, there'd probably be a whole lot of callers going, Jim finally didn't show up.
Usually, though, in an office.
Guys, is it worth it? I get to have $19 million. Is it worth it?
Let's start a GoFundMe.
If you guys give me $19 million by the end of the day today.
No, this is quit your job money. I mean, typically
sure
in an office pool, and a lot of offices do them all the time. You win a smaller sum, and by the time you divide it up, you probably need to hang on to your job. That you're in a great position. You can pay off debt and do
House,
a lot
cars,
of fun stuff and get toys. But you would probably need to keep your job.
You think Doug or Gator are in on that? Now I'm like just contemplating the scale when you tell me 65 people. I know it's probably some salespeople and some of our promo team, but I'm wondering on air.
Sony's in.
Is he? Okay.
Oh, yeah, there's a shock. Yeah. I mean, he needs
Wojo?
He's been looking at those new diagrams, the renderings of what do you do to the moat in the castle.
His retirement castle.
Yeah.
Is Wojo a lottery player?
I don't think he gets in this. Okay. I don't think he reads corporate email.
Right. That's probably true. Rieger? Mark Ryan?
I mean, I think it's fun to have a little conversation around the office. Hey, are you in? Yeah, I'm in. Let's go. And we have these conversations like everybody does, right, about what you would do with the money. And so we all know the odds are astronomical, but somebody has to win. Maybe not tonight. Maybe not Saturday night. But at some point, someone's going to win.
I was going to say, I played Monday. I'm probably going to play today.
And there was that lottery club that won one of those big ones. What they bought them at? Wasn't the Kroger in Novi?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A few years ago?
Yeah.
Right around
that was the first time when we had that news story and we're like, yeah, the winning lottery ticket was sold at the Novi Kroger, and I was like, whoa. Not even one number right. It makes you mad, but whatever.
Stoney, we're talking about the office pool with the lottery tonight. You're in?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
When do you get in? Like, what's the number got to be? When Cheryl starts sending emails?
Yeah, but I play a lot anyway.
Okay.
I'll go to...
The moat's not enough.
I'll go to some... Well, the moat needs some
upkeep
work.
Right, yeah. That's what I said. The rendering you have, you keep
first
looking
thing
at
I'd
it
buy
going,
would be a new moat. I mean, why not?
Just, needs to be dug out.
Exactly.
It's filled in a little over the years.
Yeah,
Right,
sure.
yeah.
Well, then I'd hire people to actually upgrade it too.
Yeah, who would you hire?
I don't know. Definitely not
I
me.
know. Don't. There's a couple drops we could have used
Oh,
there.
there are definitely. I don't know. Yeah, if I hired those people, there'd be ice agents outside my house.
All right.
Wow.
We were thinking it. Stoney says it.
Well, I didn't say who.
I know.
No.
I think we could all use our context clues.
Well, there's a lot of countries out there.
Yes.
But there are.
He's talking about Slavic people, I'm sure.
There's a lot. Over 200 of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of countries out there.
We don't want the Norwegians.
Hey,
I can't wait for who said it on Friday.
Heather's people.
those are my people.
Oh, Jack, just wait till Monday. Come on.
Oh, that's right.
Boy.
Yeah.
What's that?
Should be
I
fun.
said wait till Monday.
Wait till Monday.
Yeah. We'll have Stoney with us all
Oh,
week.
yes. Oh, I know. Trust me. I am looking forward to that. That is the station's Christmas present to me.
Yeah.
Couldn't come at a better time, huh?
Well, no, I mean, it does make sense that it would be the week of Christmas.
Yes.
Yes. And
I just mean with the way
so-
you feel towards me, it couldn't come at a better
Oh,
time.
yeah, there's no question. Yeah, I mean, any day is good for that.
So
but,
on the lottery, John, you can't because it doesn't go up to 76, does it, or 77?
What?
The
Can
lottery.
you pick that number?
You
Is
can't
that-
pick
Oh, no,
77.
I do
number.
the auto draft.
Oh,
Same. Do you pick your numbers?
The one I do all the birthdays, and then I do
Like
easy pick.
anniversaries? Do you do like players' numbers? Like,
I used to.
Yeah.
Oh, I used to do the Bad Boys. I had one for
Yeah.
the Bad Boys, one for the '97 Red Wings team, one for the Broad Street Bullies. Yeah, and
Yeah.
they never won anything. So what the hell?
I used to do it with, especially if it's 5 numbers plus the Powerball, I would use everyone's birthday
Right.
for the 5 kids, and then I would use my wife's birthday for the Powerball.
Right.
Doug, are you in the office pool?
No, I don't buy lottery tickets, but I'm rooting for everyone.
We were just talking about the station might not have enough bodies.
They're 100% true. It'll be. If you're not a fan of our radio station, then hope that the radio station hits. This will be a ghost town. And a lot of early retirees.
Yeah.
No, we'd buy the station.
That's what you would do with the money?
I would try.
Most people would
Not
retire
me.
to a
Yeah,
beach.
what does
me.
that look like after Stoney buys the station
I'd kind of like to buy a small station up north.
and make Stoney the head of it?
Could you guys take 10 texts on what a Stoney run radio station would be like?
Dude, it would be hysterical. Stony River, like part Bruce.
Bruce Bumper,
Yep.
yes, Bruce Bumper.
Every Tuesday at 3:30, Flyers Corner. Like, I mean,
It'd have to be old Flyers.
Uh-huh.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't care about the current.
Yeah, we'd have a segment with tennis on the radio.
Karsh and Anderson are next. Stoney's in for Gator 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsch, playing the role of Anderson, Mike Stone. What's up, man?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
I was pretty disappointed you were not at the station Christmas party last night.
Yeah, well, you know what? So was I.
Stoney, you are a one-of-a-kind. Tell the people why you missed the station Christmas party.
Well, you know, I did some errands after the show yesterday, and decided to go home, and I was going to go to the Christmas party, but I knew I needed a nap.
Right. Yep.
So I set my phone for
your alarm.
My alarm, yeah.
I mean, get up and go to the party.
Right.
Sure,
the
yeah.
party was scheduled for, I believe, 5 to 8?
I think it was 6 to 9, but
6
whatever.
to 9,
yeah.
well, figures. I probably missed that memo. Anyway, so I set the alarm for 5:35 a.m. by mistake. So when I woke up at, like, say, 6:20, I didn't feel like it was, you know, my wife had made dinner. I'm going to eat dinner. I'm not going to go schlep downtown at that point. So,
well, look,
I missed it, and I know I usually go.
I know, and I was looking for you, and my wife was there, and wanted to talk to you, but no, there was no Mike Stone, but there was a fellow named Scott Anderson. It was good getting caught up with Gator, yeah. So Gator was there, and Update Kid was there. And Wojo and Birchie came walking in late like a comedy team. I mean, they were just on fire, hysterically funny.
Well, they were down at LCA for the pregame. Fox 2 had the Wings game.
Yes. So it was fun hanging out with those guys. And as always, a couple employees got overserved.
Ooh.
There was some overserved.
Well, you have to tell me during the break.
Well, we could add them on the air, but that's probably not a great idea. However, a couple employees got overserved, and there was discussion of a post party, the after party.
Oh, yes.
And that's one of those, okay, how do I not say no, but also not say yes? I thread the needle.
You do the Irish goodbye?
Didn't do an Irish goodbye. I'm kind of, it's kind of a move.
I am so anti-Irish goodbye.
Are you?
Oh.
Now, do you get mad at people? Because I am an Irish goodbye guy.
I don't get mad. I just, why not? I mean, why not just say goodbye to people? I mean,
because goodbyes can take forever.
Okay, well, depending on the event, just say, hey, we'll see you later. Just walk around. You know, there's usually a group of people. I have friends of mine at a wedding, him and his wife, and like, where did they go? Oh, they just left. They're not saying goodbye. And especially for a lot of people live out of town, you know, you don't see them very often. It's like, really? How hard is it to say goodbye to someone?
It's not that hard.
Terry Foster was the president of the Irish goodbye fan.
I'm in his voting base then because I Irish goodbye a lot. But you see people, you know, it's not like you're not polite. You're happy to see people, but when it's time to go, it's time to go.
And look, you don't have to make a production out of it. Say, hey, I'm leaving.
Well, see, but that's the point is I don't have to make a production about it. But when sometimes it's avoiding the people that are going to make a production out of you leaving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's really what it's about.
I can see a certain salesperson here making a production out of you leaving, but we'll keep his
Turner?
name. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Turner won one of the drawings. People don't know Turner is on our sales staff, and we've talked about Turner quite a bit. And Turner won one of the raffles last night, and and Turner being Turner, like there was applause, but there was also some booze. And Jason, who was on the mic, said, "Smattering of booze," and Gator turned to me and said, "Smattering." Everybody picks on Turner, but a great employee. So, anyways, good time. And it's always fun to get together with the crew outside of work. So, thanks to Haddad who put it all together, and Jimmy and the Fun Squad here. Fun Squad's also running. I don't know if the Fun Squad runs it, but we do have the Powerball or Mega Millions.
It's not the Fun Squad. That's Cheryl.
Cheryl
runs it.
Cheryl, who is like the station mom, takes care of everybody.
Yes.
She runs it. So. I do want to get to that a little bit later. We're going to play another edition of Would You Buy? Are you in?
I'm in.
Okay. Yeah.
And Cheryl, even like last week when I was out of town, she would like text me, "Are you in?" And I'd Venmo her money.
Oh, okay. Good for you. Kenny, are you in? Kenny's behind the glass today. We're under the board. Are you in? I'm not in yet, but I will be very soon.
So what I like to do with this is you guys buy the dream. When you play Powerball Mega Millions, the ROI is at least the ability to dream.
Yeah.
And I don't get involved, but I'm rooting for you guys, and I will tell you that I don't buy the ability to dream. So I like to ask questions. Would you buy if you win? So Stoney and Kenny later will do another edition of Would You Buy. Red Wings did win last night. A few things from that game. I was so impressed with the quality of goals. All three of the Red Wings goals, Axel Sandin Pellikka, short angle, roofed it, and the two DeBrincat goals. I mean, high quality goals in terms of picking corners, off posts. I mean, they were impressive.
Can we say that Alex DeBrincat is having a hell of a year? He's got 20 goals. He's fourth in the league. He's tied for fourth in goals in the National Hockey League. And the Red Wings, just like the Pistons, now granted, the way the NHL is, that could change in a week, but Red Wings are in first place.
Well, and
they're first place they're not first place in the East. They're first place in the division. I think Carolina still has more points.
To support your point, Stoney, he's 20 goals, 19 assists in 34 games played.
Yes, pretty damn good.
39 points in 34 games. That's great.
Yes, he's playing spectacular, and he's not afraid to rough it up a little bit. Not a fighter per se, but he's not afraid of the corners like some skill guys in this sport can be. So, yeah, they're playing great. And then they, unlike we talked about the Pistons yesterday, who haven't played any of the top teams in the East and the West, the Red Wings, it's pretty divided. I mean, they're 8-7-3 against the East and 11-5 against the West. They're playing well. Their goaltending lately has been pretty good. Now, the Islanders didn't have a lot of shots on goal, and that's part of that. It's all of a sudden the Red Wings defense, they're actually doing something, I don't know, blocking shots. When did that happen with this team in the past decade?
Well, they're playing great hockey, and last night was an example of it. A further note on DeBrincat, he didn't score his first goal till game 9.
Yeah.
So it's like all this production has been jammed into a shorter period of time. He's white hot. Through 8 games, he had no goals and 6 assists. And now he's sitting on 20 goals, 19 assists. And they played, 40 games? No, they're not 40, are they? 35 games?
Something like that.
Well, whatever it is. Incredible production from him. So it's awesome to see, and that was a very nice win. I asked Stoney today, Kenny, you might like this, and maybe the audience will like this. I'm like, okay, do you think we got a topic out of the Red Wing game last night? And Stoney, your response was?
DeBrincat.
No, that's not what you said to me.
Oh, it was a good win. I know what my response was.
Yeah.
Who they played?
Yeah.
That one? Yeah. It was a good win because I don't care how old he is. And it's not just, a lot of it's part of the history, I should say. Whenever I see Patrick Roy behind the Islanders bench, I just want to punch his flights out. He just has one of the most punchable faces. And they even showed, when Ozzy interviewed him, Chris Osgood's first interview ever, like 5 years ago, he was interviewing Roy, and they talked about the fight, and they showed it and all that stuff. He just has the way he looks, and he blinks his eyes a lot now, and it's like, he just...
You can't stand it.
I just can't. I don't hate him. I just hate his face.
Interesting. I'm sure he won't find that remotely offensive.
Well, I'm sure he's listening right now.
Yeah, I like. It's almost like you tried to save it. I don't hate him. I just hate his face.
Yeah.
Much better.
Yes. Well,
so
he can't help that.
All the years later, that hasn't died.
No. I never really wanted to punch him when he played. It's just when he was coaching, when he was a head coach, he just looks like he shouldn't be there. But he's a really good coach. He's one of the first coaches to start the trend of pulling goalies early when, empty net, that type of thing. Like 2 or 3 minutes left in the game, he would, their team's down 1 or 2 goals. He was one of the first coaches to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, that feeling doesn't die.
No.
Maybe Stoney. Maybe who's with Stoney? I think Red Wing fans want to talk about it. I know Red Wing fans feel like their team sometimes gets the short end of the stick with all that's going on with the Lions, and the Tigers are in the postseason when their season started, et cetera, et cetera. Nice win last night. 248-539-9797. Lots to do today. We're going to mix in some basketball discussion, including college basketball. Sparty's blowout Toledo last night. I got the 4 guys that I think should be the 4 biggest names that Michigan is looking at, and 2 of them are obvious. Maybe 2 aren't as much, but Stoney also did something very Stoney-esque this morning. So last night he set his alarm for 5 a.m. to go to last night's Christmas party, so he didn't wake up and miss the Christmas party. You did something else this morning that's right out of like central casting for Stoney. It's on brand for Stoney.
Yes.
We'll get to that a little bit later on. It's Carson Anderson Open Lines, 248-539-9797, 97.1. Feedback coming in on the Irish Goodbye, which I did not do last night at the station Christmas party, but Stoney's adamantly opposed to the Irish Goodbye. I quite often employ it as a strategy to dip quickly, and for people who don't know what it is, it's basically you just leave.
Yeah.
You don't bother with goodbyes. Scott writes in, I'm firmly in the Irish goodbye camp. It can turn into a half an hour ordeal to leave if you don't, especially with wives. Well, you have to know the scouting report on your significant other. It might be a wife that knows that the husband is hard to get to break away from a gathering, but unnamed texter, I do the Irish goodbye, but I modified it a little bit. While she's saying goodbye to everybody, I raise up my arm, wave, and say bye-bye and walk outside. Here's the issue with that is you might be anchored until she's done. Right? It's okay, now you're standing outside not leaving. Right. You went from inside not leaving to outside not leaving.
But you can say, honey, let's go, because she's already shown that she cares enough to even try to say goodbye to these people. So she won't get pissed off at you.
Here's one that's interesting because I've never heard this term. Unnamed texter, I do the Irish goodbye to avoid the Midwest goodbye. Is the Midwest goodbye, is that Midwest nice? Like we just talk too much?
Maybe. I've never heard that phrase either.
And then here's somebody who's with you, Stoney. Every time I see Patrick Waugh, I still want to punch him in the face. Yeah. I mean, look, some villains, just their mere sight evoke emotions.
Yes.
And for you, it's Patrick Waugh.
Yeah. There are other guys who I've hated more in sports, but when I see them, I don't want to it's that face.
Kenny, you're dying back there.
I'm with him, man. I agree completely. When I see him every time behind the bench, before when he was in Colorado, or now he's in New York, I just wanted to, just deliver one right hand.
Can I ask you a question? Is it more so than Claude Lemieux?
Yes.
Because he's more front-facing than Claude Lemieux. Claude Lemieux actually represents Mo Sider, so I can't hate Claude Lemieux anymore. That's just factual.
Which is kind of weird.
It is weird. I agree.
I know.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I don't know if there's anybody in sports that evokes that kind of emotion from me anymore.
Oh, we have an answer to your question, by the way. Midwest goodbye is one that takes 30 to 60 minutes to actually get out of the home. That's from a texter.
Okay, yeah, I can understand that. So I will tell you something. When my Papa O'Brien passed away, my mom's father, and I was probably in my 20s, we had, up in St. John, New Brunswick. So we go up to St. John. Mama O'Brien was still with us. And when the visitation was over, and I think we had 2 days of it, there was a pool of when Mama O'Brien was going to leave. And it was determined by when she put her second arm in her coat. Okay. That was when, she's not really officially leaving until the second arm goes in the coat.
Well, it was her husband that passed away. So
yes, exactly. We did, but we knew it was going to take a long time because she was probably more in the Midwest goodbye, which is interesting because O'Brien, I mean, they literally were off the boat from Ireland. So the Irish goodbye would have been appropriate. So the second day, I remember the pool, it was people throwing in money in this pool and, it had been over for 45 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour, and she's still there. And the final time she was putting on the coat, she literally put one arm through, continued a conversation, and the pool was coming down to like my dad and my cousin Timmy or something. I don't remember what it was. But we're sitting there watching, and somebody's holding the coat up, and she's in her 80s and she's talking, and we're not trying to rush her out of there, but everybody's watching for the second arm to go in the coat. And, we knew the clock is ticking. It was either going to be Dad if it kept going or Timmy. And eventually that second arm went in. And the whole, all of us over in the corner erupted.
So let me ask you a question. Did you participate in that pool?
Yeah.
So you participated in the pool at a funeral wake or whatever of your grandparent, but you won't participate in trying to win $1 billion.
That's true. Well, I had a chance to win the one pool.
Well, the odds are better. Yes, I'll give you that.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt on a cellular on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Yo, good morning, guys. So I'm firmly in the Irish goodbye camp because, like I was telling Kenny, during this season, the fall, winter season, there's too many games on. If there's a game I want to watch, I'm not going to waste my time trying to say goodbye to everyone, so I'm out.
Yeah.
And then most punchable face for me is Tom Brady. I hate Tom Brady.
Tom Brady?
I want to hit him.
What is it?
I hate Tom Brady.
What is it about him?
he's smug. He's so smug. And that stupid smile. He's always on TV.
Now that you mention it, now that you mention the term smug, for me, it reminded me of somebody that does that for me, and it's Nick Sirianni. I think Sirianni comes across as incredibly smug. So if it rubs, I mean, to each their own, right? Rubs people the wrong way, but
the thing with Brady, and I'm a big Brady fan, and I know you are as well.
Very.
I know. But his face almost looks like it's had some work, and it's not the same anymore. I'm not saying it's punchable like Patrick Waugh, but I can see where people say that way. It's like, this isn't Tom Brady. This is Tom Brady with some filler.
Mm-hmm. Well, he definitely has a look.
Yeah.
But isn't it like he doesn't eat any sugar and he's... I don't know. Yeah. More on the Irish goodbye, which is... apparently we hit on something. How you know you're not leaving soon. If you are saying goodbye and the topic changes to talking about anything other than goodbye, I just go grab another beer like a plane that's been told to circle back around.
That's a great one.
That's from Scott. Yeah, that's right. I mean, you know you're going to be there for a while because you just opened up a new topic.
Yeah. That's why, to me, it's like, see you later. You don't have to go up to each and every individual to say goodbye. You just wave, hey, take care. I'll see you later.
Yep. All right, names coming in. Tony Romo, more for me than Brady. Patrick Mahomes has the most punchable face. A punchable face, or just the mere sight of them evokes some emotion.
Yeah.
And for you, it's still Patrick Waugh after all these. Would he be number one?
Wow. Would he be number one?
I kind of feel like, Stoney, you're the kind of person to have a pretty long list.
Dabo used to be on that list, but
really,
yeah,
interesting.
But definitely not Mahomes.
One that
I'm a Mahomes fan.
One that quickly shot to the top of my list in the last year is Jalen Brunson.
See, I really like Jalen Brunson for personal reasons. He's a really nice guy.
Is he?
Yeah.
What are your interactions? What do you know?
Well, first, I don't want to talk about it forever, but down the Jersey Shore, like 2 summers ago, I saw these kids with like Nick Brunson jerseys going and talking to this guy who was sitting there. And it was his father, the assistant coach, and the Rick Brunson, because they're from Philly.
He's a hell of a player back in the day.
Yeah, and I was wearing a Michigan football T-shirt. And I introduced myself, tell him what I do, and he goes, "Oh, it's funny. I just got off the phone with Tibbs. We're coming to the Oregon game at the Big House." This was before 2 years ago.
Okay.
And then during the playoffs last year, because I found out that Jalen Brunson bought a house across the street from my friend in the Jersey Shore in Margate, New Jersey. So I introduced myself after one of the press conferences at the game at the LCA, and he was just really nice, come by anytime and all that type of thing. So, and he was just really, really nice. So
I mean, you know what? I tell you, a player that did that to me was A.J. Pierzynski.
Oh, really?
I couldn't stand A.J. Pierzynski when he was with the White Sox. And Michigan was playing, back in 2005, they were playing in Minnesota against the Golden Gophers. And it was the last weekend of the MLB season, and everything was done. The White Sox and Twins weren't going anywhere. It was in the old Metrodome days, and a bunch of White Sox players, they played in the Metrodome in the afternoon, and Michigan played Minnesota Saturday night. So all these White Sox got a keg of beer delivered to their clubhouse. Their dugout was behind one end zone, and there's like 3 or 4 White Sox with a keg of beer sitting in the dugout watching the Michigan-Minnesota game. Well, eventually, Pierzynski wanders onto the field, and I'm down there, and I've talked about on the air how A.J. Pierzynski is one of my least favorite people in Major League Baseball, and Frank Beckman, I'm in year 1, okay, doing sidelines, and Frank Beckman says, I want you to go interview, can you get A.J. Pierzynski? And in year 1, I would do anything that Frank Beckman told me to do, of course. So I'm like, oh, my God, I got to talk to A.J. Pierzynski.
Maybe not anything.
But yeah, maybe not anything. But you know what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, I'm the new kid. I'm going to do what they ask. So I'm like, all right, hey, AJ, I'm Doug Karsch with Michigan Radio. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? No, not at all. So I ask him just some standard questions. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, I love college football. Whenever I get a chance, I love going to games, and tons of respect for Michigan, and actually kind of root for him. And here's the reason why. And he had relationships with the Masseys. Remember Pat and Mike Massey?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess they're from maybe the same hometown. I don't remember the details. So I asked him 2-3 questions. He was actually really good. So we get off the air, and then he sticks with me. Like I'm walking up and down. Right. He just keeps talking college football, Michigan football. And I'm like, he really is into this, and he wants my opinion, and he's asking me questions, and I can't believe A.J. Pierzynski is this cool. Mm-hmm. I also think he might have been a little hammered, but
that's okay.
I mean, you think about it. If you were a major league player and your season was basically over, the idea of getting a keg and sitting in the dugout and watching the college football game played in the stadium that night is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So
and hanging with Doug Karsh. I mean, come on. What else?
I'm sure it was an interaction that probably was quickly forgettable for A.J. Pierzynski, but I changed my opinion on A.J. Pierzynski. And then I felt guilty for not liking him because he was just a college football fanatic.
Have you ever run into him since?
I have not. Hey, FanDuel is the number one sports book for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. How about that? So you join. The minimum amount you can deposit is $5. But if that first $5 bet wins, and I recommend you take a heavy favorite on the money line, you get $150, and you have a week, $150 to play with. You have a week to use those bets up. And then when you win those bets, you can do whatever you want with the money. And then you can jump in the same game parlays, however you want to do it. Bet on the players you love or the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, so Stoney is in for Scott Anderson today. It is the Karsch and Anderson program. Boy, we've had them all over the place here in the first couple segments of the show. The Irish Goodbye, are you a fan of it? Last night was the station Christmas party. Stoney asked me if we strategically just slipped out, and we did not. But I'm a fan of that. You are not. Some people love it. Some people hate it. But just, do you slip out, or do you walk around, say the appropriate goodbyes? What are you doing over there, Stoney? Stoney's got his head buried underneath the desk. What's wrong?
I had a problem with the headphone.
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha. Anyway, he's new here. Also, what is the player that just evokes an emotion in you just by seeing him? Because it happened last night for Stoney with Patrick Waugh, and it's still after all these years. I mentioned Jalen Brunson. Stoney then ruined my core belief that he is detestable, and told me, family is actually pretty nice. Rick Brunson and company, and great. But that happened to me with AJ Pierzynski as a guy that I was like, God, this dude's actually really cool. And you know what's funny about that is a couple weeks later, I was watching a college football final, and it was a Florida game, and they showed Florida's quarterback throw it away, and AJ Pierzynski caught it. He was at the sidelines of like a Florida football game a few weeks later, and he caught the ball that was thrown out of bounds. So he really was a huge college football fan. And if you're a college football fan, you always got to like your guys. In the meantime, who are those players for you? For me, Nick Sirianni. Just, this seems so smarmy and smug, but of course, it's open lines. Anything on your mind, fair game. Let's go to Jim on a cell. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. How are you? Happy
We're good.
holidays.
You too.
Same to you.
Good. Thank you. I'm good. Well, I will say one thing. Doug, I am a huge fan of the Irish Goodbye. That's not what I called for, but my wife, I swear to God, we're going to her family's on Sunday for a little get-together. Stoney, in your old neck of the woods up in the Philadelphia, Plymouth meeting area.
Oh, okay.
And it'll be a goodbye tour. I mean, if I start the car, we'll run out of gas. So I can't take it.
But it's different when you're out of town and you don't get to see these people like maybe just like once a year, though.
Well, we live around here. I'm from Delaware. I'm just a huge Lions fan in a different part of the world, but we live around here, so we see him enough. But it just
I thought you meant your family in Plymouth meeting.
Oh well, yeah, I guess we don't see him all the time, but it's just he has to say it's just a tour. I can't. So now we have 2 kids and they're whining in the car. It's a mess. I'd rather just sneak out the back door.
By the way, when you're up there and if you see Nick Sirianni, tell him Doug Karsch loves him.
Okay, I'll tell him. He's not. I'm not a big fan of Coach Sirianni, but if I see him, I'll let him know.
Okay.
Anyway, I wanted to say, guys, I really think, and I've been thinking this for a few weeks. I meant to call last week. Other than the Commanders game, I think Coach Campbell is not doing a great job of calling plays. And I really do believe he's the kind of coach that he needs to be the head coach. I know for the rest of the year he's obviously going to do it, maybe next year as we move into that. But I just feel like with the not going on 4th down as much, even last week, the one time I actually wanted him to go on 4th down, that first drive with Bates, and then he missed the field goal. I guess Aiden wouldn't have the interception if he didn't miss it. But nonetheless, I just think Coach Campbell he's not as completely involved in his job as head coach calling the plays. I know McVay does it, and some other guys do it, the guy in Green Bay, LaFleur, but I just feel he's a better head coach when he's being the head coach, and I hope we can find someone to start calling the plays again.
Well, he may agree with you.
Yes, and that'll be next year.
Yeah, I think that there's a probability that he would prefer not to be doing it. He's doing it this year, but I'm not sure he would disagree with you on this one. I think, look, obviously some people can do it.
Mm-hmm.
And those that do it and have success calling plays, good for them.
And by the way, Sean McVay is on the list of a lot of people's for most punchable face.
Yeah, well, obviously, I think Gator is one of them. But at the end of the day, this isn't what they planned on doing. It's what they're doing right now and hoping to get the best out of it. I think the offense has been better since he's taken over.
More explosive plays, for sure.
But does it feel like his decision-making might not be as good with the rest of it? It may not be. I think it's a lot. I think it's a huge ask. It can be done. I don't know if this happens in every town where a coach calls plays. Do people, question their effectiveness as coach because they're divided attention? But it's not unusual to see it done. I think ideally, though, he would rather have. I think he'd rather have.
I hope so. Yeah. Hey, guys, I have one question. I know it hasn't been talked about much. I think I heard on the morning show. I listened to you guys on my phone and my app out here in Delaware. But the play I think was the turning point in Sunday's game was the Jamison Williams drop or, play right before the other questionable call with the Rams. I don't know how that wasn't pass interference. I heard John Jansen say that he kind of twerked him a little bit and kind of changed his body. I mean, to me, that's the definition of pass interference. You're changing the guy's ability to make a catch. And I clearly thought that was pass interference. I think if they make that call, that's a completely different football game.
Yeah, it might be right. Yeah. I don't. I feel like if we wanted to, we could do ref topics after every loss.
Oh yeah,
and I try to save that card for when it really is costly, because I don't want to do that after every loss in every sport. It's like playoff losses in hockey.
Oh.
Officiating is so scrutinized and trashed, and I'm not.
What is that? Playoffs. I'm not familiar with that anymore.
Rebuilds can take 10 years, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so we didn't really harp on it because I don't think the officiating cost him the game. But the truth is,
no,
literally one or two plays cost him that game. Like one or two plays, and that's a completely different game. And so, yeah, the right flag or maybe that pass to Parkinson ruled incomplete. If that is ruled incomplete instead of a touchdown.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, it could change things, but 248-539-9797. Ned is in Oxford and next. Hi, Ned.
Hey, good morning, Doug. Stoney, Merry early Christmas.
Thank you.
I hate getting stuck in between Irish goodbyes and Michigan goodbyes. You're trying to sneak out and somebody grabs you at the door and talks to you for another 35 minutes. That's the worst. It's a real conundrum.
Yeah.
I've had some bad experiences with Justin Verlander as a player, as like fan experiences. But I have to say really quick that Joe Buck has like the most. That guy just drives me nuts, and I don't know why. It's just his voice, I guess. But Joe Buck is definitely top of my like punchable face. Like
you just have an emotion every time you see him.
Anytime I hear like when he's like talking during the baseball playoffs or during Monday Night Football, it's like just anytime I'm like, oh my God, I just want to like choke this guy. I don't know what it is, but anyway,
don't get violent with him.
No.
248-539-9797. Brian is next. Hi, Brian.
Hey, good afternoon or morning. Sorry, I don't know what time it is.
It's okay.
Irish goodbye. Your only obligation is to say goodbye to the host. So once you said your goodbyes to the host, you're free to go. Most punchable face. I don't know if Kenny will agree with me, but any Bama fan, go Bulldogs, go Dogs. Any Bama fan, LeBron James, Jerry Jones, Aaron Rodgers. I got a whole lot.
Well, you got a long list, Brian. The Irish goodbye rule that saying goodbye to the host isn't a bad kind of rule to live by. I think there's truth to that. Last night, big station party, there wasn't really a host, although
Joe Odyssey wasn't there.
Joe Odyssey was not. Her dad does so much work for these things, but I know she's not the only one. But I
never knew you just called her by her last name.
Yeah, I don't know why.
She's Lori.
I don't think. Sure, she's. I don't think she
love her.
I don't think she cared. Oh, she's the best.
I know.
248-539-9797. Got a college basketball question from Michigan and Michigan State fans coming up today at 11:05. It is Carson Anderson. Stoney is in for Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're ready to slay the holidays with year-end savings on Silverados. Lease a new 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Costco, and current lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees. With approved credit, offer ends January 2nd.
The Emeritus NBA Cup concludes tomorrow night in Las Vegas. The Knicks and Spurs battle it out exclusively on Amazon Prime at 8:30 p.m.
Who you like in that contest, George?
I don't care. The
Happy holidays, everybody. Doug Karsh. That is Mike Stone in for Gator. We are a week away from Christmas Eve. How do you guys do like presents for the holiday season?
For Hanukkah?
Yeah.
Well, when the kids were younger, because there's 8 nights, and when I was a kid, we used to get like one a night.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, and I was always jealous because my Gentile friends for Christmas would get like 25 for Christmas, and we would only get 8.
Yeah.
But it was cool. I mean, to me, I know my friends hate when I say this. Hanukkah, compared to Christmas, Hanukkah's so weak. And
the holiday rankings, Hanukkah's down the list.
Yeah, Christmas is, a little jealous.
Later we will have Stoney's holiday power rankings. And those of you hoping that Hanukkah is ranked high, you may be disappointed.
Thanksgiving and Christmas are like 1-2 for me.
Okay, well, what do you have that's better?
What do we have that's better?
Yeah.
Oh, Yom Kippur is great. You fast and atone for your sins and don't eat.
Yeah.
What do we have that's better?
That kid Stoney thought.
Hanukkah, Purim, which is, I don't want to go into the whole religious why, but it's a festival. They take these things, they're called groggers, and make noise and all this kind of, it's whatever.
You like that?
I did as a kid, but
Okay.
as an adult, for the kids, Hanukkah. You get the dreidels, you can gamble, you spin.
There it is.
The dreidels.
There it is.
The Adam Sandler Hanukkah song.
Now we get down to it.
Yeah, it's gambling.
Hanukkah's about gambling.
By the way, not a good holiday season for Tua. He just got benched. Quinn Ewers will be the starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins.
Huh.
So
Tua
Zach
got benched.
Wilson was second string, wasn't he? I believe, and then they put
they've okay. So this is a fascinating thing for a variety of reasons,
Yeah.
show related. There was a lot of talk about the Lions drafting Tua way back when.
Oh yes.
And I was not a Tua fan.
Well, you wanted him ahead of Jeff Okudah, though, didn't you? That was the same draft, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh,
I did not. No, let me be clear here. Okudah's a great and grandiose miss by me. All right, and understand that.
Right.
Not wanting Tua was not a miss. And Gator was a big Zach Wilson guy. And so the fact that Zach Wilson was backing up Tua, and Tua gets benched, Zach Wilson gets, leapfrogged by Quinn Ewers, who was third, is really, really interesting. But hey, man, it's tough to be good in the NFL.
I know.
And if you go back and look at first-round quarterbacks, the people the sort of the idea that I don't like, and it was first Matthew Stafford, and if you don't like Jared Goff, that's fine. Understand how hard it is to find quarterbacks better than those two.
Right. I'll give your Michigan broadcast and my former partner, John Jansen, credit. He was a Herbert guy in that draft.
Was he?
More than Tua. Yeah. He loved just Justin Herbert.
I was not a Tua guy at all. And you what you discover over the years, if you do these jobs for a long time, and anyone out there that ever gets to sit in one of these chairs, predicting quarterback success at drafts is so difficult.
Right.
And if you go look at the list of first-round quarterbacks, the number of misses is astronomically high.
Yes. And that's why even drafting quarterbacks later in the draft is even more ridiculous to a certain extent.
The only good thing about drafting quarterbacks later in the draft is you're not giving up anywhere close to the resource.
I mean, the money. Yes.
Yeah, and the money, and if you hit with one of those,
right, you're great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That draft was also from what I understand, a major friction between Matt Patricia and Quinn.
Was it
Bob Quinn? Yeah, because Quinn wanted Okudah, and Patricia wanted Derek Brown, who's still a really good defensive tackle for the Carolina Panthers.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a tough thing to do. It's an incredibly tough thing to do, and a lot of very, very smart people fail at projecting who is going to be good at the next level. And quarterback, it's tough, man. Anytime you level up in football as a quarterback, there's no telling how you're going to do. The greatest skill sets at one level don't necessarily translate to the next, and the ability to process information quicker is really, really tough.
And so much, it seems to me, at that position is dependent on what team you get drafted by, your coaching, the culture, more than any other
There's so
position.
much of it. Yeah, so much of it that goes into it. I mean, and sometimes guys get repurposed. I'm kind of starting to love like the Baker Mayfields of the world and the Sam Darnolds of the world who are, and hell, in a certain extent, Jared Goff, who are given up on.
Mm-hmm.
And, the 2.0 is way better than 1.0. And, it's an important lesson to, keep an open mind about some quarterbacks that fail at their first stop. And I will say that applies to Tua as well. Maybe Tua will do better in a different situation. Maybe I'm totally wrong about Tua and was wrong all along. He just was in the wrong situation. Although there seems like he's had a lot of weapons over the years there. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Josh next on 97.1. Hi, Josh.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
So, on the Irish goodbye topic, the biggest problem in my house is I'm an Irish goodbye guy.
Yeah.
But I turn around and my wife's at the back of the line saying bye to every single person that's there. So I'm still stuck waiting at the door, and I look like the jerk. But
Josh,
but that's okay.
I mean, I guess you could start if you're leaving at a certain time, you can see if you can get her to start the process early.
Impossible.
No, okay, fair enough.
So the face that's the most punchable to me, man, is when I see or hear Chris Collinsworth, I just can't, because my wife and I had to move down to Missouri, so I lived among all the Chiefs fans, and I can't handle listening to that guy. The last straw for me was last year during a game, Patrick Mahomes threw the ball out of bounds, almost fumbled it, and Collinsworth said that was the greatest play he's ever seen from a quarterback, and nobody else would be smart enough to make that play, even though he missed a wide-open receiver, and basically talked about how Mahomes' skill allows him to do that when nobody else can. And I'm like, he almost fumbled the ball and threw it away. I can't handle the guy at all.
Hey, look, we all have our favorites. In Collinsworth's case, Collinsworth got a champ vote this week.
Right, I remember that.
Which was pretty amusing because the guy called up and said, Chris showed up for work Sunday night, and he did a job when in the back of his mind, we all know he was crushed with the Patrick Mahomes injury earlier in the day. But honestly, loving what has been like the most dominant quarterback in the league the last few years is not really that much of an offense. But I think I think the Chiefs have become that team that were sort of easy to root for at the beginning because they've never really been relevant in the AFC, where if you had no dog in the fight, you go, I'll root for this upstart group from Kansas City, to now being that team that honestly, I completely 180'd on them.
I know. Look, my daughter was a huge fan of, and she still is, but she actually worked at training camp for the Chiefs for 1 year. So I'm kind of biased because she loves Patrick Mahomes and he was very nice to everybody who works there. So I can understand you get sick of teams after a while. And I thought I read yesterday that Kelsey, I think, intimated he might come back for one more.
Right. Well, Billy in Rochester sends us the following ticket text. Irish goodbye pro tip. Pick someone you know is discreet and only let them know you're leaving. Then let them know you're home. Interesting.
To text them and, make sure you drove safely, so to speak.
I guess. Pick someone you know is discreet. So you just let one person know that you've slipped out and you will let them know when you made it back. I don't worry about the circle back and let everybody know you made it back home unless it's bad weather or you're driving a long distance. Right. But 248-539-9797. Tom and Frankenmuth. What's up, Tom?
Not much. How you guys doing? Happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Yep. I have a punchable face, and it was a long time ago before he did become a Red Wing, and it's Chris Chelios. With Montreal and Chicago, I just could not stand the guy, and he'd irk, Probert and stuff like that, and Probert's like, get out of my world, It just he was just.
It's interesting.
Like Rieger.
I feel for our generation, Tom, I feel like Chelios was a prime example of learning that a guy you couldn't stand, you can change your mind on for a generation here, and he might be the prime example of it. But we're going to move on from that. Got some college basketball stuff to get to with Michigan and Michigan State, both off to tremendous starts. Spartans with a win last night. Wolverines survived Maryland over the weekend. We'll get to that at 11:05. Here on Carson Anderson, Stoney in 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tonight, the Red Wings and Mammoth will compete at 7:30 at Little Caesars Arena. It's the second game of a back-to-back for both teams. The Wings are 1-5 in games on either side of a back-to-back this season. They are 1-2 in the second game. The Mammoth are 4-8 on either side of a back-to-back. They're coming off a loss in Boston last night. Of course, the Wings defeated the Islanders right here in Detroit 3-2. That game starts at 7:30. Pre-game coverage right here on 97.1 is with 7:15, thanks to Jeff Rieger. Jim Harbaugh went on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday and was asked about the firing and arrest of his former assistant coach, Sharon Moore. He shared a few pieces of interesting information. He said he has been in contact, just texting with Moore since he was released from jail. Dan Patrick also asked Harbaugh if he's going to help Michigan in their search for their new coach, and he said he would not. Speaking of the search for Michigan's latest coach, Kenny Dillingham has moved up as the favorite on the online exchange markets. Kalshi gives him a 34% likelihood to land the gig as of the latest update yesterday, or today, I should say. And Tua Tagovailoa is in the news today in the NFL. The Dolphins announced that they are benching him in favor of the rookie Quinn Ewers, who will start for Miami in Week 16. Tagovailoa is one of just 11 QBs in the NFL, averaging more than $50 million per year. At the Cardwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath for Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Shabath, I don't know if I caught it there in the update. Did Matthew Judon get cut today?
He did, yes.
He did, by the Dolphins?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about that here for a second, but good to see you last night at the party.
Absolutely.
Was it weird being there and not being able to drink?
Yeah, you know, when you're underage, there's nothing you can do, so.
You know what's funny is you are young and you look even younger.
Yeah, I'm upset that I can't grow a beard. The day that I grow a beard will be the greatest day of my life.
You're
finally...
perfect for like the weekend anchors of Channel 4 and Channel 7. They look like they're 16 years old.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, it'll
Anthony, and I forget the
it'll be good in
guy.
10 years, but at 25, it's really not fun to look like you're 17 or 18.
How often do you get carded?
Pretty fair amount, yeah. I think a lot of people think I'm like 20, 21. They're like, who's this kid trying to sneak by?
Yeah. Yeah, you
Never
do.
works.
Your update kid is really young looking. So. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Judon, I mean, look, adding to the pass rush is something that has been somewhat of a hot topic at times here in Detroit. Do you have any interest in Matthew Judon?
Yeah, bring him in. What the hell? They can't do worse at that position, can they?
Well, they probably can, but I would say...
Yeah, if they sign me.
Do you know how many sacks he has this year?
Probably not very many, or else they wouldn't have let him go.
He's got the same amount you do.
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't have one quarterback sack this year. He started the game on Monday night for the Dolphins. He played in 23 of 66 defensive snaps. He finished with one tackle.
One more than me.
Yeah. His TFL numbers, because I don't know if there's anything as underrated as a tackle for loss, because it's basically the same thing as a quarterback sack. Why am I not seeing TFLs here on ESPN's website? It was weird. I don't know what happened to. How many TFLs does the man have this year? I guess they stopped using TFLs as a statistic. Boy, it is underrated if they're not even using it. I mean, there's something to be said for it can't hurt, you know? Mm-hmm. I mean, you know, you just, sure, it doesn't matter if he's done nothing. It's can he be better than what you have in-house? Can he be better than the last guy on your roster at the position? Could he produce here? So this would be a classic take a flyer on a guy who's done very little this year.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You bring him in and work him out, maybe, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's in the middle of the summer when there was a lot of discussion about going after big name edge rushers, I sat down and did a bit of an analysis of what happens when the edge rusher production starts to decline. And a lot of the greats, it rapidly starts to decline at the age of 30. And Judon is 32. And in the last few years, he's gone from 15 and a half sacks 4 years ago to 4 3 years ago to 5. Well, wait, 15 and a half 3 years ago, 4 2 years ago, 5.5 last year and none this year. Now, given his last year in New England, he had 4 quarterback sacks in 4 games before he got hurt.
Right.
And when he came back, 17 games in Atlanta, 5.5 quarterback sacks. So he was, but I mean, that's part of it, right? You get hurt, you don't recover, you lose a step. And so it's probably, if it doesn't hurt anything, if you don't mind cutting the last guy on the roster, so be it. But it seems like it would be.
Or at least bring him in to work him out to see what he has.
Yeah.
Talk to him a little bit. After all, he is a West Bloomfield Laker.
Grand Valley State product.
He's all Lakers.
I didn't think of that.
Mm-hmm.
Then he played in Baltimore.
The Ravens.
Okay. Look, I know we have, there's a lot of passionate Michigan and Michigan State fans out there that are excited about their basketball teams. Michigan State blew out Toledo last night. The Spartans shot it well. They were good early down low, and then from the perimeter, Kurt Tang went 4 for 5 from 3, which is, you take that every night, obviously, but you want him to be able to fill it up from the perimeter. They defended well. The Spartans off to a very good start, and Michigan is 10-0, coming off a survival game at Maryland, where Maryland was white hot for about the first 30 minutes of that game, and had Michigan down in the second half, and the Wolverines ended up winning by 18 when it was all said and done. What we want to ask you today, Wolverine and Spartan fans, of your team, whatever your team is, if you're a Michigan fan or a Michigan State fan, we compartmentalize and talk to you specifically. What do you like most about this year's version of your team, and what are your early worries? What are your early worries? 248-539-9797. Phone calls and texts. What do you like most about this year's version of your team, and what are your early worries? Do you have them for both teams, Stoney?
Yeah, from Michigan State, what I like the most is their big guys. Number one has been really, really good. I mean, Kohler's been outstanding. And the fact that he's now shooting a pretty good percentage of threes ties into the other thing, that Michigan State, at least right now, shooting some threes. And the one thing they both have in common, both teams, is how deep they are. Michigan plays 9 guys. And what I like about Michigan the most is they have a player of the year candidate who just seems, when they need something to happen, if they haven't really been down very often, maybe just the Maryland game, I think it was the first time they had a deficit of like more than 5 points. He can take over a game. At least it appears right now.
Well, and what you've touched on 2 things there that are basically what I like most. If I think for the Spartans, if you're a Spartan fan, for a team to go from the worst 3-point shooting team in the Big Ten to top half of the 3-point shooting in the Big Ten, I think it's 6 percentage points higher from beyond the arc. That helps in every way possible. Like obviously you want to make as many 3-pointers as you can, but it opens up so much more when teams have to respect that. So piggybacking off that for the Spartans, for Michigan, what you said about Yaks, I mean, he did it on the defensive end in that game against Maryland. They switched him onto the Coit kid.
The smaller kid,
yeah. And he was able to shut him down. He does look like he's an early National Player of the Year candidate. Here's what I don't like, okay, from Michigan. This is a weird thing, but it's almost like I don't like that they're playing this well in December.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, right? It's a long season, and it feels like they are looking very much like a Final Four team. But the goal is not to look this good in December. If they could bottle this up and fast forward to March, which you can't, it just feels like, and it's not that they're peaking too early. It just can be intoxicating how good your team looks early.
You could say the same thing about Michigan State.
You certainly can.
I mean, because they're playing outstanding. They have, a logical loss to Duke that they could have won, but it's a shame that they didn't. And then the other thing is, I mean, not to compare, but it's the same thing with the Red Wings. These 2 teams and the Red Wings get me to March.
Yeah.
And that's where everything is going to come, because for the basketball teams, it's the March Madness, and the Red Wings, we've seen the last 2 seasons, it's March Sadness. So if we can avoid March Sadness and have a good March Madness, who the hell knows how great March would be?
Yeah. Now, 248-539-9797. Love to hear from Wolverine and Spartan fans via text or phone calls. What do you, at this point, like the most about your team? And what do you like? What worries you about your team? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on that. Got some line stuff we'll get to a little bit later on, including predictions for this weekend. Somebody sat down, made some predictions for this weekend. What the race will look like if these predictions come through. We will get to that today at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson. If you want to talk basketball, Pistons variety, we talked a lot of Pistons yesterday when Noah Eagle at the end of the Peacock broadcast said the Detroit Pistons are all the way back. All the way back. What does that mean to you? And do you think that they are indeed, that is a correct description of where the Pistons are? It's Carson Anderson with Stoney in. Get to some basketball feedback and phone calls next here on 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. If you have been in an accident, you got to call the specialist when it comes to auto and truck accidents. They have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. The largest truck accident settlement, same thing, of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Michigan Auto Law chooses to take on fewer cases than other law firms. They do that on purpose. It means they have more time for your case. Formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. Check them out. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit Autolaw.com. That's Autolaw.com. Interesting NFL predictions for this weekend. We'll get to that today. At 11:30, it is Carson Anderson, Doug Karsch alongside Mike Stone playing the role of Scott Anderson. Saw Gator last night at the station Christmas party. Good time had by all. And certainly appreciate the people that put it on every year. And to everyone who throws Christmas parties in their office, right? Mm-hmm. It's probably a lot of work. I've never had to throw a Christmas party. Probably a lot of stress. Concerns. You want everybody to have a good time.
Yes. You want them to drink responsible or do whatever they do.
Yeah, and I would say that most of the people even did that. Mm-hmm. Not all of them. And no, just to let people know, Birchie nor Wojo, who rolled in late like a comedy crew or hysterical, neither of them were anywhere close to out of control.
Well, good.
Yes.
I was always worried about Wojo.
Some others at the station. But anyway, we're talking a little college basketball. We did some Red Wing talk earlier in the show, but we are intrigued as Wolverine and Spartan fans. What do you like most about your team so far, and what concerns do you have? Feedback coming in. Unnamed texter says, I like Michigan State shooting the most. The rotations are what scares me sometimes.
That's always been a
I'd like to hear more.
Critique of Tom Izzo. People always believe that he doesn't let players do their thing long enough in games sometimes.
I'm a Michigan fan. I love the versatility. My worry is if Mara is strong enough to handle the physicality of the Big Ten. You know what's funny is he looks a lot stronger than he did a year ago when he was at UCLA. But the rigors of conference play, as good as Michigan looks, and they've done it against what on ESPN's BPI index, the third toughest strength of schedule in the country. And they are 10-0 and have just absolutely annihilated some really good teams. But the rigors of a conference schedule is a different thing, man.
Oh, I know. Game in, game out. I mean, look, Michigan State's their schedule's got to be as hard as Michigan's, right? The teams that they've played too.
This says their strength of schedule is 25th.
Oh, well, maybe
that's still pretty strong. I mean, considering where a lot of teams are, that's pretty strong. Joe and Grosse-Ile, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. What I like about the Spartans is their depth. I think their 5 through 9 guys are pretty interchangeable and pretty good. What concerns me, though, is the wrong guys shooting the ball from the outside who are trying to show that they have that aspect to their game, Cohen Carr, that they really don't. He does not need to be jacking up any more threes. I'm sorry. I love the kid. He can dunk. He's the best dunker in the country, but he needs to keep it inside, and they'll be fine. They're better than I thought they were going to be. I'm happy for the way they're looking.
Yes, they're playing good. That's a great point. Players need to know their limitations, and I can't imagine that unless he shows it in practice that he's really, good at shooting threes. I can't imagine Tom Izzo loves seeing when, Carr shoots a three.
Well, a lot of times you got to remember that players who shoot threes, players are encouraged to take open shots, but the defense sometimes leaves specific players open that they want them to take said shot.
Exactly.
So, you get an open look because that's what the defense wants, is you to get an open look. But, maybe that stuff gets curtailed as the season goes on. 248-539-9797. Michigan State fan here for MSU. The worry is the inconsistency offensively. When they're cold, they're absolutely unwatchable, and I think it's going to keep them out of the tournament.
Keep them out of the tournament? No, he can't be serious.
He must mean
kick him out of the tournament maybe early.
Or it'll be why they don't make a deep run in the tournament.
Yeah, they're making the tournament, barring massive injuries.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a real thing. I'm not making the tournament.
And Jeremy Fears is really turned into a really good player.
248-539-9797 if you want to continue with that. By the way, Ferris State plays for a national championship this weekend. One thing that I like is the proliferation of some of the smaller school stuff that now gets on TV because I feel like football can't get enough ratings, and so they're like mining it everywhere. I saw something yesterday. Montana plays Montana State in the FCS semifinals.
Wow, boy, those ratings in Butte are going to be unbelievable.
The secondary market price for those tickets is over $750 buy-in price for Montana versus Montana State.
Well, there are a lot of people, really rich people, who want to retire and live in Montana who have a lot of money. I don't know any of those people, do I?
Well, there's a difference between wanting to and getting a chance to.
I mean, all the Taylor Sheridan fans out there, right?
Oh, right, yeah. I don't think people in Montana particularly love the show Yellowstone, but anyway, good luck to Ferris.
Right.
Yeah, I got a little bit of Ferris trivia for you later.
Oh, really?
Yes. 248-539-9797.
When does he and I'm going to say Tony because I always pronounce his name wrong.
Tony Anise?
Yes, Anise. I don't know why it's so. Some people always have trouble. When's he going to get a gig, a bigger gig? I'm not going to say better.
I'm not sure he at his age. He will.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know. How old is he?
I'm going to guess he's in his late 60s or 70s. When he was back coaching at, I think it was Montrose or Chesaning or one of those, I was covering him for Channel 25. That's when I first became aware of his name. And I would go out for their playoff games and get sound from Tony Anise, the high school coach. He's 64. He's not
still younger than me.
Yeah. He was at Montrose High School. Then he went to Ann Arbor Pioneer, which produced 3 Karsh kids. Let's go to Philip in Detroit. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, how's it going, guys? How's it going, Sean?
Good.
How's it going, Barrett?
Great. Thank you.
The thing I love the most about Michigan is their balanced scoring. Like they can get scoring from anywhere on the floor, and their defensive intensity. The thing that probably worries me the most is I think a previous caller alluded to it. Is that you haven't seen them play against a more physical team yet. So I don't know how they would stand up against a team with a more physical presence or whatnot. And other than that, I'm also like you too, Doug. I'm concerned about the great start so early, as opposed to this play translating to March and late February and whatnot.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird. It's kind of a weird thing to be bothersome, but the seasons are so long, and a lot can happen between now and then. It's great to see them play this way, but it doesn't mean a whole lot if they hit some sort of rut later in the season.
The other thing is that I'm not the biggest Michigan State fan, but the thing I do like about Michigan State, this current team, to some degree, almost resembles the Jason Richardson team and Mateen Freeze team. They're very athletic. They're quick on defense. They're springy, and they get out on the floor and they run a lot. They kind of resemble that a little bit to me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really impressed with Michigan State and Michigan is right now. I can't wait to you talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I can't wait to see what their records are going to be when they meet each other. I think you said it's in January.
They play in late January. I predicted Michigan would be 20-0, and I wanted to predict State would be 20-1, but I thought their schedule was a little bit harder. And the hardest game for both of them might be that game against Nebraska, and I'm pretty sure the biggest difference is the Spartans have to go to Nebraska, and Nebraska comes to Ann Arbor.
Yeah, Nebraska's done a really good team.
Yeah.
Don't they close out the season with each other too? Don't they?
I think that is correct. Yeah, Nebraska hosts Michigan State on January 2nd, and they go to Ann Arbor a couple weeks later. Let's go to Bob next on 97.1. Hi, Bob.
Hey guys, how you doing today? Good topic.
Thank you.
I got to congratulate the Michigan Wolverines. They're crushing people, but there's a bigger story behind all this, and I don't hear the media talk a lot about it. So basically, they've got 5 starters that were not on the team last year, if I'm correct, and they've got a $10 million payroll from the NIL. That is the big story. College basketball was, I think, at the pinnacle of parity. It was great. Anybody could beat anybody. There's a reason they are crushing opponents with the number 3 toughest schedule. Why? They're a pro team. Take a look at them.
Well, you don't think Gonzaga and Auburn, who teams that they've blown out, have high payrolls too?
They do not have as high payrolls, though.
Where do you know that as a fact? I don't.
Yes, I looked it up.
Okay. Who is reporting it, just so we know?
Yep. No, I think Michigan was like number 3 in the ranking of.
They do have a
teams in
starter from
NIL.
last year's team, and that is Namari Barnett, who was on the team last year. But other than Barnett, they don't. There are 4 guys who are in the regular rotation who was on the team last year. But I mean, that's the era we live in, and it's going to be intriguing to see, Bob, over the course of time, because in college football, NIL has been a huge. It's led to a lot of parity.
Correct, and with the portal involved as well.
Yep, the portal and NIL. I mean, players who are buried on, major teams' roster bolt for playing time and money to other programs, and the next thing you know, Vanderbilt's 10-2. 248-539-9797. You want to keep going that direction? We'll take your phone calls and feedback. College basketball, Michigan and Michigan State fans. What do you like most about your team? And what is your biggest concern about your team? And we got some NFL predictions for this weekend. Green Bay, Chicago, Detroit, Pittsburgh. What happens if this prediction comes true? That at 11:35 on Carson Anderson, Stoney in for Anderson, 97.1.
The first drive, hey man, ref said you guys can't do that no more. I'm like, what the fuck?
Really? You can't dig in your nose? I want to know what happened to your Booger first down celebration. You guys stopped doing it. What is that?
Did you see me do it?
I saw you do it. I saw like 2 other guys do it. Like, what happened?
What happened, bro? We do it the first drive. Our receiver coach comes do it after the first drive. Hey man, ref said you guys can't do that no more. I'm like, what the fuck?
Really? You can't dig in your nose and flick it? That's crazy.
Why is that bad? I want to know, NFL, why can't I dig in my nose and flick it? Like, there's no way. What is bad about that? Is that disrespectful? I'm confused.
No, but
is that derogatory?
They're anti-fun. I don't know, man. It's not like you're flicking an actual burger on somebody, but that was
just flicking, like,
yeah.
Not like, bro. I want to do that all game so bad, bro.
Yeah, no, that was good.
I'm sick.
I want to know what happened to
Doug Karsh, Gator out today. It's Karsh and Anderson program. Introduce a little college basketball talk. Michigan and Michigan State fans, speaking to you, compartmentalized. What do you like most about your team, and what are your worries about your team? We'll get to an NFL prediction in a few moments. Next hour, George Blaha said something awesome the other night, and we'll play it for you today at 12:05. Here on Karsh and Anderson, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. Tom in Flat Rock says, and I love this, Michigan basketball is deep on depth. Yes, that's a good way to put it, Tom. Michigan basketball is indeed deep on depth. Then he goes on to say, my fear is it's looking too easy. I thought they would sleepwalk Maryland, and it was not a good first half. Tom, I actually don't think they played all that poorly. I think Maryland shot lights out, and it was off the dribble threes. It wasn't catch and shoot wide open threes.
No, that diminutive kid, was Coit is his name?
Yeah.
He was just chucking up threes, and he was on fire.
So, I mean, but you can run into a team that does it for 40 minutes. Maryland did not do it for 40 minutes. Eventually, they couldn't keep up that pace, but...
And unfortunately, that could happen in a tournament, too.
It could happen in a tournament game, and you're done. Yeah. And that's a frustrating thing. But what else do we have here? I'm a Spartan. What I like is that they are playing good defense consistently. If they struggle shooting, that defense is there to let them hang around. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brian in Detroit. Hi, Brian.
Doug, I'm just driving, minding my own business, and then that clown called in and talk about $10 million. That's the name of the business, clown. Everybody's paying.
Well, hold on. I don't want to get carried away with that, Brian, because it's just not the topic.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go. I'll go straight to Michigan basketball. It's the defense. Doug, the defense they play, and they deep. They're going to be a hard out for anybody. That's what impressed me about them, because defense carries anywhere. And that coach, Doug, he is great at his job. Because when he's getting all them players all summer and they was that big, I was thinking about how they go play. And he's done a great job. He is great at what he is great communicating. You can tell he's getting the players motivated, and they all in. That defense is going to carry, and it's going to be a hard out. Doug, I'm like you. They're going to be 20-0 against Michigan State. Unless they just have an off day.
By the way, Michigan State is very similar, as far as defense and rebounding as well.
It's going to be a team going to have to shoot lights out on threes to beat Michigan. Because if you're not shooting lights out on threes, you're going to be in a world of trouble. They have a great they got it going, Michigan State and Michigan.
Yes, they do.
It's good to see. I can't wait till they play.
Hey, Brian, thank you for the phone call. It'll be, between Michigan State, and Purdue, those are three very obvious Final Four contenders.
Didn't Purdue get waxed by somebody recently, though?
They did. Iowa State destroyed them. Now, Iowa State's really good. Yes. Really, really good. But, that is going to happen. But, yes, Iowa State took it to them. All right, I mentioned prediction. So Pete Prisco, CBS Sports, does early predictions for the coming weekend. Did you roll your eyes? Did I see your eye roll?
Maybe.
Are you not a Prisco guy?
No, he's been around for a really long time. To me, he was always like a Jackson, because he's headquartered in Jacksonville, so he was always like a Jaguar suck up early on. But yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
SEC guy? Is he an SEC guy?
No, I don't know.
Just covers the NFL. So,
Yes.
All right. So he did predictions for Green Bay, Chicago, and Pittsburgh, Detroit. And I thought, okay, well, what does it look like if his predictions come true? Of Green Bay versus Chicago, he writes, the Packers are reeling after losing to Denver and losing key players, including star edge Micah Parsons, for the year with a torn ACL. They beat the Bears 2 weeks ago at home, but this is a bigger challenge on the road. Chicago's playing well, and that offense against the Parsons-less defense will be a lot to handle. But I think Jordan Love comes up big. Packers 27, Bears 24. Interesting.
At Soldier Field, wow.
Yep. Of the Lions and Steelers, he writes, this is a big game for both in their playoff quest. The Lions lost last week, while the Steelers are coming off a Monday night win over the Dolphins. The Steelers' defense played well in that one, but this is a big step up in terms of matching offensive firepower. Both teams will score, but the Lions will get more. Lions 33, Steelers 27. So if that happens,
yeah,
Do you want to add something to it?
No, I agree with him on the Lions, and I disagree with him. I think the Bears are going to win at home.
Do you? Okay.
Because of part of the reason what he mentioned. The Packers are just really banged up.
Yep.
And we know what banged up means in this town.
Well, I do think it's really intriguing that the Packers remain favored in that game.
I know.
Which means
it's a lack of trust of Caleb Williams is what it is, I think. Well, besides the fact that Vegas tries to get 50%.
Of course, they're trying to get 50% of money on both sides, but they set the point spread. I don't know what it opened at, but it hasn't swung in the Bears' favor.
Right.
So there's enough money coming in on the Packers to keep them as a favorite, which I find very intriguing. Now, if that goes down the way Pete Prisco predicts, Green Bay will be 10-4-1 with games against Baltimore and at Minnesota. Okay, so the Chicago Bears will be 10-5 if it goes down this way, and a game ahead of the Lions with games against at San Francisco and the Lions. And the Lions will be 9-6.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if any team in the league will have two tougher last two games than the Bears at Chicago and the Lions. I guess I'd have to look at everybody's schedule. That would be wise before I make a statement like that.
Yes.
But that's a pretty tough pair of games.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lions will have at Minnesota and at Chicago. So, I mean, if it goes down this way, if Prisco's right, I really don't hate the way this looks after the weekend. I hope he's right.
So the Packers would be 10-4-1.
Yep.
The Bears would be 10-5, and the Lions would be 9-6.
And we'd all be San Francisco and Baltimore fans for a weekend, and the Lions would have to do what has felt like the impossible. They would have to win back-to-back games.
Correct.
If they take care of Pittsburgh, which Prisco predicts. I think this is the best-case scenario.
As we discussed yesterday, briefly, what we don't want is the Bears and the Packers to tie.
That would be odd.
And the Lions lose, and it's done.
Yeah. Now, if it goes the other way, if the Bears win the game, the Bears will be 11-5, 2 games up on Detroit.
No, they'd be 11-4.
I'm sorry. Yes, 11-4. My apology. And 2 games up on Detroit. Green Bay will be 9-5-1, and Detroit will be 9-6.
No, well, you said if it goes the other way.
If it goes the other way.
That means that means the Steelers beat the Lions.
Just the Bears-Packers game.
Okay.
And so would you rather have it be the first way or the second way? Because the Bears would still have that game in San Francisco, which means they are catchable if they lose it. And Green Bay will be just hanging on ahead of Detroit. But we'd still need Baltimore to beat them. I like it the other way better because the Lions would control their own destiny with Chicago.
Beating Chicago and Chicago.
Yep. So
I'd rather win the division and have a home game than be a wild card too.
Of course, but the having to count on the Packers losing to Baltimore. I like them losing to Baltimore to give Detroit a chance to win the division.
Right.
I don't like them losing to Baltimore to have to make the playoffs.
No.
So 248-539-9797. We'll see how it goes down. That is obviously this is a huge, huge weekend coming up. Lions taking on Pittsburgh and Green Bay and Chicago. We got a lot riding on that. A 4:00 start and the late game, which will be that's a Sunday night game.
Bears-Packers.
Yeah, is a Sunday night game. Do you also find it kind of weird that coming up on Sunday, Lions will be done with the regular season home portion of their schedule? Doesn't it feel early?
A little bit. They usually don't end with 2 road games, but it's not completely unusual for teams to do that.
I bet for season ticket holders, it's like, just it doesn't seem usual to have this be the case.
For those who like to travel for their Christmas and holiday break, they're probably happy.
Probably. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. You also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, and streaming with video on twitch.tv and youtube.com. We welcome those of you that are watching. Streaming chat on both sites. 248-539-9797, another edition of Would You Buy coming up today at 11:48. And we'll get to an awesome soundbite from George Blaha that had us talking in the office today. That at 12:05 on 97.1.
Hey, sports geeks like me love stats. Here's one for you. For the last 25 years, no Detroit eye surgeon has performed more vision correction procedures than Dr. Yaldo. He's done over 50,000 in his remarkable career. That's more than LeBron's record of 42,000 career points. And I'm the one of many who's benefited for one of Dr. Yaldo's 2 life-changing procedures. You got custom LASIK, and in my case, his amazing bifocal lens implants. Glasses, contacts, reading glasses, they're all right. But when you take them off, you can't see a thing. And your prescription keeps changing anyway year to year. I got those 2 tiny bifocal lens implants about 7 years ago. Nothing's changed. 20/20 vision up close for the small stuff and far away for everything else. I'll stay the same for the rest of my life. Let the amazing Dr. Yaldo set you free from glasses, contacts, and readers, and then enjoy better eyesight without them than you ever had with them. It's easy. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com to sign up for a free evaluation.
All right, so feedback coming in here regarding the NFL stuff. What I find interesting is that I haven't heard anyone mention that the Lions were the ones to end Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay's playoff chances a couple years ago, followed by Rodgers leaving the Packers. I see Rodgers playing spoiler. That's from Key Largo Tony.
I said that.
So I am no longer scared of Aaron Rodgers. The Lions beat him in Green Bay the last 3 times that they played him. And I feel like the spell was broken. So I don't think there's anything magical about Aaron Rodgers and the Lions matchup that has me concerned. However, if essentially, for all intents and purposes, the Lions' season comes to a close with a loss to Aaron Rodgers, that would particularly sting. You still are worried about Rodgers' magic against Detroit.
Just, maybe I'm not going to say he's going to be 25 or 29 and go crazy, but, he has the capability of beating them.
But
maybe at the end, like he's done in the past. And I'm not talking about the Hail Mary.
But what would bother you more? Because they've got 2 that would really sting left on the schedule. Aaron Rodgers or Ben Johnson.
Or J.J. McCarthy.
I don't think that's in the same category.
I know.
You know what's so funny?
Ben Johnson
I just want to let the audience know, when I sat down and kind of made this note that there are these 2 guys that would really sting, I said, and Stoney's going to mention somebody from Minnesota. And I couldn't find anyone that was in the same category. And sure enough, you did. I knew you'd do it, Stoney.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of predictable.
Yeah.
Look, Ben Johnson's number 1 for a lot of fans. So, yeah, that would be the number 1 guy.
In terms of?
It would sting the most to lose to, more so than Aaron Rodgers.
More so than Aaron Rodgers?
Yes.
Yeah. More feedback here. Campbell historically sucks against good coaches. If he pulls this one out, I'll believe, but I don't think he will. That's from Aaron. Does he historically suck against good coaches?
I don't know. Let's see. John Harbaugh is a pretty good coach. He beat him.
Yeah.
Why always wanted one?
Is Kevin O'Connell a good coach?
I think so. I think so.
They swept them last year.
McVay, I think he's 2-2 against. He's considered a good coach.
Yeah. Kyle Shanahan, a good coach?
Yeah.
They beat them last year. I mean, I don't know if the premise is accurate. I
don't know.
If you're waiting for a win over Pittsburgh to get on board, so be it.
Yes. Mike Tomlin's a Hall of Famer.
And if, often you can look at teams' records, and their records against the good teams aren't quite as good as their records against the bad teams.
Gee, what a surprise.
Yes. But it sounds like this guy's just waiting for a win over Tomlin.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, time for another edition of Would You Buy the Powerball. The estimated jackpot has grown to approximately $1.25 billion. Here at the station, there is a pool of people that buy tickets, and both you, Stoney, and Kenny, who's doing double duty behind the glass today, you both get involved. You haven't done so yet, correct, Kenny?
I have not, but I will probably next break.
Okay. But Stoney, you never miss this.
No, and I have one with my family too that I take care of.
All right, so we ask you, if you win, would you buy? If you win, would either of you hire a chauffeur? Would you have a full-time chauffeur on your staff?
I already have my wife. She does most of the driving. No, I don't need a chauffeur.
You don't need a chauffeur?
No, not right now.
Okay. Kenny, $1.25 billion. If you win, would you hire a full-time chauffeur?
In terms of the cost that this would probably incur, I don't think it's that much compared to all the other things that are probably on your list.
Right.
And I feel like getting point A to point B, I'm getting down to games easier. I'm getting, if I want to have a bar night, I'm getting there way easier. I'm getting back way easier. Yeah, of course I would buy that.
Okay. So, Kenny, if you hit, you will hire a chauffeur.
Absolutely.
All right. Next up, if you win, will you buy a ticket to see Ole Miss at home versus LSU next year, which would be Lane Kiffin returning to Ole Miss?
Who's Michigan playing that weekend? We don't know.
We don't know yet.
Sure. Why not? That would be fun. I've only been to one SEC game. That was at Georgia, and that was a while ago against Vanderbilt. I hear the great things about the Grove, so sure.
The Grove, Oxford, where
Mississippi.
Yeah. So you would go to that.
Yeah.
Kenny, would you buy a ticket to see Lane Kiffin and LSU play at Ole Miss next year?
I would buy that ticket, and you know how I'm getting there from the airport? With my chauffeur.
Well, yeah, I'd hire a car in a different CS. I just want to be clear. There are certain situations where I would hire a
You'd
car.
have a driver. You'd have a driver now and again. You just wouldn't have one on full time.
Exactly.
That one's not going to be your wife, though, right?
No. Okay. No, I don't think she would go to the game.
All right. If you win, would you hire or rent out a bobsled track or ski jump facility to participate in either the bobsled, the luge, or go ski jumping?
Not a shot in hell.
I'm with Stoney, not a shot in hell either. Okay. You would, though, Doug, wouldn't you?
There's no question I want to do like a bobsled or a luge or something like that. Ski jumping, no. But would I love to try and get down from top to bottom on an Olympic ski run?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I would love to do that. Now, what's scary is when you see those runs, how insanely steep they are.
Now, what I might want to do, to experience the luge once, fly to Lake Placid, hire a chauffeur to take me to the Lake Placid training ground and rent it out for a day or something like that. That I might do, but I'm not going to buy the whole thing.
No, not buy it. Just rent it out and do it is what the question was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see doing that. That'd be fun.
I think every kid that ever sleds is like, dude, the luge is the greatest thing ever.
Yeah.
All right. If you win the estimated jackpot of the Powerball of $1.25 billion, would you build anything aside from a home or a vacation home? Is there anything that you would build or commission to be built?
Wow. That is a great question.
Because I know immediately something that I would pay to have built. But I don't buy the dream, so I'm not allowed to play along.
I would probably buy like a big area that is definitely fenced in where I could just let the dogs run crazy.
Okay. You'd have like your own personal dog park?
Yeah.
But a bigger area.
Yeah.
Okay.
I might buy more homes, but nothing like that.
Kenny, would you pay for anything to be built other than a home?
Do you remember when, I think it was the Winter Classic was on like Lake Tahoe or whatever, and there was mountains in the background and it was a beautiful setting?
Yeah.
I would commission an ice rink to be built in a scenic area outdoors like that. That would be sick.
Well, Doug could do it because he used to have a ice rink in his backyard.
Okay, so a couple things about that. The ice rink was a pathetic little postage stamp where small kids could skate in circles, and that was about it.
That's good.
It was better than nothing, but it was way tougher. I'll tell you what you don't realize. You don't realize how much pitch there is in your backyard until you try and make an ice rink. And you realize you have to keep building one side higher and higher and higher because it'll only freeze like in this one corner because there's a slant that the naked eye couldn't see in the backyard. But that's what I would have said. I'd have experts come in and build me a rink somewhere, like a full size with boards and goals, lined, red line, blue line, circles and all that, like a full rink.
Have you heard about our engineer Robbie who has one for his son? He built one.
I know that Robbie's a big hockey dad.
It's absolutely. He showed me pictures. There's lights. He has a Zamboni. It's crazy.
Wow, he's got a Zamboni. Wow.
Yeah, like a little homemade Zamboni thing, but it's a Zamboni.
You know what I would do? I'd buy and somehow get it built, an unbelievable piece of land for equestrian horses for my daughter, like a big facility.
Oh, here you go.
And next to it, because we don't have a real good racetrack in this state, a racetrack. So you could have the equestrian horses and you could have the Valenti horses. So he wouldn't have to go to Saratoga all the time. He could just go across the street.
Stony Downs.
Yes.
I like
Stony
it.
Downs.
Stony Downs.
Yes.
Perfect. Now I'm hoping Stony wins. I want Stony Downs.
Yeah.
Those things keep failing.
Yeah, but I won't.
But you don't care. You got $1.25 billion.
Right.
Final thing, would you buy an indie movie studio?
No.
You have no desire to make any movies, any pictures, commission any documentaries?
No.
Star in anything?
We've always talked about, what would be good 30 for 30s, but no.
You're not going to go down that road. You don't want to become a producer of any kind?
No, I don't.
What about you, Kenny?
I would not, but now now that I'm down the hockey rabbit hole, I'm wondering how much the cheapest minor league team I could purchase would be.
Oh, like the guys on Spittin' Chicklets bought
the
gargoyles in Greensboro or something.
That's what I would
that.
do instead of that.
Yeah.
What about you could be the next Danbury Trashers? You remember that team
Yes,
that was owned by
with
like
that documentary.
like
yeah.
a mob figure or something
Yes,
like
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
I would be a little less shady about it, but yeah, I would do that.
I would, if I won today, I'm going to put an offer on this station.
You're going to try and buy the station?
Yeah. Maybe not the whole cluster, just this station.
Just this station?
Yeah.
Stony ownership would be an interesting thing. That's for sure.
Stonership.
Absolutely.
There it is, another edition of Would You Buy? Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Tonight, the Red Wings will hit the ice for the second night in a row. Last night, they took down the Islanders for their fifth win in the last 6 games. They will host the Utah Mammoth tonight at 7:30. Pre-game coverage starts here on 97.1 at 7:15. Also, interesting news for the Lions today. Safety Eric Hallett was signed off Detroit's practice squad by the Tennessee Titans yesterday. Hallett filled in for the injured Thomas Harper on Sunday and had the second most tackles of any Lions defender. Harper was, of course, filling in for the injured Kirby Joseph, who's missed the last last 8 games. However, in the last week, the Lions did sign safeties DeMonte Casey and Jalen Mills. In the latest in Michigan's search for a new coach, Kenny Dillingham spoke to reporters at ASU yesterday. He was asked about social media support and was made aware that Sun Devils fans are panicking as Dillingham has been closely linked to Michigan's vacancy. When asked if he wanted to put that panic to bed, here's what he said. Roughly 2 hours after these comments surfaced, Dillingham surpassed Washington's Jed Fish as the favorite to get the Michigan job on the online exchange markets. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, station Christmas party last night. Good time was had by all, and always fun to hang out with people here at the station. Stoney, unfortunately, didn't make it by doing one of the most Stoney things ever.
Because I wanted to take a nap, and I set my phone alarm for 5:45 or whatever a.m.
The party started in the p.m.
Yeah.
It was not an a.m. party.
Mm-hmm.
So, This feels like something, if anyone would ask yesterday, someone at the station won't be there because they set their alarm for AM instead of PM, who would it be? I think you'd be a strong candidate, Mike.
I'd be a strong candidate for a lot of things, including how I started my day today.
We might have to get to that later if time permits. Okay. We've got a lot going on, and it's been a fun show so far, but that is also on brand for Mike Stone. The good news is you're in tomorrow as well.
That's true.
Did get a chance to see Gator last night, which is always fun to hang out, and he's a funny dude, that Scott Henderson. He's funny off the air, too. But Wojo and Birchie came in like a tag team comedy show at the end of the night. Jimmy Powers was there. Dad did a great job putting the whole thing together.
That's Lori, by the way.
Yes. All the update kid was there, and we discovered he's old enough to drink, which was a major shocker to everybody. Mm-hmm. Otto was there. Fuoco was there. So it's a good time. Good time. Multiple stations in the cluster, and no, there are very few people. Not everybody, but very few people were overserved.
That's a good thing.
My favorite is the after party plans. When the after party plans, when they start, flip the lights on and everybody's got to get out because we had rented out an establishment. And where's everybody going? We're going here, we're going there. And I'm like, you're going there, you're going there. Mm-hmm. That's where, look, a Tuesday night, you take what you can, and there's a lot that goes into the planning of these things. So I'm not being critical of it being on a Tuesday night by any means. If it were a Friday night, however, you might have got, it might have been late night.
After party attendance would have been much better.
Yeah, it might have been late night Doug. Not as much. Late night Doug doesn't come out as much anymore, but late night Doug, when it's time to gear up, let's go.
I've never seen late night Doug, I don't think. I was at your house once after a Michigan game watching football in the basement once.
Yep.
And I remember I took a lift home from your house. It was like $80 from Ann Arbor to West Bloomfield.
Attaboy.
Yeah. And then when we met my sister in Happy Valley before a Penn State game, you were pregame, Doug. So although you weren't doing play-by-play, so you were
the Friday night before games.
Right,
it depends. That's noon start, 3:30 a night game.
Right.
Late night Doug can come out on a 3:30 or a night game, but a noon start, there's not. No, and that's not happening. But again, you don't see. There's not a lot of late night Doug anymore. But anyway, thanks to everybody who was there. We had a really good time hanging out and talking shop and just relaxed atmosphere. Everybody throws a Christmas party. God bless you. Special corner of heaven for you for the work Christmas parties.
Have you ever done anything embarrassing at a Christmas party?
At a work Christmas party? Mm-hmm. I don't think so.
I did once.
Oh, good.
I was inebriated a little bit, and it was a Channel 4 Christmas party at like the Rooster Tail.
Yeah.
And I went to our general manager, Alan Frank, and started like bitching that sports didn't get as much time as weather. And somebody, I don't know if it was Bernie or somebody else, kind of like took me aside and said,
So you confronted the boss.
not angrily, but still, why does weather get more time than sports? All anybody cares about the weather is what's it going to be like the next day.
Stoney confronted the boss.
Which, by the way, is a legitimate beef.
Dude, doesn't weather get like...
But it gets the highest ratings of the show.
So that's why.
I know.
So what's the beef?
The beef is what kind of information are you getting on the weather? Who cares what it was earlier today? Who cares what it was? That's the record high was in 1923. Just tell me what the weather's going to be the next day. What I have to, what the kids have to wear to school and all that.
Stoney,
and the little forecast.
Couldn't you argue that about who the Lions passed on in like the 1991 draft? The things that you constantly revisit sometime?
Great point. Well, that's not on a short 30-minute newscast. I got 4 hours to.
So let me get this right. Now, what was your role at the station at the time?
I was sports producer.
So you're the producer, and the anchor was Bernie?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so.
Or was it Van Rel? No, it was Bernie.
At the station Christmas party, you confronted the boss, drunkenly lobbying for more airtime for Bernie.
Basically, or for sports in general, yes.
God, I like to think when you die and go to heaven, you get to go back and watch highlights from your life. I want to see that. That won't be my life.
We've got highlights.
That's a highlight I would like to see. Drunk Stoney confronting the boss for more airtime at sports, telling him that the weather doesn't matter, when all the data supports the fact that all of that weather information is like one of the highest tune-ins for any newscast.
I know. I don't get it.
You don't get it, huh?
No, I don't. I don't understand it.
Was Stoney uncensored? Somebody asked on Twitch.
No.
No?
Was I? Yeah, probably I was.
Did you drop a couple F-bombs?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good for you.
Thank you.
Do we have the George Blaha cut, Kenny? All right. So I haven't had a chance to hear this. I heard about it. I haven't heard it yet. The topic of the NBA Cup came up on a Piston broadcast the other night in exchange with Greg Kelser. And does it include Kelser? Okay. Here's how the exchange went. Who do you like in that contest, George? I don't care. Now, obviously, George had a live read. He had to do a read in the broadcast, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
I get handed Michigan football is presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Whole health means body and mind. Like, I've got the whole thing down, right? You do these live reads in these broadcasts. So George had to do the live read promoting the NBA Cup final, and then just flat out admitted he does not care. Which begs the question, what is it in sports or otherwise that you just really honestly do not care about? Like, you just don't care. And I want to be clear here. We're not talking about things that you're hostile towards. Like, I don't, Michigan State fans, I don't care what's going on in East Lansing. I don't care what's going on in Ann Arbor. Or, like, I'm hostile towards Live Golf. I hate its existence. I hate what it's done to the PGA Tour. I'm hostile towards Live Golf. But I mean, you literally are like, I will waste no mental energy or time on this. I do not care at all. It can be sports or otherwise. What would be your George Blaha? I don't care. 248-539-9797. I want you to hold on to yours, Stoney. I imagine you have several.
I have one big one that it's not going to make me many friends.
Really? Okay. Is there anything out there that you just don't care about? Like, because the NBA Cup is probably a prime example of one that would be a very popular answer.
Yeah. Can I ask a question about the NBA Cup in a second?
Sure. You can do it now.
Okay. If the Pistons won the NBA Cup,
yep,
would you want a banner raised at LCA? Because that's a major debate, because the Lakers did it. I know that. And my New York Knicks fans, they are incredulous that they should actually, most of them, they're thinking of putting a banner at Madison Square Garden. Now, granted, and even in some of the New York papers today, first championship in 52 years. F that. Really?
They were celebrating or commemorating this as the first Knicks championship in 52 years?
Since Nixon was alive. Because they haven't won since 1973. No, you don't want a banner up there.
I mean, I guess any organization can do whatever they want.
Can, I know.
I mean, the Lions, don't they have, we kind of embarrassingly have had playoff appearance banners, and some people have an issue with that. I don't know if that's still up. I haven't paid attention to what's up in the rafters anymore. But what is it that you just don't care about? And I want to be clear here. This isn't hostile.
No.
You just have no mental energy to exert towards this topic.
And I actually wish I cared.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, I can't wait to hear this. What is it for you, people? 248-539-9797. Stoney is in for Gator. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. FanDuel is the #1 sports book for same-game parlays. If that is your thing, from points to rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine all your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So the minimum deposit is $5. You put that in, and then you bet that $5 on the money line. And if you hit, you get $150, and you got a week to lay those bets out there, and you can do whatever you want. If you're a same-game parlay guy, it's a great time and way to do that. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Mike Stone in for Gator, 248-539-9797. Yeah, what is the thing in sports or otherwise that you just can't bring yourself to care about at all? NBA Cup, we had the great soundbite from our guy, George Blaha. We should isolate that, just the part where he says, I don't care, Kenny, if you get a chance. Because that's really, really funny when asked by Greg Kelser on the broadcast against, was it the Celtics game? I think it was the Celtics game. Who do you like in the NBA Cup? Blaha said, I don't care. What is it in sports that you would say it's not you're hostile towards it, you just don't care? Stoney, what is it for you?
Well, for me, it's something that it started to get popular and I really wanted to get into it. And I tried. But especially now when they promote the guys on ESPN, UFC, I feel bad because I know a lot of people are into it.
Yeah.
I loved boxing as a kid, and I don't love it as much now. I don't follow it as closely, but that's
you just
else.
don't. You just.
But the UFC, and it's not that it's too gruesome, or I don't know. I don't care.
There it is. You tried.
Yeah, and because I tried to follow it for a little bit, and it just no matter how much I would try to study, what's the guy's name? John Jones and these guys. I mean, I know some of the names. Was it St. Pierre? Is that another one of those guys?
Dude, you're talking to the wrong guy.
Ronda Rousey. Obviously I know, but I don't care, and it's very, exciting. I guess I don't know. I'll look at clips if it's on my social.
Will you?
But
you just don't care. You tried to care. You even tried to care, and you just didn't care. Yeah.
I tried to care.
248-539-9797. What is the number one thing that you just, like George didn't care about the NBA Cup, that you just don't care about? For me, and I've said this on the show before, so this is not breaking new ground, I don't care about individual awards in team sports. Like, I do my best I can to try and come up with my best Heisman list.
Right.
And
you vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yet, what I struggle with is seeing every player.
Okay.
And I would argue that not one Heisman voter does see every player. I would argue that the vast majority of them come far from seeing every player.
Right, especially you're focused in on one game, obviously.
It's really difficult. And I have to go, it's not like I'm digging a ditch over here, but I'm like, I better watch Texas Tech to get another look at Jacob Rodriguez.
Well, let me ask you a question.
What's that?
Would you, or have you thought about giving up your vote?
I have.
Okay.
I honestly have. And I try very hard. But when people get into the argument over like who should be MVP and stuff like that,
right,
it's typically one fan of one team arguing their guy against a fan of another team arguing their guy.
So you didn't get into the whole Cabrera-Trout deal?
Not in the slightest, especially if the team you're rooting for is good.
Yeah.
If the team you're rooting for is good, you can have all the individual awards. I don't care if our team wins any of them. The only time I think it's applicable is when you've run out of things to cheer for. And an example of that, although I wasn't rooting for acknowledgement, but as a kid, at being a San Diego Padre fan, I wanted Tony Gwynn to win the batting title. But that's not even an individual award. The only thing I was checking box scores for was to see if Tony Gwynn was going to win the batting title, or the one year was he going to hit 400.
So wasn't there a year where the Phillies and the Tigers got together and had people vote for Shane Victorino and Brandon Inge for the All-Star game?
That sounds right,
like
yeah.
That? So you weren't behind that campaign?
No, I just look. We will host discussions about like Dan Campbell.
Right.
Dan Campbell never won Coach of the Year, right?
Yeah.
And we can host some discussions. Maybe J.B. Bickerstaff, he didn't win Coach of the Year last year. I think, if I remember back to
right, Kenny Atkinson.
So, but the point is, we will entertain those discussions because they're important to the audience. I can't bring myself to care. I don't really enthusiastically care about it at all.
I have a text from a friend of mine listening in New Jersey who says NASCAR.
Just doesn't care.
Yeah.
For work, I had to get on to NASCAR on Another Radio Life, and I did the amount of pregame 4 hours Friday, 4 hours Saturday, and 2 hours of post-game Sunday.
That to me, you deserved like double your salary for
well, I knew
combat
nothing.
pay.
So the thing is, I knew nothing, right?
Yeah.
And I had to go in. And once I learned about it, I enjoyed it. I really did.
And the other thing, NASCAR people, like were, at least they were, some of the most accessible people and really nice, the drivers.
Yeah, they were
the whole
cool.
deal. Yeah.
They were cool. I had one exchange. This is a true story. And I don't know if I should be proud of this moment. I'm probably not. But one year we were out there and I had a chance to tape some interviews that would air during our pregame coverage, pregame for a race, pre-race coverage. And I was invited into Dale Earnhardt's trailer. So I get to walk in and you walk through sort of the back and there's
This
little.
is the late Dale Earnhardt.
Yes, not junior, senior. And there is a living area back there. And I fire off, 15 questions, fill 10 minutes and something we're going to air later. And it was really cool. It was just Dale and I and his PR person. And I get done and Dale turns to his PR guy and says, "This isn't the guy you were talking about, is it?" And he goes, "No." And I'm like, what does that mean?
Right.
Is that like that I just get totally insulted? Or was that something like somebody they didn't like? Or was it, here's somebody that really knows something and it was really good, and then I went and interviewed him and he said, "This isn't the guy you were talking about." I didn't know what he meant.
Did you ask?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
Dude, I was like 22. I was scared out of my mind.
Well, you could ask the PR person.
I could have later, I guess, but I have no idea what he was talking about. But I got into it a little bit. Kenny, what's your number one thing that you just can't bring yourself to care about?
So this isn't an attack on anybody. This isn't me trying to bring a personal attack on anybody, but I couldn't care any less about the daytime get-ups and first takes and sports. Just it feels contrived and it feels like it's just made for releasing clips on social media. And it feels like a lot of hot take theater. I just couldn't care any less about it.
You know what's intriguing is this is sort of a product in all broadcast of 24-hour news. You run out of things of relevance to talk about, so you have to sort of fabricate those things.
And come up with some of the storylines that are the things that you hate about, like MVP awards, the discussion all the time.
Yeah.
Odds for MVP. It's like...
Yeah, and when there's breaking news or something huge going on, tuning into these things can be really they can be useful tools. But when there's nothing particularly huge going on, there's still a need to fill the airtime. And so
every week it's like, oh, is this going to affect LeBron's legacy? And it's like, no, but no, what are we doing here?
Right.
It's February. What are we talking about?
Right, sure. Feedback coming in. Scott writes in, "I just don't care about award shows. They're off my radar. I don't care. All of them, by the way, are the Country Music Awards about 6 times a year."
Yeah, there does seem to be a few country music awards.
Yep. Things in sports I don't care about. College football. It's from an unnamed texter.
Wow.
Here's one. Press conferences in sports. Interesting.
Look, I learned the hard way that I used to take everything they say in press conferences and trying to make a topic out of it, or just get so and when Bobby Ross said he's got bus tickets for people to, and then I got, this is the kind of coach we need. He's going to get rid of these, loafers and stuff.
Right.
And then you find out, really, it doesn't make a difference.
It's funny. Like I listen to a lot of press conference stuff.
I do.
But
and I participate like during COVID.
But what happens is you come to have a discerning ear. You're like, not everything is a topic,
right?
And not everything is all that important. Don't care about. Easy for me. Soccer. That's from an unnamed texter. Here's another unnamed texter. Any non-major tennis. Interesting.
Okay, I can see that because I love tennis, but I don't really pay attention to the non-majors.
Next text. I just don't care about the Ryder Cup and NCAA basketball minus March Madness. Well, there's a lot of data that can support that NCAA basketball has kind of sold its soul for the postseason. That postseason is wildly popular, but it's so large and so all-consuming that has minimized the regular season.
Oh, yes. And part of that is because, if they passed a law that nobody was allowed to have a bracket, you'd watch the viewership would go down.
I can tell you that the highest rated March Madness shows we do are the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday after the brackets come out.
I'm sure.
I don't care who wins the Heisman. Don't care at all because usually it doesn't translate into success in the NFL. That's from John on lunch.
That's true, but who cares about that?
That's
part?
not. Yeah, that's not what the Heisman's for.
No.
The Heisman is for acknowledging who is the best player in college football for that year.
Right.
But for John's value system, he doesn't
Right.
think it's particularly relevant who the best player in college football is, I guess. 248-539-9797. More of these coming in. What is it you just, like George didn't care about the NBA Cup and admitted it on the air? You're not hostile towards it, but what's the thing in sports you just don't care about? It is Carson Anderson with Stoney in on 97.1. So the other night in the Piston broadcast, Greg Kelser asked George Blaha who would win the NBA Cup, and Blaha's response was a blunt and honest, I don't care. Yeah.
By the way, just guessing.
Yeah.
If the Pistons were playing, he would care.
I think he might, but like I watched the highlight and the confetti coming down and them storming the court, and I'm like, it was a really weird deal in the middle of the season.
I know.
It's not European soccer where guys are on multiple teams battling for multiple championships at the same time. Like you're playing for your national team and you're playing for your club team, and there's just, and they have coincident things that they are battling for, and I think they've tried to create that here, and it doesn't feel like it's part of our nature for that to capture our imagination. No. Would I care if our team was in it? It would be an interesting experiment. A couple of years ago, when the Pistons were, it might have been actually last year when they were no good. I'm like, oh, NBA Cup. Maybe we could, get lucky and win this thing. But I didn't even get into it then.
I remember one year the Pistons either they won or they played in the championship for the summer league.
Did you care?
No.
See, I would actually care more about that because there might be some guys on those teams that could make our big squad, and it's just like watching your minor league teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. What is it in sports that you can say, hey, I just simply do not care? Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. I don't care about any of the professional All-Star or Pro Bowl games at all. That's from Jan and Fenton.
I still care a little bit about the baseball one.
Here's an interesting one. I have zero interest in Mel Kiper's mock draft or draft board. It's never accurate. I don't know that we have, for us, have created something we do on the air more entertaining for us, and I hope it is for the audience. The ratings were fine, but the mock draft games we play where
I
we
love the mock draft.
So you go through the mock draft, and then when it's the Lions pick, you see who's still on the board. And it's only an exercise of if this happens. Now, to the person who sent this, those exercises are, I guess, moot because they never happen exactly as anyone predicts.
Right. Because of trades and things. I still have, I believe, in my drawer, like the last 5 of my final mock drafts.
Do you really?
Yeah.
I'm glad you keep those around. Next up, studio halftime shows. That's from Gary at work.
Well, it depends. Like the NBA with Barkley and Kenny and Shaq and Ernie is great.
Yeah, Coach's Corner.
Oh, it's the best. The best.
Baseball before July or pro and college hockey and basketball before February. There's so many games. The early season ones are meaningless. The thing I just don't care about all is UFC and WWE. That's from an unnamed texter. Another one, I don't care about NFL preseason. That's from an unnamed texter. I think it depends on what situation your team is in.
Yes.
Are you breaking in a bunch of critical new players, or are you a veteran team that has to play the games and it's all guys you're going to cut?
Yeah, pretty much. The, shall we say, anticipation and the excitement of preseason football has declined immeasurably over the decades and as people get older.
Do you remember when they played 6 preseason games?
Yes, absolutely. And
that doesn't seem like the real world.
And they used to be, most of them were in places that didn't have football teams. Like the Eagles used to play the Giants every year at Palmer Stadium on the campus of Princeton University.
Really?
Because these are teams in the same division, but they played a preseason game halfway between Philly and New York. And they'd be all over the country. They'd be in these places.
That sounds that sounds kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to have a very unpopular take on this, but I don't care about professional sports drafts. Never understood the infatuation with potential of athletes and paying them millions based off that potential. Well, I mean, it's kind of fun to project. But
that person's not alone. There are a lot of people, especially like we talked about with mock drafts, the amount of news and breadth that is talked about with the drafts.
John is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, John?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We're good. Thank you.
Yeah. So just to preface this, I went to Eastern Michigan, so I don't have any ties to Michigan State or Michigan. But I do obviously like watching the rivalry game. I like watching Ohio State versus Michigan and play Michigan State. But my brother and I always joke about this. Whenever you're talking about football with someone and they go, I just like college football so much more than the NFL. The players just care more because they're not, and now they get paid, so it's hard to say that. But I love the NFL so much that I just don't really care about college football that much. Like, I'll watch the playoffs. You know, I think it's cool. It's high-level competition. I like the big rivalry games. But I'm not going to tune into, like, a 10 o'clock, like, 10 p.m. game. I'm not going to watch them action. Like, I just don't understand people that are like, man, college football is just so much better. Like,
well, to be fair,
no,
you just mentioned
really
that, like, it's – There's a couple things that college football has that the NFL doesn't, but you just mentioned like the time slots and the things that are the least attractive of the sport. Like the 10 p.m. start, most 10 p.m. starts are Mountain West games, San Jose State hosting, New Mexico State. Yeah, but and the MACtion games, look, I like watching our local teams and I love college football. The one thing that college football has that the NFL doesn't is legitimate, hardcore, passionate rivalries.
Right.
And the NFL has rivalries, don't get me wrong.
I can't argue with that.
But there's something about the college rivalry that is they've tapped into something that the NFL I think tries to get, but it's harder.
And the other thing I want to ask you, John, you like the NFL so much, don't you want to watch college football to get ready for your mock draft?
I know what you're going to ask.
Get ready for your mock draft.
That's really the only reason why I pay any attention to college football at this point in time is just to see who the Lions are going to draft or who they could draft. But at the same time, like, I agree with the rivalry thing, but I think it's to the point now where there's only you could put on one hand the amount of rivalries that really, like, the players are, like, foaming at the mouth, ready to kill the other team. You know what I mean? Like, it's obviously Michigan, Ohio State. You got the Red River Shootout or Red River Rivalry now, whatever they call it. The Iron Bowl. What else, right? There's probably two more that I'm forgetting, but those three come to the top of my mind. But yeah, I think the biggest thing too is since I'm younger, right? Like I didn't grow up watching like classic college football matchups. Like I don't remember when Nebraska was any good. I don't remember, when some of these teams were powerhouses. So
I guess you don't care, but I will tell you, Notre Dame, USC, Pitt, West Virginia, Oklahoma State. Although I guess that's gone, which sucks. Texas A&M. Watching all of those games get the juices flowing for me.
But some of these trophy games are ridiculous. I mean, I don't think Michigan State and Indiana fans really care about the old brass spittoon.
That's a different thing. Trophy games aren't necessarily. I mean, they get presented as rivalries.
Because
like,
Indiana Purdue's are good.
I mean, Tennessee, Alabama is a huge rivalry. Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, Florida.
Yes.
Ole Miss, Mississippi State. Like I know that not everybody gets. I love them all. But he doesn't care about college football.
Right.
So, that's fine. Blaine is in Livonia and next on 97.1. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
So something that I could not care less about anymore are All-Star weekends and Pro Bowls. They have no appeal to me. It used to be like, all the greatest players in the sport are getting together and playing a game. Now you got people like Tyler Huntley in the Pro Bowl, and no one really cares about those things anymore. And the players don't care.
I wonder. I think the fact that the leagues tweak these things so much tells me that it's not just people getting older and it's not as good as it was back in my day. I think the fact that the leagues tweak them so much, the leagues are sort of acknowledging, hey, we need to do something to make these things more interesting. I mean, my idea for the NHL All-Star Game is have 5-minute 3-on-3s where each team is represented by a team of 3-on-3s. Now, you wouldn't have
cool.
So the Red Wings would send like 6 players and a goalie, and that tournament would be all bracketed off. You play for 5 minutes 3-on-3 and then advance and do it over 2 days. I would love that as an all-star event.
Right.
Now,
I like the 3-point shooting contest still.
Do you still like that?
Slam dunk,
it's hard to be creative. The guys that can come up with new stuff
it's amazing.
Are awesome. But,
and they're not even real NBA players, that guy.
But when you think about it, there's so much money on the line. Back in the day where there wasn't so much money on the line, when guys had a chance to prove themselves against the other league, and interleague play killed it for baseball. I mean,
yes.
Seeing your favorites from each league on the other sides of the field. Jim on a cell, you're next. Hi, Jim.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
Great, thank you.
You know something? I think I not only don't care about it, the Pro Bowl. I'd like to see it eliminated, and that's one big reason is the Pro Bowl is comprised of the best players from each team. Correct? Yes.
From each league.
What happens if one of those guys gets hurt in that stupid Pro Bowl that's completely useless and means nothing?
Well, now they do the flag football game.
Right, it's flag
They're
football.
trying not to, yeah.
There was an incident. I don't know if it was a Pro Bowl weekend, but you remember, was it Robert Edwards, the running back for the New England Patriots? They were playing beach football, and he ruined his career, basically.
Well, it's the same thing. I mean, even if I know it's flag, but you just never know what can happen. It's not like it's something they need to do. It's basically for the players themselves to say, hey, look at me. You know, I mean, I don't get it.
Well,
I never watch it. I couldn't care less.
There you go. Well, we ask what you don't care about, and that's it. We'll shift gears here a little bit. I got a trivia question from Mike Stone.
Oh, boy.
Today at 12:56. I can't wait. It's Carson Anderson with Stonian, 97.1. There was one thing that happened at the Christmas party last night that was most enjoyable for me.
Oh, what would that be?
As the night went on and consumption took place, Lori from Promotions opened up a microphone and had people singing Christmas carols. And it fell into
Damn, I wish I didn't oversleep. I'd be right there.
I know you would have been right in the middle of it. And it was classic, so bad it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was no temptation on my part to participate. In fact, for a period of time, as Lori worked her way around the room, I was strategically working my way away from.
You were doing the Irish goodbye from her.
Yeah, I was. She was going clockwise around the big table, and I was moving clockwise on the other side of the table to avoid singing publicly. Because as great as this voice is for broadcast.
Oh, I have the worst singing voice, but I love to sing.
Good for you. Yeah, good for you. You know what makes you special in so many ways is you lean into your weaknesses.
Oh, sure. I think everybody should actually know their limitations.
And yet you sing it nonetheless.
Correct.
Okay. So what part of that is knowing your limitations?
Well, it's just about there are people who try to. Yeah, I guess you're right. But it's at a drunken party. So
well, that's fair. All right. So we opened the show talking about the Red Wings. That win last night, trail 1-0 most of the game. Then Axel Sandin Pellikka with an incredible snipe. Walked in along the end line, had absolutely nothing to shoot at. Now, probably a goalie mistake, but the shot upstairs, ridiculous. And then 2 power play goals from DeBrincat in the third, absolutely ridiculous.
He's 4th in the league in goals with 20.
He didn't score a goal till game 9.
Yeah.
That's an amazing, he's on such a heater right now.
Do you think he is trying to convince those who make decisions that he should represent his country in the Olympics? Or do you think that ship has already sailed?
See, those things are actually really important to these players.
I know.
Like, they actually, and unlike other sports in any other way, hockey players care so much about whether it was the 4 nations we saw last year or whether it's the Olympics we're seeing this year. You're seeing a level of try from players that you wouldn't regularly see.
Yeah.
I do enjoy sports where we can be considered an underdog. By we, I mean the United States. Like Olympic hockey, sometimes we do feel the best team, right? But the rivalry with Canada is a big deal.
It's great. It is a big deal. And we're still the underdog, although we're better in goal.
By the way, the amount of hand-wringing, I listened to a couple of Canadian podcasts about various hockey things. The amount of hand-wringing that they're doing about roster construction about the Olympic team is fascinating to me.
Did Bedard do enough to make it? I think he has finally, but yeah.
So somehow on Instagram, there was a video going around of I think it was just a mock-up. I didn't really watch it, of us, a locker room scene of us getting ready to go, make the Canadians cry at the Olympics. And my wife sent it to all my Canadian cousins. And the responses I got from them: Big Mountie, bring it. Cousin Mikey, did they forget who won last year? My wife said possibly. From New Guy, it's so cute when Americans are still full of hope. Then my cousin Timmy says, like Leafs fans. And then my cousin Mikey, God bless their little hearts for trying, though. I like the crap talk between my cousins. And then I'm like to my wife, you don't know the first thing about hockey. Why are you starting stuff?
Well, the 4 nations, after the United States beat them on the Saturday with the fight game, we were pretty, as Gator would say, chesty. And then when it all came down to who's going to win the whole thing, Canada won.
Well, here's one of my favorite traditions that takes place with my Canadian cousins. They are going to start sending me random texts later this month talking smack about the World Juniors. And I will always text back, what are we referring to? What are you talking about?
Don't the United States own them in the World Juniors?
I don't know. That's not the point. They'll start talking crap, and I will take pleasure in letting them know I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, so that fits into your...
I guess it's something I don't care about.
You don't care about the World
Juniors. But anyway, back to the original point. The Red Wings' quality of goals last night was outstanding.
Yes. And
they were all 3 outstanding.
Granted, it is, mid-December. They are in first place in the division. However, they have 41 points, and a team has 35 could surpass them if the Red Wings go on a losing streak. I mean, it's so tight, and you want to appreciate that they're playing better. They're doing things that they haven't done in a long time, like blocking shots, and getting pretty damn good goaltending for the last 2 weeks. But March is a long way away, especially in February, where there's only going to be 4 games. I don't think the Red Wings have a home game in February, if I'm not mistaken, because the Olympics. Yeah,
Olympic hockey's pretty sweet.
Yeah, so March sadness hopefully will not show up again this year.
All right, Stoney, coming up this weekend, Ferris State goes for the national championship in Division II.
Ooh.
Yes, and they have built a powerhouse.
The Bulldogs, right?
Yep, they have built a powerhouse in Division II football. Mm-hmm. It's cool that's happening in our state. If you know anybody from Ferris, I'm intrigued as to what the tank, how full the tank is as far as care is concerned. I do think Ferris grads, there's no reason not to lean into this and have a little bit of fun with it.
Sure.
Ferris has built a powerhouse program. We've seen Grand Valley do very well at that level. Saginaw Valley do very well at that level. Ferris has won 3 of the last 4 national championships. Mm-hmm. They are playing Harding this weekend.
Harding.
Here is Ferris State coach Tony Annese talking about the challenge of playing Harding for the national championship this weekend. There we go.
Okay. Which Notre Dame? Notre Dame of Missouri, or Notre Dame of Michigan, or Notre Dame of South Bend, Indiana?
I think that's going to be my all-time favorite. Build up your opponent.
Well, he took it from the master, Lou Holtz of Notre Dame.
That's
right?
true. Lou Holtz would build maybe the quality football. Harding. He'd rather play Notre Dame than Harding.
Is this like the Kirby Smart? Nobody gave us a chance against TCU.
Yeah, that was my favorite. The Kirby Smart, after they won the national championship, nobody gave us a chance. And one player said, they said we'd go 6-6. I'm like, dude, you were ranked in the top 5 all year. What are you talking about? But they'd rather play Notre Dame than Harding.
All right, I have a question for you. Hopefully this wasn't going to be your trivia question.
What is it?
What's the nickname of Harding?
That wasn't my trivia question.
I have no idea what. Are they the Warren? It's because there was a president called Warren Harding. I have
you
no
think
idea.
They'd be the Fighting Warrens?
Of the Fighting Warrens. I have no idea.
Well, I'll tell you what. My trivia question along those lines, and also, we will do this. Sorry, we will do. There we go. First 10 texters. What is Harding's nickname, and what state is Harding from? Do you know? Don't look it up.
I have no idea.
Just want to know from the people out there, what do you think Harding's nickname is, and what state is Harding from? Now, if you know this, great. If you don't know, I'm encouraging you just to guess without looking it up. First 10 texts that come over, and please sign your text. What is Harding's nickname, and what state are they from? I wonder if they are doing this in Harding State with Ferris State.
Yeah.
Because I think there's a lot of confusion.
Oh, I think they're called the Buellers.
Well, isn't there a lot of confusion with Oakland University?
Yes.
So there you go. First 10 texts at 248-539-9797. Sign your text. We will read a whole bunch. We'll take Stoney's guess, and we will tell you the answer to that question. As Ferris State gets set to take on Harding, I believe it's in McKinley, Texas, for the D2 championship. What state is Harding from, and what is their nickname? First 10 texts with your guesses, and we will read those guesses on the air and get Stoney's guess coming up today at 1:02. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. We got big numbers on Odyssey. We do appreciate more and more people doing it all the time. Also streaming to our website, 971aticket.com, and streaming with video on twitch.tv and youtube.com. You can participate in the streaming chat on both those sites. Hello to all those watching today on Twitch and YouTube. It is Carson Anderson with Stoney in on 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings are set to take on the Utah Mammoth tonight at home. Detroit is coming off a win over the Islanders last night. Utah is also on a back-to-back as they lost to the Boston Bruins 4-1 yesterday. Puck drop at 7:30 this evening right here on 97.1. Pregame coverage will be hosted by Jeff Rieger at 7:15. The Tigers officially announced their signing of relief pitcher Kenley Jansen today. The deal is worth a guaranteed $11 million. $9 million will come in 2026, and the Tigers have a club option in 2027 worth $12 million, but with a $2 million buyout that Jansen will be awarded if the team elects not to bring the reliever back. Spotrac.com projected Jansen's market value at $13.7 million, so the Tigers get him for a bit of a steal. He's 24 saves away from 500 for his career. Only 2 pitchers in baseball have that mark. He had 29 saves with the Angels last year. Kenny Dillingham spoke to reporters at Arizona State yesterday and was given a decisive opportunity to put down rumors that he is leaving ASU for Michigan. He did not explicitly state whether he is staying with his alma mater or leaving for Ann Arbor. Line safety Eric Hallett was signed off Detroit's practice squad by the Titans yesterday. Hallett started for Detroit on Sunday against the Rams and had 10 tackles on 55 snaps as he filled in for the injured Thomas Harper. Harper was originally scheduled to take the place of the injured Kirby Joseph, who has missed 8 games with a knee injury despite not being put on injured reserve. The Lions still have signed 2 other safeties, Jalen Mills and DeMonte Casey, within the past week. Those will likely take the place of Hallett and possibly Harper should he not return this Sunday against the Steelers.
Hey, by the way, Doug, somebody, a friend of mine wanted to know because we were talking about things we don't care about, and you said like individual awards.
Yep.
Someone like Charles Woodson was going for the Heisman Trophy. You didn't care?
Not really. I mean, I'm happy for him because I kind of knew Charles a little bit. I was very happy for him, but it wasn't. And to be fair, this is something that's kind of crept up in the last really 15 years as time goes on.
Right.
I've just stopped. It's not that big a deal. So, all right. So we've done on the honor system here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to read the text, and you tell me if you agree with any of these or have your own guesses.
Okay.
Ferris State is playing Harding. What is Harding's nickname? What state are they from? Brock from Monroe says, I would say Harding is Texas, and the nickname would be Wood. Oh, that's funny. Let's see, New Hampshire and the Harding Griffins. That's from Joe and Mount Clemens. They're from Texas, and they're the Kumquats. That's from Andy. Jim in Wolverine Lake says Harding hails from Missouri. He doesn't give a guess on the nickname. Jordan in East Point says, I think their nickname is the Barons. From Ben writes in, they're from Washington State, and they are the Harding Big Hards. Jack in a Car says they're from Wyoming, and they're the Harding Haberdashers. Rob and Chelsea, the Harding Fighting Chickens, and they're from Ohio. From an unnamed texter, they are the Harding Monuments, and they're from New York. Clyde says the Harding Knights, and they're from Tennessee. These are all guesses on the team that Ferris will play for the national championship on Saturday. Stoney, do you think any of those guesses are correct?
I don't think any of the nicknames are correct. I have a feeling because the person seemed in a weird way, I don't know how I could decipher that he knew what he was talking about, or Missouri.
Okay. So Harding is from Missouri. And what do you guess that their nickname is?
The Ons.
They're not the Harding Ons. You know, the co-host of this show might change. The maturity level stays roughly the same.
Damn right.
Stoney, nobody got it.
Oh.
They are the Harding Bisons.
Bisons?
Yeah.
But see, I got to put a kibosh on that.
Why?
Because I believe bison is the correct name. Bison is plural for more than one bison.
It's the Harding Bisons.
Wow.
That's what it says.
Okay. They would know better than me. They would know their own nickname. But
look, I mean, that's what it says on Wikipedia. I suppose it could be wrong. And they are from Searcy, Arkansas.
Okay.
Although, yeah, here we go.
Named after former Tiger great Steve Searcy.
I think that's rather unlikely, but I suppose a possibility, Mike.
Do you remember him? Pretty big of a lefty. He had a belly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So anyway, there you go. They will play the Harding University Bisons from Searcy, Arkansas. Wonder if anyone in our audience has ever been to Searcy, Arkansas.
How far is it from like Little Rock or Fayetteville? I have no idea. I've never heard of.
Well, here's what's crazy. Arkansas is one of the 2 states I have not been to.
You've only been. Oh, wow, that's good.
The only other one other than Arkansas is Alaska, and I'm fascinated with Alaska. But so there you go. Useless information to impress your friends with. All right, Stoney, you had something in your show sheet about the Islanders.
Yeah. The New York Islanders, when I was growing up, and they were an expansion team.
Who the Red Wings beat last night,
Correct.
3-2.
Yes.
That's why you wanted to make this point or talk about this.
Yeah, and they were always a team, and they ended up, winning like 3 or 4 Stanley Cups in a row before Edmonton went on their run, and their first one was against my Philadelphia Flyers at the time. And I just
couldn't stand them. They were, they were really. But in hating a rival, I really respected the way they played because they played the way I loved my hockey. They were skilled. Mm-hmm. They had bite to them. They had, guys who could fight like, Gary Howitt, and they had Hall of Famers and Trottier and Bossy, a good goalie, and Billy Smith, and, I can go on and on, Bennett Potvin, I went through the whole roster. So I was wondering, do people have teams that they don't necessarily like or dislike, but that they don't like per se, and they're just jealous of the way that team plays, that you wish you could say, you know what, I'm still I don't know, Lion fan number one, but I wish we had a team that played like this team.
Okay.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah. So I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of this team. In fact, I might even root against them, but I'm jealous of the way they play.
Yes. And right now, currently, it's so easy for me, and it's the same sport. It's the Florida Panthers. Yeah. I just love that they're tough. They hit. They'll do anything to win. They're talented. They got a great goal. I mean, to me, that's the way hockey should be. It's not, it's not the Ice Capades.
Okay. So what's really weird about this is that I have two from the same sport. And these were two teams that I did not root for, but I was jealous of the way that they played. One was the UNLV running Rebs back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
With Larry Johnson and Stacey Augmon and Greg Anthony. And
Detroit's own Anderson Hunt.
And the other was the 40 Minutes of Hell Arkansas teams.
Oh, with Nolan Richardson.
Nolan Richardson coached them, Corliss Williamson and Scotty Thurman and Corey Beck. And I guess it's probably that those teams got up and down the floor and were just exciting to watch, and always kind of wished that my team. Now that is sandwiched in between those two were the Fab Five.
Right.
So as an Ann Arbor kid, they were fun to watch.
Yes, they were.
But those, so they're kind of in the category, but from a straight standpoint of teams that I watch, and you got a crush on.
Right.
Is maybe a way to put it. It's not your team.
Yeah, that's a great.
But I got a crush on the way that they play the game.
Yes.
I will tell you that over the years, I've had a crush on the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Or the Ravens are pretty much similar. You like tough defensive.
And always seem to be good. They always seem to be good. And as a fan of a team that has lacked consistency historically, I'm kind of hoping that we are seeing them break through and become that consistent team.
Mm-hmm. Where were you on the Loyola Marymount team? Because you're talking about running it.
Yeah, I found that style, that was almost too much.
Yeah.
But, they were fun to watch.
Oh, yes.
They played one of the craziest games I've ever seen, and that was the Michigan Loyola Marymount second round.
I was there covering that game.
Were you? Was it 149 to 121?
I don't remember the score, but it was unbelievable. It was just,
They ran Michigan out of the gym.
Oh, Michigan they were the year defending their championship.
Yep. They were really, really good.
I think Michigan beat Illinois State in the first round.
That team didn't capture
Coached by Bob Bender.
Is that who it was? That team didn't capture my imagination quite like Arkansas did and UNLV did, but it's a great question. 248-539-9797. What team or organization do you admittedly have a crush on from just a sports standpoint? And you weren't a fan of the Islanders, and now it's the Florida Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
Kenny, you got one? Or you just respect the hell out of the way they play?
Well, I hate to be the guy that just agrees with somebody here, but when Stoney was asking the question, the first and only thing I could think of was the Florida Panthers. I think I borderline hate the Florida Panthers, but I'm so jealous of how they play a mean style of hockey.
Yes.
They're a very mean team. They're hard to play against, but they're extremely talented. And, I mean, it's very easy to say they're back-to-back Cup champions, so of course you're jealous of that team. That's not what I'm getting at. I just want this style of play that's mean and hard to play against.
248-539-9797. Who is it for you? It's Carson Anderson. Stoney's in for Anderson on 97.1. teams that you have a sports crush on. They're not your team. You're fully committed to your team. You're not going to cheat on your team.
No.
But you kind of got a crush on the way a team plays the game. For Stoney, growing up, you weren't a fan of the New York Islanders.
Correct. But I love the way they played. Same thing with the Boston Bruins in those days, too.
Yep.
Because they had Bobby Orr, and they were Bobby Orr and the big bad Bruins.
But you now currently have a crush on the Florida Panthers. I pointed out that growing up, I had crushes on the UNLV Running Rebs and the 40 Minutes of Hell Arkansas Razorbacks, both from college basketball. What is it for you? Teams weren't your team, but you kind of had a crush on the way they played. 248-539-9797. Javier in Clarkston, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Javier?
Hey, guys. It's amazing you guys brought this up. I was talking to my brother. I'm from Puerto Rico, originally a big Pirates, big Roberto Clemente fan. We were talking about this team that I hate but I respect were the good old big Cincinnati Reds. Johnny Bench, Tony Perez, Joe Morgan, Concepcion, all those guys. That was, if you watch those guys play, respect 100%, especially when Sparky Anderson used to be their manager. There's no other team. And I hate Cincinnati, but I tell you what, I just gotta respect those guys for some reason.
No, I get it. And I got to tell you, Javier, just for whatever reason, your accent adds to the authenticity of this call.
Awesome. I'm glad, buddy. You guys have a great day.
Thank you very much. 248-539-9797. What is it for you that a team that you have a crush on? They're not your team, but you have a crush on them. From an unnamed texter, mine is the Jason Kidd Nets. I used to love watching their fast breaks.
Oh, with the team that swept the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals, that team?
Yeah.
With Richard Jefferson and Kenyon Martin.
Here's a fascinating one. The Colorado Avalanche. I absolutely despise them, but also find them to be my second favorite hockey team of all time.
Look, they fit the mold that I was talking about. There's some that they're right. I completely see that, but they were more dirty, because of Lemieux as opposed to the Islanders. And
do you think that dude's talking about right now, though?
Oh,
like in the here and the now, he
they have the best record. They're like a wagon right now with Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. And
good use of wagon, Stoney.
Thank
well
you.
done. I've always been jealous of the Boston Celtics of the 1980s. I hated L.A., and so I had a crush on them.
It's tough. You know what's weird about the Celtics? Growing up where I grew up, the rivalry between the Sixers and them was just first Wilt Russell when I was a real little kid, then Bird and Doc, and then moving here and hating them with the Pistons, the bad boys and all that stuff. But I think they're one of their last championships. It's like, wait a second. Celtics have nobody on that team that I don't like, that I don't dislike.
I got to tell you, I hated the Celtics so much right up to the moment Kevin McHale stopped and shook Isaiah's hand and said, now go beat the Lakers. Yeah. I'm like, you surprisingly classy son of a bitch.
Yeah. Even their crowd, I don't remember if it was a Philly series or a Pistons when it was a Game 7 and they were losing. The Garden beat LA, even though they know their team couldn't do it.
Let's go to Chris in Commerce. You're on 97 A Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We're doing great.
Good. Yeah, back in the 70s, Dad would take us down to Olympia Stadium. I'm a huge Wings fan, but the Flower, Guy Lafleur, Steve Shutt, Yvonne Cornway, Larry Robinson, the Montreal Canadiens.
Ken Dryden,
yeah.
Chris, that's a good one. They were dominant. They were absolutely dominant.
Oh, they were.
I mean, they were. They I felt like they had a permanent occupancy on Channel 9 out of Windsor growing up here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yes, every Saturday night we'd sit around watch Hockey Night in Canada when they were on.
Yep. Thank you, Chris. 248-539-9797. Roland is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Roland.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up?
Good. So my
crush of a team was the old Jake Delhomme Carolina Panthers.
Really?
I was in like 4th, 5th grade when they were going all the way to the big dance, and still crushed a little bit to this day that Tom took them out. But I asked for a Jake Delhomme jersey for Christmas one year, even I used to wear all the time when I was in like 5th, 6th grade. So as a diehard Detroit fan, before we turned it on a little bit, I was Panthers all the way, man.
You were jealous of the way that they played, and you liked that team, huh?
Exactly. Colors were close, you know. I dreamed of it. So
you have a Muhsin Muhammad jersey? He was on that team, right?
Yep. I blank on who the running back even was, but yeah, Jake was my guy. So still hurt on that one.
They had what? Jonathan Stewart, was that on the?
I was thinking number 34. That's the only thing that popped in my head.
I wanted to say Stewart, but I didn't want to be wrong on air, you know.
That's okay. Trust me.
By the way, you know who played on that team for a short period of time?
Who's that?
He hate me.
Oh, was he?
I think Rod Smart played for them for a little bit.
I'm going to look it up because
NFL soiree.
It's really funny. There was the 2000 Carolina Panthers. Well, it wasn't exactly 2000, was it?
No, that would have been more like 03, I think.
Okay.
Maybe 03, 04.
Yeah, because I just looked up the 2000.
Career.
The 2000 Carolina. Jake Delhomme, all right, 2003, and they had no 34 at running back. He Hate Me was on that team. Jake Delhomme, Stephen Davis, and Deshaun Foster.
Okay, yeah, those are the running backs.
And yes, Muhsin Muhammad, Ricky Prohl, Steve Smith were their wide receivers. Man, that's an interesting choice.
Ricky Prohl was part of the fastest show on turf. The greatest show on turf.
With the St. Louis Rams?
Yep.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Corey in Detroit. Hi, Corey. Corey, you're on the air, buddy.
Oh, hey, what's going on, bro?
Good. Turn your radio down, Corey.
All right, go ahead.
Please and thank you. Actually, you go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry about that, man.
That's all right.
Yeah, my favorite team, I got two of them. The New York Stock Exchange with Joe Klecko and Mark Gastineau.
Wow.
And the Orange Crush, Denver Broncos in the 70s, man.
Corey, you are a guy that liked defensive line play, huh?
Oh, yeah. Ain't no like defense, man.
Well, the Silver Rush at that time was about the same time period, right, with Bubba Baker and those guys?
Yeah. The New York Stock Exchange, Joe Klecko and Mark Gastineau, the boys was cold for a minute.
Oh, I know. They were great. Marty Lyons as well.
That 30 for 30 was pretty good.
It was pretty good.
Yep. Gastineau's kind of a weird dude.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Art in Clarkston, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Art?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I'm older, so my team back was Tigers, but I love the Baltimore Orioles, the Boog Powells, and all of them. And then for basketball, I always liked Wes Unseld and the Bullets.
You had a thing for Baltimore, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Wes Unseld. I'm not a tall guy, but I kind of fashioned my game after Wes Unseld.
Oh, the great outlet passes.
Yeah, he could push some people around back in the day. But, yeah, those are my two teams except for the Tigers and Pistons.
One of my great regrets in life is I've never seen a player play named Boog.
You've heard an announcer named Boog.
Who's that?
Boog Shambi.
Oh, is he? Yes, I have.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be top of mind for me.
No.
So when he said you had a thing for Baltimore, were they the Baltimore Bullets?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Of course you do.
They went from the Baltimore Bullets. Then they played, I think, one season at Cole Fieldhouse at the University of Maryland. They were called the Capitol Bullets when their uniforms had like these like weird red, white, and blue stripes. Yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh. And they became the
I
Washington
can't believe
Bullets.
I just asked Stoney. Do you remember that? I just asked Mike Stone that question.
Come on, Earl Monroe was a big trade when the Bullets traded him to the Knicks.
Oh, yeah.
Pearl, Black Jesus.
Social media went crazy.
Oh.
Gary is next. Hi, Gary.
Hello.
What's
Hi,
up?
guys.
Hey.
My crush team was the Oakland A's with Catfish Hunter, Raleigh Fingers, shortstop, trying to think of his name.
Bert Campaneris.
Bert Campaneris, thank you. That was my team as a kid. Love those guys.
When they played each other, when the Tigers played the A's in the playoffs, who did you root for?
Tigers.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a crush. He's
Yeah,
100%.
right.
Like he
Yes.
understands. He understands the assignment. This is not your team, but you have a crush on them because you like the way that they play, the way you like the way the Florida Panthers play. Some feedback coming in. I'm so jealous of the way the Green Bay Packers draft and develop players specifically at the quarterback position. Lions have drafted pretty well and developed pretty well. They're not perfect, but Florida Panthers, without a doubt, this team was created to win in the playoffs. The way they forecheck and own the corners is fun to watch. Unnamed texter, growing up, I despised the Boston Celtics. With the emergence of social media, however, I've become a huge fan of the Larry Bird Boston Celtics. Why? Because of the emergence of social media. What if social media made you like the Bird Celtics more?
Maybe you get to see, maybe it's a younger person and get to see a lot more of the highlights.
Maybe. Growing up, I had a crush on the Edmonton Oilers of the 1980s. That team was sick. That's from Brian in Westland. My favorite team is the Florida Marlins from like 2016 to 2018. Jose Fernandez, Stanton, D. Gordon. D. Gordon remembered watching them not be a very good team, but something about that team. 248-539-9797. Not your team, but you had a crush on them. Rob and Canton. Hi, Rob.
Hey, how you doing, bud?
What's up?
Hey, this kind of is my team, but it's kind of not my team anymore. But I used to love watching Chris Pronger and Al McInnes destroy people from the blue line.
Oh, God.
McInnes with a 104-mile-per-hour slap shot. He broke Osgood's thumb, and Pronger would just beat the crap out of people.
So when they played the Red Wings,
they lost every time.
But you were rooting for the Red Wings. You just had a crush on that.
I wasn't rooting for the Red Wings. I was not really rooting for anybody. I was just loving the hockey.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. 248-539-9797. Kevin and Macomb. What's up, Kevin?
Not much. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'd say the team that I I hated them, but I had a big crush on them because I wish they were my team at the time. Chicago Blackhawks of the 2010s when they had Patrick Kane, Taves, they had Bufflin, Keith, Seabrook. I just felt like, and the Red Wings a couple times they took them to. It was like 3-2 in a series, and the Blackhawks still beat them. But God, I hated that team. I hated their goal song, but I loved them though. I hated them, but I loved them.
Totally understand. Totally get it. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of these. Stoney, I am warming up to one candidate, if you will, for the Michigan football job. I think the guy that might just be perfect for it. The more I think about this, and it's not Kalen DeBoer and it's not Kenny Dillingham, although those guys also might be perfect for it. We'll get to that coming up today at 1:35. It is Carson Anderson, Stoney in for Scott here on 97.1. It's Wednesday, and you know what that means. Twin Peaks is about to turn up the heat on Hump Day. And with the freeze going on right now, couldn't think of a better way to cozy on up at your favorite lodge. And with bourbons and brews, drive safely to your favorite man cave and see the always stunning Twin Peaks girls dressed in their finest black lingerie serving up samples of high-end bourbons. Tonight, their lodges are featuring Horse Soldier Bourbon, a great bourbon with an even greater story. Sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. But it's not just about the bourbons. Peroni is the beer of the month. Just right now, a 22-ounce frozen draft all month long, and the fun doesn't stop there. They've got a big night of hockey action ahead of us. Utah in town to take on Detroit. Pair all that with the dynamite dishes from their Scratch Kitchen, and keep your weekend open, as they got a loaded lineup in store. Friday night, Jake Paul returns to the ring to take on Anthony Joshua, along with the first college football playoff game. Then run it back Saturday with more college football action and 2 pro games. Sunday, of course, the Big Cats squaring off against Pittsburgh. There's never a dull moment at your favorite lodge. Grab the crew and see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Happy holidays, everybody. 1 week from Christmas Eve. It is Carson Anderson with Stoney in for Anderson. 248-539-9797. So, Mike, as we get into, sort of the crunch time here for the Michigan football coaching search. Maybe it's not crunch time. They've gotten to the point where they appear to be vetting candidates and trying to see who they're going to offer this job to. I don't have this from any insider, okay? I don't have this. I'm not sharing any war secrets.
Mm-hmm.
My sense tells me.
Your hunches?
My hunch on this. And we have rules on this show. If we call something a hunch, we really don't have to back it up.
Okay.
It's a license to just sort of say whatever, understanding that that's what we're doing. This feels like a logical guess. If Kalen DeBoer loses and Alabama lose Friday night, I think he shoots to the top of the list and could be the head coach by Sunday. Could be. Okay?
Yeah.
Logical guess. I think the Bama people don't like the idea of somebody taking their coach, and I understand it.
But if they lose, they don't like the idea of him.
No.
A lot of them.
Yeah. I think a lot. I mean,
is that fans or donor or fans are?
I don't know. I mean, I'm reading from afar, which isn't fair because the way things get portrayed on social media, I often think about how things get portrayed with us and our teams and our towns and how people think about us otherwise based upon their social media reads. So it's totally not fair. But, I think Kalen DeBoer and Bama feels to me as an outsider like a weird fit. So there's the escape hatch for everybody involved. If Alabama wins, I'm not sure Michigan wants to wait around to offer him the job after their next game, which would be January 1st. Because the portal opens on the 2nd, but they might ride it out that far if they have a strong indication that Kalen DeBoer would take it. Mm-hmm. Kenny Dillingham seems to have emerged as a strong number 2. But I got to tell you, I know some people are down on this guy because of his age. I don't know if there's a better coach consistently in college football that's known for doing things the right way than Kyle Whittingham, who just stepped down at Utah.
What are his Midwest ties? If that means anything anymore, I don't know.
He doesn't have a ton of them. I'm not sure he's ever coached in the Midwest. To me, he's always coached out west. You need to make sure your staff you have enough guys on the staff that need help navigate you in new territory, which could be Michigan guys or just Midwest guys. I think you have to have quite a few of those guys if you come from outside the area. But he has a reputation of getting the most out of his teams. He doesn't have the recruiting power at Utah he would have at Michigan. And he won consistently at Utah. And he developed quarterbacks. If you take a look at over the years, what he's done with like Cam Rising, made him into a great quarterback.
Couldn't keep him healthy.
No, unfortunately, couldn't keep him healthy. But, I thought, and I think that he's a man that would operate beyond reproach. Like, I don't think you're going to see him get Utah. He's not going to get Utah anymore in any trouble, but he wasn't going to get you in any trouble. And I think that's got to be a factor for Michigan. There's been enough nonsense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Huntley, really good career there under Whittingham. They win in the trenches. Their defenses are always good. I don't know. I just feel like he's a steadying, mature, strong coach that wouldn't put up with a lot of BS. And I just ran that by somebody, and they agreed. And then I'm a Jeff Brom guy.
Yeah.
He's at Louisville, and the fact that he built and won the Big Ten West at Purdue, has gone to Louisville, and he's just won there. But he's a 8-9 wing guy.
And supposedly that contract's been sitting on his desk for an extension for a while, and he hasn't signed it. Is that correct?
Who? Brom? Actually, I don't know that. But at the end of the day, I concede DeBoer and Dillingham and why they are considered to be apparently the front runners. But I think I think Kyle Whittingham would be a great choice. Now, did he step down because he's running out of steam at the age of 66? It's a valid question.
Yeah. Look, for somebody who actually, for a few more days, is pretty much the same. No, he's a little younger than me, but there are times where I run out of steam. But I think 66 is, not to be an ageist, I think that's a mistake. Unless it's only like all right, you're gonna be here for 3 years and that's it.
Well, yeah, I'm not asking him.
Bridge.
I'm talking about him basically coming in and being a good coach, above average, like a very good coach, who's a steadying influence and will do things the right way.
Look, I know it's a different era, but do you want to recruit? You're recruiting kids who sit there and say, well, we don't know when our coach is going to retire. That's the problem. Now
everything's a 1-year contract anymore, Stoney.
I know. That's what I said. I know it's a different era.
So it might hurt you a little bit in terms of the kids you're recruiting out of high school, but in this day and age, that's been de-emphasized.
Where does Jedd Fisch fit into all this?
It could be a candidate. I mean, I don't want to put too much stock in certain things that are out there necessarily, but I think Jedd Fisch is a very good coach. So, but at this point, those would be the 4 that I would be focused on. They haven't asked my opinion, nor should they. They should talk to qualified people.
Is there a wild card out there? Like somebody posted like a picture of Tony Elliott at Virginia.
I mean, the only thing I could think of is if Lincoln Riley, who has a very good recruiting class, wants out of SC. I was surprised when we were out there how much grumbling there was about Lincoln Riley.
Well, because he hasn't, been to the playoff yet, right? That's
but they're
he's been there 3 years?
Yeah, they're pretty damn good. And it's only been 1 year of a 12-team playoff.
Right.
He basically missed out on that 1 year. And now, obviously, this year. But,
right.
But I was out there mid-season. Anyway.
The quarterback did sign a contract to resign. Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw a lot of people getting worked up about players.
I thought it was odd.
The players are now signing with their schools that they're at to stay there. And I can't believe that this bothers people. To me, it's like there's so much more important things to worry about than a player having a letter of intent signing to stay with where they are. It really doesn't do any harm, does it? Does it do any harm?
No.
Then why do people get worked up about silly stuff like that?
Because it's weird.
Is it? Because we've come to accept that players sign a letter of intent, which was never normal. I mean, you in your area, in your era, I should say, do you remember in the 70s and 80s players holding televised letter of intent signings?
No.
And we do it now. It's become our new normal and it's harmless.
I know.
I mean, my kid wouldn't do it if they were ever recruited for anything. I don't particularly like them. However,
but if your kid wanted to do it, you wouldn't.
If your kid wanted to do it, I guess I wouldn't say no. But
I just find it. I've never heard.
It's harmless.
Granted, that's why I just said it's weird. I never saw till yesterday anybody re-signing with the team that they already were with in college.
Yep. And they want to do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
Well, that's exactly it. If you don't lose sleep over it, don't let it bug you.
Yeah, but nitpicking on things like that is what keeps you going.
I was about to say it's kind of in your wheel.
By the way, congratulations to the New York Knicks. According to Shams, they will not be hanging up an NBA Cup banner, unlike the Lakers and the Bucks.
You think that's a good choice?
Yes, I do.
There you go. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Stoney in for Gator. 248-539-9797. Thanks for being with us here on a Wednesday. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Dan in Sterling Heights. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Dan.
Hey, guys. Love your show.
Thank you.
My crush team, I'm an older guy, and I think I got a few years on Stoney. Stoney might remember the Boston Bruins from the 70s with Bobby Orr, Phil Esposito, Derek Sanderson would fight even people in the stands.
John McKenzie, Fred Stanfield. Let's go. We can go the whole lineup. But, yes, I know them very well.
And remember Jerry Shevers with the mask that he put the stitches on to show how many times he got hit in the face?
One of the greatest masks of all time.
Dan, do you have any teams from the modern era, or is it just way back?
Way back.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, somebody called about the Oakland A's. That was way back by the blue, those guys. But currently, no, not really, because the guys, back then the Wings were, the dead Wings. And now, we're so far from that. It's the Wings. I mean, I'm just diehard Detroiter now, Detroit Dan.
Fair enough, Dan. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. We were talking about this because Stoney likes the way the Florida Panthers play now. And when he was younger, liked the way the
New York
Islanders played. And you were talking about teams that they're not yours, you have a crush on. We don't mind the old ones, but if you have one from the current day, we might ask you for that as well. We go to Chris in Detroit. Hi, Chris.
How you doing?
Good.
Crush team, Islanders in the 80s.
Yeah.
Butch Goring, Jethro, Clark Gillies.
Yep.
John Tonelli, Dennis Potvin, Billy Smith, those guys. And then in 1983, my centerman growing up as a kid got drafted by him in the first round.
Oh, LaFontaine?
LaFontaine. Yeah. And
they just put him in the Islanders Hall of Fame this week, and there was a major estrangement between them.
Yeah, there was. He's been in Buffalo for years now, and they just put him in. Yeah, it was a pretty emotional ceremony. His wife's not doing well, but yeah, that was the team. They could beat you up, and you got Mike Bossy firing the puck, so that was fun. Good days there.
Damn right.
Modern wise, I mean, the Wings, when they were winning, you got to like Edmonton, except for, McDavid really doesn't have what it's going to take around him. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Fair enough. What's interesting is as we do this topic, you think about what teams we have. I think what the Lions have been one. It might be fading.
Yeah.
But I got relatives from New York to San Diego that love watching the Lions.
I've been told that from my friends that if, their team, whether it's the Giants, the Eagles, or whatever, everybody roots for the Lions because they love Campbell and they're fun to watch.
Watch out for this Piston squad now. I think this Piston team can win non-fans over.
Except, and look, I
Fair
love
enough.
the way they play.
Let's hear it.
But, with Isaiah Stewart, they're on the fringe of being, how some fans would look at being dirty and things like that. So that's,
But
could be the villain that we love here.
Notice that some of the people that have called up and suggested teams have suggested teams with not great reputations.
True.
So, George is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, George.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. My team was the Oakland Raiders back from the late 60s, early 70s.
Yes.
Whether it be Daryl LaMonica throwing all those big bombs, out to your Bolitnikoff and Cliff Branch, Kenny Stabler, and then all those epic battles that they had with the Kansas City Chiefs. And I remember one time we went to the Thanksgiving Day game at Tiger Stadium as a kid, and then the Lions were playing the Raiders, and Raiders go up 14-0, and I am beside myself as a kid, just so excited for the Raiders, and the Lions come back and beat them 28-14. To this day, I'm still conflicted. It was the Oakland Raiders.
So you root for the Raiders when they play the Lions still?
No. The Raiders suck these days, So
so you're a fair weather Raider fan, huh? You only root for them when they're good?
Yeah.
You know who's really good these days are the Harding Bisons.
That's right.
248-539-9797. Ryan and Canton, you're next. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
What's up?
Hey, so my team back in the day, San Francisco Giants. I mean, I'm born and raised here in Michigan, but watching like Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent and set those records and then that elusive World Series with the Angels, I hated them too, and steroids this, steroids that, but it's hard to knock a guy who had over the 500 on base for a season, and it's historical, no matter what with the steroids. So,
I can't get past it.
It was one of those, I loved them. I don't know. You love them now that they're not winning, I guess.
Well, to each their own. Look, you know, it doesn't make – I'm not saying I'm any better or worse than anybody else.
They got Jason Foley now, the Giants.
Do they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the game turned into such a comical version of itself. That whole era doesn't sit well with me.
So you think those guys should not be in the Hall of Fame?
I don't care.
Okay, that's right. We established that. Okay.
But I think at any point moving forward, I guess I still, you know, don't acknowledge those home run records.
Okay.
To me, they were just so clearly influenced by performance enhancing drugs. I hate it, and it sucks because I thought records in baseball were something that I really looked up to and like would behold.
Mm-hmm.
And it just feels all warped and skewed and stuff like that. So anyway, so Red Wings in action tonight against the Mammoth. How do you feel about the Mammoth?
Huge game, Mammoth game. They've been. People thought they were going to be much better than they have been, but it'd be nice. Look, talk about my pet peeves.
Yeah.
Back to back at home.
Why does that bother you?
Because it's like if you have season tickets, let's say, do you really want to go Tuesday night, Wednesday night?
Well,
back to back. I mean,
you can always sell your tickets, but that's what happens when you share a facility. Because aren't the Pistons at home on Thursday?
No, they're in Dallas.
Apologies then.
There might be a concert, but I don't know.
Yeah, with multi-use facilities, you're right. They're in Dallas. My apologies.
How about in 2 weeks? The Red Wings have their traditional New Year's Eve game against the Winnipeg Jets, which could be cool because it could be Taves against Kane.
Nice.
Hopefully Kane gets back. The next day, which is January 1st, the Wings play in Pittsburgh. And then 2 days later, the Wings play home against Pittsburgh. I can't believe that they play back-to-back games on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. That is very odd. I can't remember that happening ever.
Yeah.
But, you know.
This is an interesting one. Teams I just respect the hell out of. I don't root for the Iowa football program. But the defense, the T-shirts about punters, the hospital wave, they never have controversies or fire coaches. The colors, Kinnick, it's frozen in time over there. Iowa's got their brand of football, man.
Yeah.
They did have a controversy, but yeah.
What am I missing? What am I not thinking of?
Strength coach.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, just go ahead and Google that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember that one, but you know what? They don't know anything about controversies.
Leaders and best.
They know nothing about controversies.
Yeah.
Come on now.
It was a different type of controversy. Let's just put it like that. It was one-sided. He only liked one particular type of Iowa player, not others.
Yeah, I do remember.
Okay, Stoney remembers.
How are you today?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's
what
new?
about you, man?
I'm okay.
All right.
I'm okay. But what do you guys got planned coming up next?
I was just wondering why. What was the genesis of the Iowa? You guys were talking.
So we were talking about teams that you kind of have a crush on. They're not your team, but you like the way they play. For Stoney, back in the day, it was the Islanders. Now it's the Florida Panthers.
Okay.
And somebody just said Iowa football as an example.
Iowa football is great for betting the under. So yes, I do like it for that.
Is that what you like about them?
God, Doug, I always hear your things. Just take the easy bet. Iowa under.
Iowa under is. In some of the Iowa, you look at the totals and you're like, the total's 30 what? Yeah. I can't believe it.
And they only hit 27.
Right.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so what do you guys got planned coming up next?
A couple things. Well, Scott Harris is talking at 2 on a Zoom. So we don't know what's going to be said. So if it's something good, Rieger's going to have it and he's going to flip it for us and we'll have it on the show. We're going to start off little Michigan talk. I heard you briefly talking about that. For Michigan fans, who do you want? Okay, we're a couple Sparties. Who do you want?
So I really want someone who's disciplined, doesn't wade into any gray areas. someone who's got a long, a history of being able to do. I like Kyle Whittingham a lot, but I think Kalen DeBoer and Kenny Dillingham feel like a more of an upside kind of guy. Right. I think Jeff Brom would be a great candidate for the job. So,
I'm giving you a lot. What about PJ Fleck? Because I've heard names and I'm like, are you?
I think he's perfect in Minnesota.
Hold on. It's not me, but it's just people I'm like, are you guys serious? You want PJ Fleck? Okay.
Well, there's, I mean, I'm not high on PJ Fleck, but I don't know that he's actually a candidate. But have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. Those guys are on deck. Stoney, good job as always. 97.1.
Off the air riveting conversation brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers have officially announced the signing of reliever Kenley Jansen. His deal worth a base $9 million with a $2 million buyout of an option for next season. Jansen had his highest WAR last season in 3 years and carried a .259 ERA. Detroit has also re-signed lefty Sean Gunther to a minor league deal at this point. The Phillies have inked former Royal pitcher Brad Keller as well. The Red Wings will look to ride one of their biggest wins of the season last night against the Islanders. Tonight they shift their focus to Utah. The Mammoth are 16-16-3 and have lost 4 of their last 6. You can hear the 7:30 puck drop from LCA right here on 97.1 as well. The Lions are back in the practice field later today. We'll hear from Dan Campbell prior to that. The Dolphins have benched Tua from his starting QB position. Quinn Ewers moves up to the number 1 spot for the first time this year. Ewers' only action of the game or the season came in a backup capacity back in week 7 as well. According to Shams, the Knicks are not raising an NBA Cup championship banner. The Lakers and Bucks did after their title. The Pistons have another day off before their matchup with the Mavericks coming up tomorrow. I'm living great. Tomorrow as well. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com. Whoa.
Hi, diddly-do, neighbors. All right, it's a Wednesday. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Right now, Scott Harris is on one of these private Zoom calls with the beat writers. Rieger is part of that call. So if anything interesting comes out of that, we're going to give it to you. But we wanted to start with something we just haven't had a chance to get to following the Lions and the Quinn Hughes stuff. And it is the wild deal at the University of Michigan where you don't have a full-time president. You have a embattled athletic director who should be and might be getting fired. And you don't have a football coach because your last one couldn't control his wiener. So you're in this weird situation of needing a coach. You don't know who's doing the hiring. The whole department is under investigation. You've hired a firm to investigate you the same way your former president was investigated. And all along the way, we haven't had a chance to ask you who and what you would like as your head coach. Now, all penis jokes aside, when we're asking you this question, it's difficult because some people can't be hired in good faith. Let me explain. We can make the jokes about Stiffy for Biffy, but the reality is Biff Poggi could not be hired because he was on the coaching staff that featured a bunch of cheating. He coached with Sharon. You don't know what he did and didn't know about Sharon. And God forbid something comes out that he did know things about Sharon. You've arrived right back at square one.
So you think he would get in trouble because he knew something?
You don't know what he did or didn't know. And then you have to go down all these interviews and background checks.
Well, the reason why I said, let me just get that out the way, because I felt like that was a shot at me, and I'm sitting right here.
What are you talking about?
About Biff Poggi. So, no, I'm kidding, Mike.
Oh, I mean,
no, because I said that maybe you just go that route.
No, you're not wrong that it's the most logical conclusion. I'm saying why I don't think it's optimal. It's the same with Jesse Minter. Well, his show cause ended December 15th. Right. So dude just gets out of jail. Want to make him your CEO? No, you cannot have the defensive coordinator who had Connor Stallions hanging over his shoulder. Then you get into the whiz-bang pow stuff. Okay, Kalen DeBoer, Kenny Dillingham. Guys, what do you want? Who do you want to be the coach of the University of Michigan, and what qualities do they need to present for you? See, that's where it's you guys as fans telling us what you want.
Right. Because at this point, I don't know what's going to happen, but I figure it has to happen in the next 7 days. I don't think you go into the Christmas season with no coach at hand. But then the question is, aside from that, who do you want? Like, I'm wondering who actually does the hiring, because you're being investigated, and it's just like, as you would like to say, Mike, a lot of flow charts going on right now.
100%.
Where it's like, okay, but you can't really hire this guy. Well, why would this guy take the job if you don't know who your boss is going to be and who your boss's boss is going to be? Because there's no president there either. But that being said, 248-539-9797 for Michigan fans out there, who do you want to be the next coach of the Michigan Wolverines.
And again, it's predictable what happens. Every name that gets mentioned would be the greatest hire in the world until they're not. Like look at the Dillingham stuff.
That's weird.
Did you not just see what happens when you hire a guy who has no Midwest ties from the West Coast, who's a little awkward? And by the way, Kenny Dillingham has had one good year in a B-list conference where he caught K9 in a bottle with Scattaboo and took ASU. Okay, cool. I think he's a bright young mind. He's a quarterback guy. I get all of that. He's also born and bred in Phoenix. He's an Arizona State guy. You said it. Lives 3 houses down from his mom. Like, cool, you can hire him, but I just want to make sure you understand what you're getting. Now, he's one of these weirdos that clearly turns Michigan on because Kenny Dillingham is a full-on weirdo. The point is, he's 34 years old. You're going to make him the CEO off one good year at Arizona State? I don't know. Do you want to try to get Kalen DeBoer? I mean, you can. That's the first thing Rico and I said. I have no problem with that. But again, do you want to wait for them to be done in the playoff? Do you want to make him the highest paid coach in college football? Again.
See, Kalen DeBoer, I think, is a little bit of a risk because if you're Michigan, you're banking on Oklahoma, knocking them out of the playoffs, and then he would be ready after this weekend. You can go ahead and make contact with him. But if they win, now they're playing New Year's Day, and now that kind of throws a monkey wrench in your plans because the portal is coming up. So if you want Kalen DeBoer, you're an Oklahoma Sooner fan. You need him to lose. Alabama fans revolt, run him out of town, and you embrace him.
But yet they're working on an extension.
I understand.
So that doesn't really add up.
See, I thought Jed Fish was the guy that made the perfect sense. Like, you bring him back. He knows this culture. He knows the fan base. He knows what expectations are at Michigan. Because I do think that is something that it's hard to describe on the fly. And this is one of those where you may not be listening to me and Mike because we went to school. But, look, our previous coach had to learn on the job, and it wasn't good. You want to know going in where to park, whose hand you need to shake, who do you need to – whose ring you got to kiss, what things you need to do with this program. And if you bring in somebody who's totally clueless, it could end bad. See Rich Rodriguez.
Your problem is you don't know who your bosses are. I still believe it is going to be next to impossible for Ward Manuel to be the athletic director at Michigan. I mean, if you need a law firm to tell you that, that's fine. That's cool. I could have saved you the money. The whole purpose is who's the president, who's the AD, and what coach is going to want to walk into a very messy situation. It is messy, guys. That's not a shot at your job. It's a very good job on paper, but it's messy. You have probation. You have the whole thing under investigation right now. You know, do you want to walk into dealing with a $3.5 million quarterback who largely can't play football yet?
And you're still going to have, I mean, I don't know exactly what happens with Sharon Moore, but that's not going to go out of the news cycle either. So you better be able to handle all of this, all of the distractions that goes on and be able to unify a Michigan program. But I would like to know, who do you guys want? 248-539-9797.
I mean, David, who do you want? I mean, and again, I'm not going to allow people to call up and say, listen, I want Sean McVay to be the coach at U of M. No, I'm going to laugh in your face with some of those suggestions. But, like, who do you want? What does the new coach need to embody here? Like, what are we doing here? It's your program.
Jed Fish would actually be my selection here because I know he can build quarterbacks and he can possibly bring his quarterback over. Or if not, he can help build Bryce to a quarterback that he needs to be.
So why isn't it done?
I don't think they want him. I don't think they want him.
See, I think that Jed Fish is like the safety school. He's
correct.
He's the girl that you know if you ask her to prom, she will say yes. So let me shoot my shot at everybody else. And when they all turn me down, then I can go find Sally Mae, the next door neighbor.
Correct. They want to go big. And they don't think Jed is big enough, so they're going big first.
But how do you go big if you don't know who the president or the AD is?
I'm with
Structure is everything. Ask Nick Saban what it is. If you have great leadership, your program will have a great opportunity to succeed. But if you do not have everybody aligned, how do you take that job if you don't know who's running the show? That's problematic to me.
Correct. And this is...
Hold on. Rico's ready to explode. Let him say this. You hold on.
No, I was going to say structure is everything, but I think for for a program like this, it's almost like, you know what, forget about the past and everything that's happened, even though the past was literally a week ago. We're just going to move on. It's like, or maybe you need to learn from your mistakes and really get this thing done right. But I think at this point, we have money. Let's just go get somebody, and we'll forget about everything that just happened. So that's your structure.
Who's the somebody?
Everything that you're saying is correct. Please don't get me wrong on this. You're 100% correct, Mike. You need to have pieces in place. But your Michigan, that was a bad term. You got caught unprepared.
With your pants down?
I see what you were going to do there.
Right. But you caught unprepared, and now it's, what do we do now? Oh, my God. Let's go get this guy. Let's go get this guy. Dillingham may work, but as you said, he's weird, and he is all Phoenix, born and bred, went to school, coached there, literally lives on the same block with his mom. I think his wife's pregnant right now. Like, this will be a culture shock for him. So now you got to hope that he brings everybody here and everybody's happy with the state of Michigan the way they are the state of Arizona.
I wonder this, and I mean, I wondered it with State. I wonder it with Michigan. I wonder it with any program, maybe outside of OSU and Georgia. The structure, the blue blood, the power hierarchy, it doesn't really exist anymore. I mean, we just had a quarterback at Vanderbilt finish second in the Heisman, and the team almost make the playoff. You have Indiana as a kind of a co-favorite to win it all.
But the quarterback who won it all was from Indiana. So there is no blue blood. This is why you don't like college football. It's gone.
But it makes it harder to hire a coach. And money talks. I know that. But it is a little more difficult than it used to be, is that like Michigan should be able to roll the red carpet out and get most of whoever they want. The problem is both the messiness of that department and the program, but also where we're at, and the cycle already spun a little bit. I mean, I don't know. Like, all of a sudden, you know, did Clark Leah say no to Penn State, but he'd say yes to Michigan? I don't know. Right. So I don't know what coaches have already been hired they would have really wanted. You're not bringing Lane Kiffin here, especially after what your last coach did. I don't think Lane's the guy you want.
I don't think James Franklin was going to be your guy either.
Well, no, they think they're above James.
No, but I think a lot of this goes like back in the day. If you were a free agent, you wanted to go to New York or L.A.
That's a great
to make all the money.
Now it doesn't matter.
Now you could be a rich man in Jacksonville.
That's a great point. Yeah. So, no, I honestly, guys, I want to know the type of coach you want. Like, what do you value? What do you want Michigan football to be? Do you want to lean into your villain arc? Do you want to go scumbag for scumbag? You could do it. Do you want some level of, virtuous nature, some restoration of the brand? I'm fine if you say yes or no to that. It's your program. I don't really care. I don't care if the program lives or dies. It doesn't matter to me. I'm asking you. It's your money, your time, your attention. But I definitely think it's a complex deal. And maybe at the end it's simple. Maybe they roll out $100 million at Kalen DeBoer and they lose to Oklahoma and DeBoer's named your head. Maybe.
Right.
And I think that would be a very nice hire. I think
that'd be a great hire.
DeBoer's a really good coach. But in the absence of that.
But at least DeBoer has come out and said, no, I'm Alabama's coach. Dillingham, a lot of word soup. Hey, you're going to be the coach next year? Well,
They like socially awkward people at U of M, so it would fit. Dillingham is a major wacko. Just listen to him. Watch him. He's a whack. Hey, you can bring him here. I mean, hell, you had a guy jumping into a pool fully clothed. That's possible. So, yeah, you could do it. But be careful on something. He doesn't have this long resume. I love the anointing of him. Why don't you just comp it out to like if LSU had hired Mel Tucker? It's kind of the same thing. Catch lightning in a bottle 1 year. The best thing that happened to them was Mel Tucker's penis behavior.
Yeah, but then they fell down the stairs themselves.
Oops. All right, when it comes to IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose successfully specializes in resolving all types of tax problems. Extensive experience means when you face an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on them. Guys, they have 30 years of experience, but better than that, Maurice and Jerry, the success. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They have knowledge. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040, and you never have to deal with the IRS again. That was the word soup that Kenny Dillingham offered either
Coach,
yesterday.
are you leaving to go coach at Michigan? That was the answer.
Bizarre. But again, what do you want, right? All the reporting that goes on, it doesn't really take into account what you as fans want. David, what's the early returns on ticket text? I'm seeing some wild suggestions here.
If DeBoer loses Friday, he's the coach by Sunday. If he wins, then Dillingham is the coach on Saturday. Someone else, or Trent in Millington, says bring in Dabo.
What?
It's funny. A friend of mine sent that same text to me. What about Dabo? I think Dabo and Clemson have hit where James Franklin and Penn State were. They're sleeping in separate bedrooms now. I think both want to get rid of the other.
No, too bad. He's got a $70 million buyout. It's not my problem. I didn't sign the contract.
No, I'm saying, but if they buy him out, do you just give him the clean slate and let him come to Michigan?
They can't. They don't have that money. Okay. They don't have that money.
No. Fair.
Jed Fish, I think he could really improve Bryce. If Bryce leaves, then he should be able to bring the freshman quarterback from Washington.
So why is there some reporting in Michigan circles that Jed Fish didn't pass a background check? That says a lot if you can't pass a background check at Michigan.
Wasn't he? Didn't he bring Counter Stallions with him?
I'm just telling you that some of the reporting in Michigan circles. I don't know the why. I'm not, and honestly, I don't really want to know anything more about any Michigan man. Because the more I find out, the more scummy they are.
Let me say this, and it's funny. I think whoever the next coach is, you may need to drop that Michigan man title for a while. I think you need to move past that. You don't need the great descendant of Bo. You just need to find a coach, and maybe it would serve you best if you went outside the family for a few years and then went that route. Look, it worked for Nick Saban down at Alabama. He didn't have anything to do with all the legacy of Alabama football and Bear Bryant. You may want to drop the Michigan man thing because the Michigan man thing has gotten you into a lot of trouble as of late. And everybody that's Michigan man is tainted.
Maybe the new coach and his AD should be a package deal. Get rid of Ward and gets you an AD that likes football. You can worry about basketball and hockey later on.
Problem is, who's the president? Guys, again, taking a job when you don't know who your boss is going to be is kind of a wild ask. Now, you put enough money in front of somebody, you make the buyout crazy enough, and let's face it, I think the regents plus the boosters are the ones who call the shots. I mean, that's fair enough. But it is not as cut and dry as that.
See, and this is to me beyond the investigation on the athletic department, because if they come back and say everything's fine, still doesn't mean anything to me because your president may come in and want a new AD.
They're not going to say everything's fine.
No, I get all that. But what I'm saying is, even if it does, the new president may come in and say, you know what, I'm good. I don't want Ward. And then now you're doing this all over again.
Right. You could get Schlissel, who hated sports, and then you get
another guy who liked his subordinates.
Well,
it's in the water down there.
Ironically enough, Jenner and Block investigated him and that whole thing. That's the people there now. Then you had Santa, who was Mr. Bet.
You know where Santa works now?
North Pole.
Works for Larry Ellison. Nice soft landing right there.
Uh-huh. Sometimes you fall up.
Uh-oh. Shall I go to the people?
Sure. I know he's not at Florida.
I've heard that. We'll go to Mike. He'll bat leadoff today. Mikey, what's the good word, pal?
How you doing today?
Good, Mike. What's up?
Happy holidays. And I know this has nothing to do with sports, but I was rough listening to you, so I appreciate it.
I'm going to just put Mike on hold because I can't understand a word he's saying. He sounds like he's talking to a toilet paper roll. Kenny, can you sort him out? We'll go to Tim in Clarkston. 97.1. Timmy, what's good, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, hey, Tim. What's on your mind, pal?
Good. Well, great. You love your show, appointment listening. But to answer your question, Mike and Rico, you made some great points. As an alumnus, class of 85, U of M class of 85, what I think is the big picture is that the Board of Regents first needs to get a permanent president, and then that president needs to look at starting over with a different AD. I know that Ward has had success across a lot of sports, but the controversies, guys, over the last, 5 to 10 years of Ward's tenure, it's just a little bit too much right now. So I guess as opposed to fielding a hot grounder and hiring somebody by Sunday, I think we need to get our house in order, and we need a real president. We need an AD with a fresh start, and then that person can determine what kind of coach we need. So the only caveat I'd lend there is, if you put out feelers to Kalen DeBoer and his agent and said, look, if we, depending on how you do in the playoff, would you be interested in this? How much money would it take? I might do the fielding the hot grounder and get Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah, Tim, because I was going to say, either you clean house and get all your ducks lined up, or you go for the big hire, but as you can't have both.
The problem
And if you get everything lined up, you have to be willing to write off a year.
The problem is what Tim just said is idealistic. It's not realistic because of what you alluded to. You can't just – these aren't apples you just reach up and pick off of a tree. Hiring a president is a massive undertaking, especially for a massive, major, mega university like Michigan. You don't – hey, I got an apple. I hired a president. Yeah. And then the next day, I met a hot dog vendor. He's my new AD. It takes time. They don't have time. And again, everything you said is right. That could Biff be that easy, let's buy ourselves time, he's just happy to be here. Yeah, except you can't.
Right. And maybe not even Biff, but somebody already on the staff who's the most squeaky clean coach, the Luke Fickell of the staff, who can just keep it afloat.
How do we know
for a year?
With everything that happened with Sharon Moore,
and
people saying things were out there.
Buddy, the players all knew Sharon was tapping it. You mean to tell me the coaches did? See, you can't hire anyone. The iodine has hit the pool. It's all infected. You can't. I just think you'd end up here in 9 months. Now, they like scandals there. Maybe, hey, we're comfortable in this racket. I just don't think you can. And you can go, well, how do you prove it? No, my point to you is everyone has come out of the woodwork saying how well-known this was. Okay, fair enough. The uncomfortable part of that is if it was so well-known, then there's no way coaches didn't know. Yeah. Come on, man. You can't hire off the current staff. You can't go to Minter. Like, I had a buddy ask me about Kyle Whittingham. Now, he stepped down at Utah. He wasn't fired. I love Kyle Whittingham. Your problem is he's about to be 67 years old. Now, Whittingham, squeaky clean, hard-nosed.
He is.
Did a great job at Utah. I don't know. That would be weird to me, but I wouldn't hate it.
So, but hold on. Can we circle back? So you're saying everybody on that staff knew and everybody is tainted. You couldn't
I'm
hire
saying if
anybody.
I'm doing the hiring, I am going to make a safe assumption. None of them could be hired for what I would face down the line. And if it's already proven that our internal investigations, I had people lying to my face, how could I go back?
Okay. All right, because I understand, because I'm saying if you went and, look, I don't know who knew what, so I'm just like a Ron Bellamy. Ron, you're going to be our coach for a year. Guide us through this until we can get another coach.
It's similar to the cheating scandal.
Oh, I'm with David.
Sometimes. Which cheating scandal?
Okay, that's rude by you.
Actually, I'll allow it.
There's a blast radius, and fair or unfair, I think everybody on that current staff is collateral damage. You said it best. You've got to get outside this sphere. Hiring a new coach and gutting that entire staff is the biggest thing they need to do. They need to start fresh.
Right, but using that whole analogy, your house blew up. You're not going to rebuild it in a week or two. It's going to take some time to get everything back together.
And you're right. With any new coach you hire, let's say you blow everybody out, portal opens in 10 days, whatever it is. You're right is that you could bridge it. They had a young team. As long as they keep their players, you're going to need a ton of money to keep Justice Haynes. That's fine. Bryce Underwood, whatever. But you're right is that you wouldn't hit the ground running. So that's fair. Then you've got a new look, DeBoer is the one guy I think people would be patient with. Dillingham, I don't think people understand what they're asking for. Dillingham is an oddball.
I think Dillingham would go the way of Rodriguez, where it's going to be great, the speed and space.
If it ends with Josh Groban and singing at the banquet, I'm in. Hire him today.
You raise me up.
97.1.
December is busy. You're wrapping gifts, streaming holiday movies, and you got family constantly grabbing your Wi-Fi, right? You need an internet that can handle all the action without dropping the ball. That's why I've got to tell you about an incredible offer today. You know how fast fiber is? Well, Xfinity is offering fiber-powered gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month. That's their absolute best price, and it's guaranteed for 5 years. Won't go up on you at all for the next 5 years. Seriously, imagine getting super fast, reliable Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years straight. You can save yourself thousands compared to other guys. You can get ready to be wowed by your Wi-Fi. It's the perfect gift for your whole family, but this offer it's now through January 4th, so you can't wait. That's blazing fast, fiber-powered gig speed Wi-Fi right now. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, visit Xfinity.com. Drop into an Xfinity store today. That's Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with store bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coax cable. Actual speeds vary. Savings based on promo and post-promo price of 1 gig internet, 1 unlimited line, and premium Peacock versus Verizon 1 gig internet and 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T 1000 internet and 1 unlimited starter SL line.
All right, sorry about that. I was answering a question and apparently made Rico laugh, and we had to wait a second to come back on the air.
No, it was just
say it on the air, and I'll tell you what it sounds like.
Ohio's football coach was it Brian Smith?
Not the Ohio you call it, the Bobcats.
Right, the
team
Ohio
that was
University.
green.
Right. Brian Smith, head coach, has been relieved of duties, and I was just like, wow.
Behavior unbecoming to the university, et cetera. And I go, well, I could tell you what it sounds like, and I don't think it doesn't sound like the Sharon thing, or you'd say it.
Yeah.
Hey, he was getting his wick wet. It was time to make a decision. We had to go.
Violated the terms of employment agreement by engaging in serious unprofessional misconduct and participating in activities that reflect unfavorably upon the university.
Now, I told you what that sounded like. Why the hell why'd you laugh?
It was how you just, because sometimes I don't even know if you're listening to me when I'm talking to you, because you don't look up, and you just said something right off the rip, and I just was like, okay, he was listening.
Yes, I'm engaged. I'm here. I'm ready to rock.
Okay.
You know what? Let's see what a Notre Dame fan thinks about Michigan's coaching job. The legend that is Robin Brighton.
How we doing, fellas?
What's up,
Rob, what's the good word?
Just wanted to talk about this situation. And it's just from an objective standpoint. I think we need to get Harlan Barnett in there ASAP. Steady the masses, guys. Get him there. He's experienced. The state knows him, loves him. 1 year like Rico. No, I'm kidding, obviously. You guys have made a lot of, how do you do this? Mike, you said timing-wise. Timing, they're screwed. I mean, it's bad. Rico, you made a comment. How do you do this without any stability? I mean, an interim president, an AD that's entrenched with scandal after. I mean, I don't know if there's a worse situation for Michigan, guys, but for me, if I was a fan and it's not possible, I mean, anything's possible, but I think Mike Elko would be. I mean, yeah, of course, but I think that is who I think Michigan fans would love, and I think he'd be great there with just knowing the Midwest. You know, he came from Notre Dame, went to Duke. I mean, his resume. But
you know what's amazing about it? He's at one of the few places where they can match whatever money Michigan has. They have just as much, if not more. That oil money doesn't stop flowing.
Money.
Yeah, and before people say it, it's not like Ellison's bankrolling your program. He bought one player.
Right. But, I mean, Clark Lee, guys, I mean, I think, what he's done at Vanderbilt.
It's incredible.
Notre Dame. Yeah, I think that he knows the Midwest. That guy, the morning show loves the I word, loves integrity. I think that Clark Lee is, I mean, I think that's what they should go after. I don't think Dillingham.
But if you're Clark Lee, here's the other problem. Now, I'm with you. I make the call. I make the call to anybody.
Right.
But if you're Clark Lee, you're at your alma mater. You played at the school. You've got it rolling at Vandy. And apparently the NIL's real good. They just flipped the number one. They just flipped this year's Bryce Underwood.
Yeah, and if you're at Vandy, leaving to go to an entirely new culture that you got to learn, bit of a culture shock. I think so. Rob, I have a question for you. What are you guys going to do for a coach next year? Because it sounds like yours may be leaving.
Whoa.
Well, so I was actually going to ask if I could just ask one question. And, Mike, I mean, you obviously know the rumblings and are close to that. In New York, I mean, is this just – because I feel like whenever there's a big coaching job open, I think that he's always one of those guys that is always going to be at the top just because he's done really well.
Yeah.
Is there any legs to that story?
As we sit here today, I'd be surprised. I think, look, I love Marcus Freeman. You know I do. I think the world of him. I think he's a rock star. But the Giants are looking for sustainability, experience. I think they're looking for somebody who's run a front office before. Rob, as we sit here today, I think it's a little surprising. But it could change in a week or two.
I think his name just, like I said, I think his name is going to be involved in all this. But Notre Dame has not come out and said what they've done to keep him there. But I know that he's really tight with Pete Babatwa, and I know that he's done a great job there. His family is kind of ingrained in that stuff. Who knows, Rico?
Yeah. And look, next year, you play an even softer schedule. So he'll make the playoff next year. He'll go 11. Well, come on, Rob. I had to get one in there. You haven't called. No, I think he'd be silly to leave. I really do. I mean, the NFL, it looks like glitz and glamour, but the reality is you're going to go from taking the field and having more talent than your opponent in maybe all 12 of your games next year to taking the field with the New York Giants and having more talent in 3 of 17 games. It's a different life.
Well, you'll have more talent in all the 12 opponents that Notre Dame plays.
That's what I just said.
If you go to the Giants.
Oh, wow. True. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's the good word, buddy?
Hey, Mike. So I called in and I said Dillingham, DeBoer bust, but caller Rob kind of brought me back a little bit to add two more names, and I don't think Mike Elko's realistic. A&M can match us, but Clark Lee would be a good fit. And I've always kind of been a big Eli Drinkowitz guy. I think he's done a really nice job at Missouri. I think the next coach for Michigan needs to come in here and obviously you want to be physical on the line of scrimmage, but I also think the next coach has to prioritize the passing game. I do not feel like we developed Underwood enough this year, and I feel like this whole idea we're going to play the Michigan way, run the ball. I think it's important to run the ball, but I feel like we need to split it more 50-50 so we can develop Bryce. So I'm kind of leaning towards Dillingham right now. I think he'd bring the energy that this program needs. But I'm also for DeBoer as well. What is your take?
Well, I'll just start on the Drinkwitz thing. Look, DeBoer's without saying, sure. I think Dillingham's boom or bust. It either goes incredible or it's a complete kerfuffle. Drinkwitz, you got to be careful about because he shredded Michigan for cheating during 2023 with very public comments. Mm-hmm. Now, again, we all know that, Jim Harbaugh knocked Michigan and called their academics fake, and then they conveniently forgot about all that. But the Drinkowitz thing would be a little surprising. But look, DeBoer and Dillingham are both fine. I'm not convinced Dillingham is this elite. Like, if I'm USC, Dillingham to me is the home run. Why? Familiarity, geography, attitude. Just it fits different there. You could do it. But are you sure you want to hire a 34-year-old head coach here at Michigan with everything they have going on? And he has no familiarity here. You could. Maybe bring Sam Levitt with him and Bryce Underwood goes bye-bye. You could do it. You could.
Sam Levitt had already left beforehand, so I thought maybe something was wrong with those two. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
well, you know what?
right.
You're right. Maybe he brings stability, family man.
I don't know.
Young family.
None of us
kids.
know. Look, and I'm not going to sit here and act
that didn't
like.
work out the last one.
Okay. David, I've tried to just do the topic the right way. This man is just.
I was just like, no. I realized what I was saying, and I'm like, actually, because you want something that's like 180 degrees from what you just left. It's how we ended up with Jonathan Smith.
Well, that's not hard to do. Don't wield knives. Don't screw subordinates. Like, that's not really a difficult checklist. Don't cry like a lunatic after games. Because it was for you.
So, no, that's why I'm like, yeah, that's how you ended up with Jonathan Smith, because he wasn't Mel Tucker.
God, bag of mayonnaise. FanDuel, #1 sports book for same-game parlays, points, rebounds, threes, assists, you name it, you can bet on it. More betting markets than any other sports book. It's FanDuel. You get $150 in bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins, it's FanDuel.com/ticket. You can sign up today. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's touch
Always be funny.
Let's touch the table on some football before we get back to business. David, the floor is yours.
I think I'm a little uncomfortable with that getting away from the cop speed stuff now. I don't know about that anymore.
Is that Chris Johnson?
That was he was calling that play. Yes.
Yeah, I just
yes.
Okay, that's back when Gus was a broadcaster.
Correct.
Got it.
Let's get to it. News of the day: Tua has been benched in Miami. But my question for you is, what does this mean for his future? But what does this also mean for the future of Mike McDaniel? Because you have to believe him benching him. He must have some belief that he's staying.
Got to look at the contract. I mean, they paid him $212. I got to see the structure of it.
If they cut him before June 1st, $99 million in dead money.
Not happen. It's not even a remote possibility. So, yeah, you can do it. But look, when your offensive line fell apart, Tua went from being a really highly functional quarterback with an injury concern to a guy who all of a sudden looked bad. It sounds a lot like what we see certain weeks here. Tua's in the Goff class. They have to be protected, and they can't protect him. Mm-hmm. I'm fine. You want to bench him and take a look at Quinn Ewers, but Rico, if I'm oversimplifying it, you're not getting out of that contract.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think Tua knows I'm not going anywhere, so do whatever you want. I'll take the rest of the year off. Do you want me to show up to the games, or I can pull an Allen Iverson and I can just leave and stay at home? I think McDaniel is desperate. He needs to show the Miami Dolphins management, I can win, but maybe it's not me. Maybe it was the quarterback. So if he finishes out the year, strong, he can make a case to keeping his job. But Tua, yeah, he's not going anywhere, David, because you just owe him way too much money.
So what is the future, or what does next year, rather, look like for the Kansas City Chiefs? We all know Mahomes down with an ACL and an LCL injury. May be able to come back before the beginning of the season, but does Kelsey retire? And how long does Andy Reid coach in Kansas City?
There's your Kansas City Chiefs preview for 2026. First of all, the organization should get Kelsey out. You're not welcome back. You're washed. Second of all, Mahomes is already yapping he's going to eye a week 1 return. Really? Because the articles we read yesterday is you didn't just blow your ACL, you blew out your LCL, which makes it a very complicated rehabilitation. Mm-hmm. The best thing they could do, you can laugh all you like. I wouldn't let Mahomes play next year. Get your body right, tank the year out, get your salary cap right, because right now they're a projected $46 million over. We'll see you in 2027 with a refreshed roster, a better cap situation, and both your legs work.
But script writers, what is this? What would the script writers do?
They ran out of ink, yeah.
See, I was going to say if he comes back, but I don't think he's going to come back. If Kelsey leaves, maybe make a play, go get Kyle Pitts from Atlanta. Let him be your new tight end. Let him be that guy. Because Kelsey, let's face it, he lost his edge a few years ago. I'm not going to blame his fiance or whatever she is, but he ain't the same person anymore. But I like your idea, Mike. And if any team could pull that off, it's the Chiefs. Because you could tell your fans, we're giving you enough titles. Can we just take a sabbatical this year? We'll come back strong, and you'll be proud of us. And, yeah, you know what? Decrease the ticket prices. I don't know.
So get everything rolling for 2027.
Yeah.
Got you. So another example of why they need to get rid of Thursday night games. Huge matchup tomorrow with the Rams and the Seahawks, both 11-3. Huge matchup for who wins the division, who goes to the playoffs, all of this stuff, right?
Yes.
Well, Devontae Adams went down late in the game on Sunday, and because of the short turnaround, he may not be able to play, which will affect the Rams.
David, I don't think it matters if the game was on Sunday. Your point remains true.
I think he probably could have possibly played on Sunday.
In what, a wheelchair?
I'm just saying.
He pulled up and looked like he got shot.
Put it this way. If he plays for one series and then he's done for the year.
But your point is that Rams Seahawks should not be a Thursday night game with massive implications this late in the year.
And so my question to you is, in 3-4 years, they have to renegotiate for the CBA. Will the players fight and do what's right to get rid of the Thursday night game?
No, because the players are idiots and they have terrible representation.
And the players are like money, so they'll throw in some extra money. Amazon will be like, well, what if we sweeten the pot? Okay, I like Thursday night football.
For those of you who think I'm being mean, caustic, and insensitive, really? Let me give you a history lesson. The players are the same idiots who didn't even read the proposal that granted Roger Goodell authoritarian powers. One team read the proposal and rejected it, the Pittsburgh Steelers. The players couldn't be bothered to read the literature associated that gave sweeping power, massive overreach to the commissioner of the league they play in. Yeah, at that point, you're idiots.
Right. Well, I thought you read it. I gave it to my agent.
The players need to be doing ads for Pretty Litter. They got no spine. They're all worried about their next paycheck. They should break the owners, stop with this expansion, stop with Thursday night games. But Rico's right. In the end, here, you can buy yourself an extra hungry man with the apple crisp in the corner. Okay, golly gee, we'll play 30 games.
Right. Amazon will go ahead and pay off for Netflix or whoever. That's why you'll see Christmas games. You'll see more and more games like that. For me, you got to give up the right to flex games. I know, Prime doesn't want to give this game up, but hey, you know what? This is too good for you. Okay, we'll give you, Browns Titans. There you go. Because that's what belongs Thursday night.
Oh, God.
No, but that's a game Thursday night. Just go for that.
So here's an issue in college that we have not been able to address, talk about. I want your thoughts on it. It is Utah and private equity. The new venture is expected to generate as much as more than $500 million in capital, which is a huge groundbreaking move here. What are your thoughts on this with Utah and private equity?
Somebody should ask Kyle Whittingham. He walked away after they did it.
Yep, sure did.
I don't like it. I don't like any of it. Selling to private equity is never ideal. All right? I mean,
it always looks good because they say, look, you're going to control everything. We'll just get a little taste off the side, but we're in control of it all. But somehow or another, in 5 years.
Little taste off the side. Isn't that a qualification of a Michigan coach?
You know what? I'll allow that.
I dealt with Tucker jokes for how long? Leave me be. Leave me be. No, I think you're right. It's the shiny number. Mm-hmm. Who are we kidding, man?
It's just like we talk about the NFL players. We'll give you enough money, you'll accept this bad deal and not realize till over time we're in control for real.
Sorry, I was being a smart ass to David in the talk back. Go ahead, David, quickly.
Jaden Daniels benched for the rest of the year. Smart move for the Commanders.
Smart.
Yes.
Giants should bench Jackson Dart, too. He's been evaluated for 5 concussions. No more.
But he still wants to run the ball.
Yeah, I don't care. No. The answer is no.
But.
No. There's no. No more.
You know what? Hashtag more Jameis.
That's fine. Just please.
That's what I'm saying. But he wants to keep playing.
Teams do strange things with valuable players late in the season. I don't understand it.
That is in football today.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers have made the Kenley Jansen signing official. It's a one-year deal with an option for next year. He'll make $9 million in base salary. If the Tigers choose not to bring him back next year at the $12 million option, he'll get a $2 million buyout. President of Baseball Operations Scott Harris spoke about the move today and said it would be up to A.J. Hinch if he's named as the primary closer. As for if he's looking to upgrade the offense after his comments at the end of last season that their numbers went down, quote, I understand by the nature of the question that the roster and offense looks the same. Yeah, I agree the names are very similar right now, but this team is not the same. This team is changing on an individual and collective level, end quote. Bo Bichette remains one of the highest profile sluggers still on the market. Mark Feinstein of MLB.com reported that he started telling teams he would be open to moving to second base. The Lions are back in the practice field late this afternoon. Well, we'll hear from Dan Campbell again as well. The Dolphins are releasing pass rusher Matthew Judon, and Rams receiver was on a Twitch live stream yesterday with Neon and detailed how NFL refs are, quote, the worst. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, man, we're going to get back into the Michigan coaching search stuff, but nothing, and I mean nothing, butters my bread like word soup from general managers. That quote that Jeremy read from Scott Harris is absolutely adorable. I know the team seems like it's the same, because it is. Oh, by the way, here, let me put a couple of turds in the old stocking, shall we? ESPN's predictor of the top 10 free agents, Kyle Tucker's going to go to the Blue Jays and Bo Bichette's going to go to the Yankees. Just perfect. Just perfect. Sorry. We'll move on.
No. Wow.
We'll get to the Tigers a little later, and I want to put some of
Detroit
the
somewhere on that list?
They are not. I checked the top 10 free. They're not. No. Great offseason. We're talking about Michigan coach. And the idea of, look, for all the reporting that's out there, all these lists they could put out there, it's not like any of them consider what you guys want. And I'm interested that now that you've had time to process the Sharon Moore thing and process that your whole department's under investigation and how Ward's probably going to lose his job, like that's a lot to take in. It's very chaotic. I want to know what you want. What do you want out of the next Michigan coach? Both in name, but also abilities, profile. You know, we joke around about it, but no one forces you to be anything you were yesterday. If you want to do a 180, as Rico said, and try to clean up your act, you can. If you want to just keep the villain arc and make it a mafia movie and just hire another dirtbag, you can. You can do whatever you want to do. I want to know what you want. And the other thing, and I'll say this, and then we're going to get to the people. Look, Michigan on paper is a really good job, but this is a really difficult situation based on you don't have a full-time president. You have an embattled AD that I think is soon to be relieved of his duty. You have the program under massive scrutiny, and the hiring cycle has already taken place. All of those things are not, the only opinion part of that is I think Ward's going to lose his job. There is no opinion about him being embattled and the program's under investigation. That's true. That you don't have a full-time president. That's true. That the cycle is already played out. Also true. Those aren't opinions. But I want to know what you want. Look, the easiest thing to say is offer Kalen DeBoer, Lane Kiffin money, and he magically says yes. I don't know that. And I don't know that this Friday's game does or does not impact what you do. Because if they win it, you're screwed. There could be an announcement of an extension for DeBoer any minute because they've been working on one. But again, I have no problem. Absolutely make the call. DeBoer fits, has some Midwest roots, is a quarterback. It all fits. I have no problem with it. But what do you guys want? Like this Kenny Dillingham thing, like I love how people convince themselves that once you move on from a name, that the next name is the best guy. Kenny Dillingham is like 34. He's had one magic year at ASU where he found his version of K9. Mm-hmm. The only difference is he wasn't sitting in the Falwell chair in a hotel room like Tucker. But he's a weirdo. Kenny Dillingham is nuts. Do you want that? That's fine. But I don't know that that's some kind of 5-star guarantee. Is it? Is Michigan a better job than ASU? Yes, on paper. But remember, ASU, born and bred, that's home, lives down the street from mom. That's his place. That's his dream. Arizona State can pay him. They're not going to be able to match your NIL. They can pay him. So I'm asking you guys, what is it you want out of this next coach, and do you have a name? Because it is a very unique spot they're in right now. Does that? Did I leave anything out?
No. You have it. I would just simply say it may be time to ditch the whole Michigan man thing, because that's gotten you in trouble for the last couple of coaches, and a lot of arrests and a lot of scandal and a lot of different things. Maybe when you clean house, you truly clean house and you go in a different direction. Just
Go to
some
Albert.
advice.
Albert 97.1. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
So, first of all, I think for me, the top option obviously is Kalen DeBoer, but I think you hit it right on the nail when you say it really just depends on their playoff game this week and how that goes. I've been seeing he's been putting out some quotes, and it seems like he's a little more solid with his words rather than Kenny Dillingham. He said a lot of word soup, like Rico said. Yeah. I wonder what you guys think about Clark Leah signing his extension and how much that plays a role into Michigan pursuing him.
I like Clark Leah a lot from Profile, okay? But all these contracts, I mean, Albert, the money's the money. I don't think any of it matters. Is Leah interested? Now, by the reports, Penn State wanted him. He wasn't interested. Are you a better job unequivocally than Penn State? I guess. I kind of view you, it's just vanilla ice cream. You're just a different brand of vanilla.
See, I would say there's less pressure at Vandy because the Vandy's in their heyday right now. They're in their glory years where Michigan, let's face it, if he goes 10-2 too many times, well, you want to get rid of him because he's not getting you to the championship game.
Right. I think the main thing is for me personally, I can't listen to this Biff Poggi conversation. It drives me nuts. I'm tired of hiring within. We did the same thing with Sharon. These guys are not qualified to be the head coach of the University of Michigan.
No, Biff is totally unqualified. He was a disaster at Charlotte. He ran a program that was devoid of discipline. I mean, he's a hedge fund guy who basically bought a high school. I'm not interested. It's ridiculous.
He fell his way into football, and Sharon Moore was a hire within. He got promoted. He had absolutely no credentials to be.
But he was the only guy who could take the job because everybody else had either been hauled off by the FBI, show-caused, or left to the NFL. You didn't have anybody else take the gig, Albert. Sharon was the perfect patsy. You needed him to get you through what was coming down the pipe.
Absolutely, but I think now's the time where we don't fall in for that same cycle of hiring within, like with Biff Poggi, and we go and get that guy that can set a new culture. We need a new culture at Michigan because clearly the one we have now is not ideal. And I do like Kenny Dillingham. I think he is a little wacky, but I think him being a younger coach, and I like what he did with Levitt because I saw Levitt at Michigan State and he didn't really impress me. And
well, we also don't have any talent. There is something to go on that. We don't have anything around these kids. So, yeah, I hear you.
Fair. But I think Dillingham he's a potential culture builder, and I think that's what Michigan needs. And if it's whether it's Clark Leah, Dillingham, or DeBoer, I would be happy with all three of them. Fish, I'm a little weary about just because a lot of the time he seems a little sleepy on the sidelines.
I'll tell you again, the reporting in the Michigan circles, they vetted him and he didn't pass. You take that for what it's worth. I'm just offering you what the Michigan media elite are saying.
Yeah, and I think Ward needs to go as soon as possible just because you can't have this many scandals. I don't care what the football team, the football program, hockey program, basketball program have all done. It's the University of Michigan. We're gonna win. It's just that you can't have this many scandals within however many years he's been here. It's not acceptable.
But Albert, here's the thing I will tell you. You and I may agree on that, but that's because we are holding them to a level of accountability and standards and integrity. That university has shown they have none. Now, if you don't want to be that, you don't have to be that anymore.
Well, no. I'll say this. The university has shown that they're willing to compromise that. They used to have integrity, but then it was, do you want integrity or do you want to win? And they went to, well, we want to win.
Which means you have no integrity.
No, but I'm saying it used to. It wasn't
That's
always
fine.
that
They
way.
don't have it now. They haven't had it for 5 years. The day that Harbaugh took a 50% pay cut and decided to start cheating because he was that desperate, the day that they bailed on the Ohio State game because they didn't want to get dropped 100 on them.
COVID.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Look at the scandals of the last 5 years, man. My God, you had a play-by-play guy go on the air and demean victims of Dr. Anderson. And I ain't talking about the one who works for us. I'm talking about his predecessor. Man, there ain't no integrity there. No. He does drugs. He's adopted. I mean, I did those shows. Dude, it's chaos. It's insanity.
Oh, it is. That's why I said maybe the next guy that you hire, and this may be one of those at Michigan, just a slow play and just from the top down, clean house from the president to the athletic director, then the coach, and you try to instill the things that when you used to say you were leaders and best, and it meant something. Because right now, yeah, you're the leaders and best at cheating because you did, and you still got a trophy.
I just want, if I'm a Michigan fan, I think I want quiet. I just want quiet. I want a coach who shows up, doesn't embarrass me, wins a bunch of games, runs a representative offense where we're making sure our $15 million quarterback is developing. I just want simple.
You know what? You're right, because it's almost like one of those construction sites. Days since last scandal. We got to reset the clock.
That Simpsons gif. I think it nails the sign. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It is. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time, the lowest prices. So whether you are a builder or do-it-yourselfer, Northville has got you covered. Guys, call them today, or better yet, just go to the showroom. Take home some samples. You can call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. David, ticket text. We'll get more of the people just trying to figure out what do you want out of Michigan's next coaching hire. It feels a little disjointed because you have so many different variables. I think for me, I'd want some quiet. And yes, I would like someone who's run a program. I'd like someone who can provide a level of credibility. I mean, this is just, if you want to win at all costs, go for it. You can do whatever you want to do. But after what you have been through here, because your school doesn't hold anyone accountable, I'd like to think you just want a human being who's interested in making money coaching football and not having as Rico put it, 0 days since last scandal. But you do whatever you want. I just don't know how you're doing it with no president and an AD that's probably on the way out. And you can't do it in reverse order. Like, yeah, I guess you could maybe you offer Kalen DeBoer $100 million. Maybe you do. Maybe you see his Lane Kiffin and I raise you Kalen DeBoer and the money is too good, the buyout's too big, and you can bribe him into leaving stability for instability. Totally good with it. But I'm asking what you want. David, ticket text, what do they want?
First, clean house regardless. President, AD, coach. To quote the movie Casino, they were either in on it or too stupid to realize what was happening.
That's why you can't hire anyone on this current staff. It's not possible.
Jared from Chicago says, I want Jeff Brom, great offensive mind who has no ties to the previous corrupt regimes under Ward Manuel.
Hasn't signed his extension at Louisville. He was a name linked with Penn State a little bit. Quarterback by trade. Played in the XFL. That should get you bonus points. And he runs offense. I would have no issue with it, but I wonder if Michigan fans would thumb their nose at a coach like that. I don't know.
I want the phrase Michigan man dead and buried. Someone else texts in and says, I want the next head coach to bring back the trust in the program, period. Want to be proud of being a Wolverine again.
Okay, but just know that may come at a price where you can be proud of the coach, proud of the program, but that doesn't mean the program is winning. So careful what you ask for because you may get it.
I want Brian Kelly. I was at CMU from 02 to 06. He did well, made CMU relevant, and did well in the Midwest.
He's 64. He's given up. He quit at LSU. He wasn't recruiting. He's a complete bleep hole. I mean, again, maybe it doesn't bother you. I wouldn't want the guy. He sent a kid up on a gurney in 60-mile-an-hour winds and killed him. What are we talking about here? Now, if you want to keep your villain arc going, Brian Kelly in a Bane mask, you've won the day. But I don't think I think you're too good for Brian Kelly. There's a way I can put it that maybe you'll understand. You're too good for him. If Brian Kelly wants to regain his coaching career, go take a gig like Purdue. Not with a 10-foot pole.
Fair. But he's a name, and some people will just see that name. So,
my choice for Michigan head coach would be Eric Bieniemy. I haven't heard his name mentioned, but there are ties to Michigan.
Yeah, that's great. We're moving on. I'm done. I can't do this.
Are you serious, Clark?
I'll go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mike? How you doing?
I'm good, boss.
My number one hire is obviously Caleb DeBoer.
Yes.
I was big on Jed Fish. I didn't know during the call. I didn't know that he kind of failed the background check or whatever.
That's just what some Michigan media is reporting is that he doesn't qualify for the job. There are some concerns. I go, all right.
But let me throw a name at you that I've always kind of liked. I know he kind of bombed at Florida, but he did get at Mississippi State. What do you think about Dan Mullen?
He got a couple of problems. He doesn't like recruiting, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. I just, Tom, I know I mock fans who are like, hey, get Tom Brady out of retirement. But I will defend you is that I think you're too good for Dan Mullen. Dan Mullen had Mississippi State rolling 12 years ago. That's a long time ago. And, he bails there. He bombed at Florida. Again, does not like recruiting, did not appreciate the modern sport. He goes to UNLV. He kind of runs a renegade program out there where it was last chance U. They took every guy who screwed up at every school, and they took him in the portal. I don't know, Tommy. I think you can do way better than that. Is that fair?
I just had I just had to throw a name out there that has been mentioned, see what you thought. Because, like I said, my suggestion was Jedd Fisch, but if he's quote-unquote failed the background check, I had to come up with a name.
That's just Tommy. I'm not mad at you in the least. And like I said, you got people who cover your football team who've kind of put that out there into the universe. I'm not sitting here ready to tell you I know what the hell he failed it for. I like Jedd Fisch as a name.
No,
I don't
he's
know.
the first guy that I thought of. Like,
What is it, Ties to Stallions? Is that what it is?
I'm wondering if that's what it is. I mean,
I'm asking. I don't know. I don't care. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on?
Hey, what about the coach from Ferris State?
Tony Annese?
Yes.
Oh, man, a
he
Division
wins
II
national
coach?
championships. They're planning to one this weekend.
Right, but Joe, Division II to Michigan? You skipped a couple steps there. I mean, Joe, I wouldn't bring a guy from 1AA to Michigan. I wouldn't bring a guy from low 1A to Michigan. I can't do that. Joe, plus, isn't he like 100?
I don't know if he's 100, but maybe, Joe is saying this is your trying to get a coach from James Madison, and all of a sudden he'll change the culture.
James Madison's Division I.
Understand.
This is Division II.
Understand.
They had 7 people at their championship game. Joe, I mean, listen, he might be a wonderful guy. I don't know Tony Annese, but that is just, you're so above that. Look, if we were doing radio in El Paso and you said, what if we hired this guy for UTEP? I'd say that's quite a leap. Joe, I can't do that. I understand Trinidad Chambliss and all that stuff, but come on, man. Ferris State to U of M? You'd have to strike out on 50 coaches to find your way there. Am I being mean?
No, I mean, he's that guy that everybody keeps saying, well, look at this. And the Trinidad kid was
at Ole Miss.
Right, but he came from there, and it's like maybe he knows talent. Maybe he just needs a shot.
David? It's your school.
Yeah, no, thank you on that.
Okay.
I'm good. Good coach, but no, Division II.
I don't think people understand the leap from level to level. You have to understand when you're coaching at a place like Michigan or Ohio State or Michigan State or Penn State or Notre Dame, any of these big schools, right? Those are like 18-wheelers with 7 Ferrari engines strapped to them. When you're coaching at Division II, you're riding a tricycle. If you don't have experience driving a big rig, if you don't have experience like a big machine, Rico, you can't just take someone off the street and put him in Lewis Hamilton's F1 car.
No.
That's what coaching at Michigan is.
No, because expectations don't go down, and all your opponents hate you, and they see this as a way of blood in the water. Oh, we're going to knock you out. We're going to get you fired. So you're right. Nobody gives you training wheels. Exactly.
He had never driven a big rig.
No.
Oregon State is not at that level. Not by media market, not by program, not by expectation, not by spotlight.
Oh, you're right.
You can't go from the low levels to the big league. Michigan's the big leagues. Don't make me compliment you more. It makes me feel dirty. It's the big leagues. Damn it.
He found out the hard way.
David?
Someone says, I don't care about wins. Give me my pride back.
Whoa.
That's interesting right there.
Well, you're going to have a battle with your own fans on that. There's going to be a divide there.
Dillingham is clearly just leveraging Michigan to open in max pressure on Arizona State. He will not be the head coach at Michigan.
Well, here's what I would say. Offering Kalen DeBoer Lane Kiffin money is way different than offering Kenny Dillingham. I think you have to be very careful with Kenny Dillingham. Again, you're hiring not by proclivities, but you're just hiring a different version of Mel Tucker. One magic year with one Sacramento State portal transfer. Ours was a Wake Forest transfer. Second of all, Kalen has brought 2 programs to the playoff in 2 power conferences. Kalen played for a national title. Kalen developed quarterbacks. DeBoer has ties to the Midwest. Dillingham has none of it. So, again, I'd be very careful of overpaying to get Dillingham. Like, if Dillingham wants the job, you need to come and take it. If DeBoer, I'm willing to make him want the job, like, because he has more cred.
Yeah.
And if you can coach at Bama and not have a nervous breakdown, I can bring you here. Is that like the fulcrum of the laser at Bama and Michigan is very similar? Is that
no, very similar type of fan base. a tad bit fanatical, but yeah, and he knows the pressures of the job. He's gone to the playoffs. He's gone to the championship game. And you're right. It wasn't just a one-hit wonder. I mean, we were wondering, like, okay, now that Michael Penix is gone, what are you going to do? Well, he still went out there, and he was still a good coach.
Right. And again, Dillingham, maybe he's the next guy. I would just be concerned hiring a 34-year-old at Michigan. That feels like there needs to be a little bit more seasoning. This is one of the premier jobs in the country still, right? Maybe. Do whatever you like. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to phone calls. I know we got a touch table on football. David is putting some sound in of Scott Harris talking in circles, so that's going to get me super pumped up in the 4 o'clock. And I have something for Rico he has no idea about. I have the latest and greatest from college football. The latest and greatest from college football. A story that is so egregious, so insane, so insulting, not even you could have foreseen it.
You know what? I think this is going to be one of those Christmas party gifts where we give each other the same gift. Because I had something for you.
This story smells like rotten eggs.
If it's what I think it is.
Okay, we'll get to it. 97.1.
Giveaway.
So, Let's get to the people. Talk a little bit about Michigan coaching search. Just what do you want out of it? You can give a name or you can give an archetype, but this idea of who do you want, what do you want coaching Michigan? Do you want to go down the villain arc? Do you want to just become that program you hated? And that's, again, there's no judgment because I think college football is such a cesspool, it doesn't matter. Or we've had a lot of people going, you know what, we've had our taste. I kind of want to get back to like not being ashamed of what we do, and I really don't need to see any more scandals or articles. Hey, it's your choice, guys. It's your program. Yes, we understand the wish list of Kalen DeBoer is number one with a bullet. I know Kenny Dillingham's name is out there. I have certain concerns with Dillingham. I have no concerns with DeBoer. But beyond those two, it starts to get really wild, some of the names people are bringing up. And it's like, look, the one thing I would tell you, I can't go back to that 2023 coaching staff. I can't be in the business of a Jesse Minter. I can't have Biff Poggi be my Luke Fickell at OSU. You can't. There's a full investigation going on right now of your entire program. Your AD's embattled and I think on the way out, and you don't have a president. So it makes a job that on paper should be phenomenal. Some guys just look at it and are like, maybe I'll just leverage them to get a better contract where I'm at.
Right. Do you want to rush to the situation that you know you really have no idea how it's going to end, or
can I offer you the other thing?
You sit tight at your school.
You also have to accept an arranged marriage at quarterback.
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, that's why I thought Jedd Fisch, because in the event that
if I hired a
you
guy,
could have brought your own guy.
Oh, Damon?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is if they hire you and Underwood leaves, you're going to anger half the fan base.
You'll anger half the fan base until your first or second game when you're like, oh, okay, we're actually throwing the ball and this guy's threw for, 4 touchdowns in the first game. All right, Bryce, who?
That'd be half his season total. That'd be a really nice performance. 248-539-9797. Sorry. To the people. Kobe. Let's go to Dave at 97.1. Dave, what's going on, pal?
Not much. How about you guys?
My man, I love when we bring up U of M. It's like there's a bat signal somewhere in Ohio, and you're like, whoops, let me get to the phone. What's going on?
Brother, I listen every day down here in Ohio, and I choose to pick my calling times when it's about Michigan and not take up everybody else's time.
That's fair.
With the Lions and everybody else. But I do have plenty to say about that, but I know where my niche is. And that's kind of funny to get around to where I'm going with this. About the Michigan man thing, I think a lot of that gets confused. And here's what I mean by that. I don't think the Michigan man mantra, quote unquote, is the problem. It's the men who have been in the position of being called Michigan men, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah.
On the one hand, we're all men and we're all flawed, so it's going to be a hard thing to live up to. But on the other hand, that is the title and that is the position that you're supposed to be upholding, especially when you're supposed to be coaching young men and supposed to be living up to those type of standards. I don't think it's necessarily the standard that's the problem. It's we haven't hired good enough men to uphold the standard, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does.
So I don't necessarily have a problem with the Michigan man mantra. It's let's hire better men to be called Michigan men. So that's that. And in that light, I would I think I said it before when we talked the last time, and I haven't really came off of it. My guy is let's go row the boat.
PJ
Fleck.
Why is that, Dave?
Because he started at a small program, developed it, turned it into a winner, didn't do it with any sanctions or anything at that place, went to Minnesota, and I understand Minnesota hasn't won a Big Ten title, but again, it's Minnesota. So you have to understand what he took over there. And I believe his team does what I would like to see Michigan football do. They fight, they play good defense, they run the ball. And when he has a good quarterback, his teams are very competitive at Minnesota. So now you move him to Michigan, where money's not going to be a problem. He's back into deeper into the Midwest in Michigan, where he already knows the area. You give him the money, you let him go recruit, you let him bring his quirkiness. As you say, we love quirkiness anyways. So like that, I mean, so we're wide on board there. I guess we'll all wear sweater vests and ties now. But I just think he's a very good coach. He ran a very good program at Minnesota. He won at Central Michigan, where it's a very difficult place to win. He gets a lot of crap for Minnesota, but again, I think people don't understand what he took over when he took over the Minnesota job. So I think he'd do very good at Michigan.
Well,
I'd just love to hear you guys' opinion on it.
There's a couple of things. I think, A, you'd have to make sure he could pass a background check, David. There's been a lot of stuff over the years. Don't know what's true, what's not. It's not my job. Hire a law firm and figure it out. Bottom line, that'd be one. Two, PJ Fleck is a guy you guys make fun of. Now you're telling me he's the answer? Can you imagine? That would be shocking to me.
That means you're going further and further down the rabbit hole.
Of what? A guy who in 2023 was accused of having a cult-like atmosphere in his program? Go read the articles. I mean, I just, that is a weird, you want a guy who dresses like a barber on your sidelines? I can't do that.
How is this any different from the Harbaugh era?
Well,
I'm not trying to be funny.
Well, that's my point.
Khaki
so
pants.
He's government cheese, Harbaugh. Do you really want more of that?
Okay.
I'm asking because, again, like, I love how we're turning Minnesota.
I'll leave it to David because
well, David's wife is a Western grad, and I know she probably hates his guts for leaving Western. I don't know. Look, PJ Fleck is a wild name to me.
But I think PJ Fleck only happens if you start getting desperate. And we hit December 28th, 29th.
Yeah, I don't know. I just throw $100 million at Kalen DeBoer. Isn't that the simplest thing?
Yes, it is.
Just throw $100 million at Kalen DeBoer and go win.
Can't do PJ Fleck. I cannot do that.
Kalen checks every box if I'm a Michigan fan.
But he walk away from Alabama.
I don't know. Make him. Don't want 100? Give him 110. You don't want 110? I don't know. Give him 150. What does it matter? The money's not even real. It's Kalen DeBoer. I'm just making him say no. And then when he says no, I'm going to, I don't know, scratch out the number and write a new one on the check. Because these other names people are bringing up, I'm like, really? Let's go to Bishop, 97.1. Bishop, what's going on?
Well, gentlemen, season's greetings. Rico, belated happy Founders Day 06, my brother.
Oh, yeah, same to you, Bishop.
Listen,
I'll leave you and Mike alone now.
Come on, guys. You guys do me wrong, man. Come on. Listen, Michael, it really doesn't matter who takes over the program. And from a personal perspective, I don't care. If we get Kalen DeBoer, that's fine. Kenny Dillingham, maybe he's a breath of fresh air. We don't know. Or maybe he's just like the flavor of the month. It doesn't matter, Mike. I, as a Michigan alum, I'm still living off of 23, watching Jim Harbaugh unbuckle his pants, to the Big Ten and to everybody else and say, look, we're going to do what we said we're going to do. And we did it. And I'm happy with that. Now, I don't want to be thrust into the dregs of coaching purgatory, i.e. Bill Martin missing phone calls on a boat and all that kind of stuff, and we end up with Rich Rod. I don't want to see that situation. But, Michael, like I know, this is the wild, wild west right now, and the bubble is going to burst very soon on both NIL and on these coaching salaries. So let's just ride it. Let's figure out what happens down the road, get a solid guy, and let's win 10 games. Tell me what you think, Michael.
I mean, I think it matters a lot who you hire. I mean, Jesus, look around the country. You hire a bad coach, Bishop, it's a disaster. The bubble thing I agree with. I don't know. I don't know what I'm responding to, Bishop. I just feel like it's very important. It's a great school. It's a great program. You should have a great coach.
Michael, let me say this. Right now, the way back to a national championship for any team in this country is to spend.
Yes.
Spend. I think we both agree on that.
I do.
We agree on something.
Yeah, without the money, you can't win it. The money gives you an opportunity. Yes.
Therefore, Mr. Ward Manuel, and I'm going to make a large prediction here. Ward Manuel will pick the next coach at Michigan. He will. He will not be gone. He will definitely be in the mix, and he will not be gone before the next football season starts.
Yeah, that's insanity. I mean, I'm not telling you you're wrong. It's crazy. I mean, it's insanity.
All right. The last thing I'll say to you guys is this. A solid, top-notch coach that comes from a P5, what am I trying to say? I almost said P5. Yeah, Power 5 program that we can throw, triple-digit $1 million at, and he sticks around with us for the next 2 or 3 years, will do me just fine. Now, if that name is DeBoer, fine.
Oh,
If that
DeBoer's
name
a
is-
stud, Bishop. He's better than just some guy. DeBoer's awesome.
But I got to tell you, look, my dad's from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Give me 5 seconds. And guess what? Down there, he is chopped freaking liver.
You know why, though. You know why. It's because he has all his damn teeth and the Southerners don't like him. He's a Northerner. You know the drill. He's
Merry
not
Christmas.
Nick Saban. You got it, Bishop. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas, guys.
You got it,
See you
babe.
later.
You know the drill. His biggest sin is he's not Nick Saban. His
Right.
second biggest sin, he was born up north. Give me a break.
He doesn't do tobacco.
Right, exactly. I mean, come on. Yeah, he chopped liver. Well, then I'd learn to like liver. He's really good. FanDuel, number one sports book for SGPs. Points, rebounds, threes, assists. FanDuel is the best place. Combine your favorite picks into an SGP. Track every stat live in a one easy app. And right now, you join $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And whatever you like, they've got. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You can sign up today. The official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's touch table on some football, shall we? David, the floor is yours, my good man.
So
David.
Let's get right to it, guys. Joe Burrow spoke last Wednesday regarding his future, and it was kind of dark. Kind of sounded like he was going to give up, hang it up, and be done. Today he spoke again saying, I'm going to be playing football for a long time. Then he said, I can't see that maybe I'm not with the Bengals, but you think about a lot of things.
Yep, there it is.
Is he asking out in the offseason?
I have manifested this since the offseason with what they were doing to Trey Hendrickson. I have said 100 times, Joe Burrow's going to ask out. We are getting so close to it. Now, look, I know the contract will make it difficult. Maybe it's not tomorrow. Rico, it's that gif. It's happening. It's happening. Joe Burrow, get out of Cincy. Do it for you. Do it for your family.
Yeah. Okay, David.
It's happening.
You know what? I'm just going to let him have that moment. I won't say what I was going to say.
Say it. Just go ahead.
You'll say I'm being a deflect. Or maybe he's just going the way of Andrew Luck, and he just walks away from the game.
It's fair because they've missed the same amount of games at the same age, but he just got done saying I'm playing for a long time.
Correct.
But
it's kind of changed from last week.
That thought was in the air last week. I agree with you. How could you not? He looked catatonic up there.
Right. He likes walking the runway in Paris, and he just looks like, you know what? I'd rather do other things with my life. I've had fun playing football, but I want to do other stuff. I'm still young.
So these are the quotes from last week. If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? So you're right. That was part of his last week's speech, and it was very dark. He was sitting there kind of low in his chair. People were like, what's happening here?
Yeah, I mean, it's just – or, you know what, maybe he has to be traded. I don't know, but it's Cincinnati, and nothing ever happens there. It's just a lot of angry people who play for that team.
Which then leads me to transition to, Mike, your current quarterback. And you mentioned yesterday how Jackson Dart is tired of being checked in the blue tent for concussions here, just wants to keep playing. Well, the NFC East is on the in-season hard knocks. And yesterday, it was the Commanders in their team meetings for their defense, where head coach Dan Quinn told his players that the Giants quarterback is a running first quarterback. Go after him. And then the defensive coordinator comes in and says, yes, you hit him and you hit him hard.
I love it.
He's not going to last long because they know this.
I love it. I have no problem with Dan Quinn, his staff, or his team. If Jackson Dart wants to play reckless, it's Rico's phrase that he brought to this show, and it's magical. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. If you are not going to protect yourself, you're going to get got. And I expect teams to treat him that way. That's why I don't want him playing meaningless games when the team is 2-12. And you have the number 1 overall pick. And he's been taken out of games 5 times to be evaluated for. Not that he's had 5 concussions. Evaluated for. 100%. I'm on board with that.
See, I don't trust the NFL because I'm just going to assume that he had 5 concussions. If he took him out of the game for that, Mike.
Whoa. Can't say that.
I said I'm going to assume that.
Oh, my God.
That's a huge assumption.
Damn.
David, it sounds like the NFL is going to tell you the truth, okay? They're just not.
What about the independent medical people?
Okay.
Rico, you think he's had 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, Jesus. Then he should retire.
No, but I'm saying because if you keep stacking concussions on top of concussion, Mike, I say that to say if I'm the Giants, I'm starting to look for new quarterbacks or somebody else to groom.
Like Joe Burrow.
Now, if you get Joe Burrow, then he's done. I'm saying you may have to go and draft somebody because this lifestyle that he's playing, it won't last long.
So a question here about Josh Allen. There will be no Mahomes. There will be no Burrow. There will be maybe no Lamar.
Good.
If he fails this year, what does that say about Josh Allen? Or does it say more about the team?
It'll say that he'll never get it done. No, their defense is really flawed. I want to say that. If they lose 38-35, what's Allen supposed to do about it? But this is the best opportunity he's had. You have to get through Drake May. Or what? Justin Herbert, who can't be protected? Yeah, I mean, this would be the Bills' year.
But it would say more about the team, and it would Because he's literally got to go out there and score every point, every time he touches the ball. He can't rely on his defense to hold the team to 20 points because that's just a halftime score. Okay? So I give him credit. He's brought this team this far with the effort that he's done. He should be the MVP of the league, right up to him and Stafford. But it's more the Buffalo Bills. And if they don't get it done, I don't know what else yet because Mahomes is not there. Lamar is not there. You're right. Bo Nix knocks you out the playoffs. Well, you got bigger problems.
All right, so here, let's get to one college issue here, and it is Arch Manning. He has decided to return to college for at least one more year.
It's a great move.
Smart decision, huh?
It's beyond smart. He doesn't need the money, and he needs time. And
Where was he going?
Well, I mean, look.
Let's be real. Where was he going?
He could have left.
UFL?
He could have left. Somebody would have picked him in the second round.
Canada? No.
You know it. Brother, I'm sorry to tell you. You know what his last name is?
I know.
Manning. And a lot of these idiot teams, please. I'm with you. He needed to stay. He stayed. Good move. Now next year he'll go win the Heisman Trophy and be a top 10 pick.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm like, yeah, when I saw that, I was like, well, where else was he going?
If Tyler Shuck can get taken in the second round and he's 30, yes. Arch Manning can go in the second round and he's 20.
Tyler Shuck was actually good in college.
You know what? No. You don't get, no. I beg you to go look at those numbers. That is football today. No. Happy holiday. No. 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers have officially announced the signing of reliever Kenley Jansen. His deal worth a base $9 million with a $2 million buyout of an option for next season. Jansen had his highest WAR last year in 3 years and carried a .259 ERA. President of Baseball Ops Scott Harris told the media today that A.J. Hinch will decide if he'll be the primary closer, but Jansen is up to any role that will help the team win. Is Harris done making moves? Detroit has also re-signed lefty Sean Gunther to a minor league deal after an injury-riddled season. He'll be ready for spring training this year. The Red Wings will look to ride one of their biggest wins of the season last night against the Islanders. Tonight they shift their focus to Utah. The Mammoth are 16-16-3 and have lost 4 of their last 6. You can hear that 7:30 puck drop from LCA right here on 97.1. Lions back in the practice field later today as well. We'll hear from Dan Campbell prior to that in a few minutes. The Miami Dolphins have also benched Tua from his starting QB position. Quinn Ewers moves up to the number 1 spot. Ewers' only action in the game of the season so far came in backup capacity in Week 7. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock. Nice to have everybody with us. Against my better judgment and knowing it'll probably negatively impact my mood, I'm going to play some Scott Harris audio because anytime this guy speaks, I just get irrationally annoyed. But David has gate-kept it. Rieger was kind enough to get us the audio. So we'll get to it next. But David, I want you to set it up and away we go.
We will start with the question regarding Skubal on the all-in thought if you're keeping him.
Why am I doing this? All right, go ahead, David.
The next question was regarding adding bats this offseason.
Hold on.
I can't do this. Can I go home?
Point of order. Point of order, David. Help me out here. I may not be the smartest person in the world. If the names are the same, how is the team not the same? If you didn't change any of the names, then that's the same team. I'm lost. Maybe I missed out. Maybe I have narcolepsy and I fell asleep during this quote. I don't know. Did I hear that correctly?
What are you, Walter Sharp?
You did. You heard that correct. That's what he said.
Okay.
In the cut. Yes.
I knew this was a bad idea.
No, because I know we get accused of taking what people actually say and twisting it.
Who said that?
Oh, the whole Jared Goff conversation from yesterday. You didn't hear the morning show? Oh,
no, I don't listen.
Oh,
my whole point.
We twisted the words.
I didn't twist anything.
He didn't say any of that
I
stuff.
played his audio.
No, that's what I'm saying. So I'm listening
Wait a minute,
to this.
Cookie said that?
No, not Cookies.
well,
Jansen and Guff. and Heather.
Yeah. Consider the source.
I felt
what
bad.
Are we all caping up for Jared Goff? He came on air and said he was pissed.
I felt bad for Cookies. He fought the good fight. But Cookies was Jon Snow in that scene where he had the sword.
Let's
and
stay on.
everybody
Let's stay on task, or else I'm gonna.
I'm listening to this. The names of this.
Play the audio again because now I'm so upset I've forgotten what he said.
So they just put up a new sign, and it's now McDowell's instead of McDonald's.
I hate that
They got the
allowing
Big
this.
Mick.
All right, go to the third clip, please.
Well, he said development, so he says the young guys are coming up.
Are you asking me to speak? Look, I it's just this is, how do I phrase this politely? If I never heard him talk again, it would be too soon. The way he says things, the smarminess, the word soup, it's not for me.
Yeah, I got this. Trust me.
I would just prefer to talk to a human being. I would prefer to have someone speak normally. When you're asked a question, why didn't you add a bat? Let's not do this whiz bang pow stuff. Like just own it. Like, here's an idea. If you care about optionality so much, why did you offer a qualifier to Gleyber Torres, who's landlocked at second? There's a start. Hey, you desperately need right-handed bats because you're too left-handed heavy. Why didn't you get in the market for name a player? Like, it just can't be everything all at once. Hey, why didn't you sign an established major league pitcher instead of going to the Korea Penal League for a guy who hasn't played since 2021 at the MLB level? These are all real questions, but it doesn't matter. This guy talks like they've won the division 9 years in a row and that they have 3 rings. You'd think he GM Bobby Cox's Braves in the 90s. You didn't win the division last year. You blew a 15.5 game lead. You didn't win the division the year before. You had a Pixar movie. To sell to the fan base that while the names look the same, they're not the same. Look, I understand what he's meaning to say, but this is my whole point to you. He can't be put in front of a microphone. He's really bad at this. He was bad at the winter meetings. He was bad when he was sweating through his shirt on MLB Network, and he's bad again today. Some people are not meant to talk publicly. Scott Harris is one. He's bad at this. He is bad at speaking. Because even if he wants to say certain things, he can't say them in a way that doesn't enrage the average fan. Ergo, have someone else talk. You're not good at it. Oh my God, you're trying to sell to a fan base that they know the offense is small market. They know that it's Moneyball. They know what you're trying to sell them. They don't want it. And instead of answering the question of, guys, it's very simple. I don't want to spend $200 million on one ball player. I don't believe in that approach. I don't believe it works, and we're doing it a different way. Stand on it. Say it. But to say, well, hey, guys, from the beginning, I've talked about player development. Yeah, except you haven't held to that. Think about it. You continue to trot out guys that are not major league ball players.
Well, I'm still stuck on the whole, when this team is ready to win, that's when they'll go all in and start spending.
Same as when Chris Ilitch said, when the time's right, I'll spend big. Look, their payroll's higher this year, but here's your problem. Your second highest paid player is a bad contract that he gave Jack Flaherty that had a vesting option. Jack Flaherty is one of your 3 highest paid players. Your second highest paid player is a bad qualifying offer that he offered to Gleyber Torres, who violates the very principles that Scott Harris has laid out about wanting guys who play multiple positions. Gleyber does not do that. He's your second highest paid player. Your highest paid player is Javi Baez. Say no more. Then you go out, you sign Drew Anderson, you signed a 38-year-old closer, and instead of buying the dip, you bought the peak. You bought the best year Kenley's had in 4 years at age 38. Why? And all the while, you didn't address the needs. I'm still going to be looking at Cole Keith at third base. I'm still going to look at a subpar second baseman in Gleyber. And what do you want me to believe? You want me to believe that an April and May that Javi had justifies me trotting him back out there at short for a bunch this year and center for a bunch? Yeah. And by the way, Parker Meadows stinks. He had a terrible year. So what am I? We have the same problem with Carey and with Riley. They're the same player. You're going to be pinch hitting them. I mean, Rico, these aren't things I'm making up.
No, it's not, Mike. Same name, different team. That's going to be the motto this year.
You didn't sign Skubal. You didn't trade Skubal. And then you go out and you want to sell people that while the names look the same, they're not because Brondo has electrolytes.
Yeah. Same name, different team. You know it's bad when you hold a press conference and you have more questions after the conference.
I don't have any questions. I know exactly what they're doing.
So, wow.
They say that they're not naive and we're not going to run it back. Then what changed? Like if they had gone out and said, look, guys, we understand the shiny toy theory. Fans want a big bat, but understand something. Championships are won with pitching. Meaning, let's say they went out and they had signed Michael King, guy I really like, former Yankee, Padre, really good pitcher. Guys, we're always going to believe in pitching. And we think the 1-2 of Skubal and Michael King, that's what's going to win you a World Series, not $200 million on a bat. Look, whether you agree or disagree, you make sense of it, it's honest, whatever.
No.
They didn't help Skubal by signing Drew Anderson.
No, and I would be happy if they just came out and said, we just want to be fiscally responsible. We think it's going to be a work stoppage later, so we don't want to go all in right now when the market gets self-corrected.
Meanwhile, the ESPN prediction today is that Bo Bichette's going to be a Yankee. Oh, and Kyle Tucker, the best free agent on the market, is going to be a Blue Jay. So I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear that. I leave it to the people. Look, they play in a poverty division. You got 4 different bricks of government cheese, and then there's you, right? You'll win a bunch of games. But when it comes, when the rubber meets the road, do you believe they can win a World Series? Absolutely not. But then again, if it's not about winning the World Series, then I guess they're doing exactly what they want to do. Fill the seats, give away some bobbleheads, Skubal night, tell you they tried, lose them during a labor strike, and move along. I don't know. I don't think what I asked for this offseason is out of line. That if you're going to keep Skubal and follow the Rico plan, let's go get a couple of nice right-handed bats. And let's get a number 2 behind him, get a high-level reliever. Yeah, your payroll's probably going to sit at 175 instead of 150, but okay. And instead, look at it. I got to run it back with Jack Flaherty, who had a 5.5 ERA last year. I got to hope that a guy who's pitched in Korea since 2021 is going to be a revelation. And I got to pray that Kenley Jansen, who had this miracle year in Boston last year, after looking like his career was over, that he's going to duplicate that. That's what we're doing. And their addition is Glaber, who I will go to my grave believing they did not think he'd accept the qualifying offer, but he did. How do you rate the Tigers offseason, guys? And what are your reactions to Scott Harris? I've talked enough. This is about you. You, your daiquiris, your Lucky Strikes, whatever you like. Puff a heater, have a daiquiri, have a time at the park. Do whatever you like. 248-539-9797. You tell us. 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Now through December 17th, Hamilton is participating in the Season of Giving Bottomless Toy Chest Toy Drive, delivering new toys and crafts to hospitalized children with cancer and blood disorders right here in the Metro Detroit area. Today's the last day, folks, so stop into Hamilton Chevrolet to drop off a new toy to help lift the spirits of a child fighting cancer. You can find a toy wish list at hamiltonchevy.com. Then while you're there, you can talk to Andrew and the sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the December Rico deal, a 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $199 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. And you just got to walk in with $995 down and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Do that today to drop off the toys for the children. Visit hamiltonchevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
That's Scott Harris. And again, look, I'm not in the business of really apologizing, but let me just offer you this. I don't want you to take it that I don't care. I do. I'm tired. I'm exhausted by the Tigers. I'm exhausted by this tone. I'm exhausted by the strategy, and I'm just kind of done. And if they don't want to be serious while they have the greatest pitcher on the planet, I don't have to like it. I don't have to respect it. I don't have to carry water. And I'm not going to feign excitement. I'm not going to feign that I agree. I don't. Maybe they end up right. I don't know. But I just, what is the point here? How with a straight face can you offer that in the last year of Tarek Skubal, when you've shown no willingness to re-sign him and thus far haven't traded him, while the players and the names look the same, the team's not the same. Okay. All right. Come on, man. So I'm sorry if my tone is turning you off in any way. If you agree with this stuff, you have carte blanche to call in and say why. You tell me, what do you grade the Tigers offseason right now? Gleyber back, Drew Anderson, and Kenley Jansen at age 100. Okay, there's your offseason. If I said to, let me do it this way, whiz bang pow.
Okay.
If I said to you, the last out got recorded against Seattle, season's over. Guys, don't worry. This team is going to respond. Here's the offseason. We're going to sign a guy from Korea who hasn't pitched in the major league since 2021. We're going to overpay for a 38-year-old's miracle season at closer. And then listen, here's the coup de grace. We're going to put a qualifying offer to Gleyber, and he's going to take it. Even though he can't play anywhere but second, and he doesn't play a good second. There's your offseason, guys.
I don't like how you reversed that. I don't like what you just did because
I don't like what you just did.
No, it almost spits into the face of your fans because the fans want you to be better, but it's like, no, we trust us. We don't want to get better. We just want to keep things as is. We don't want to block kids, even though you just blocked second baseman, and just be patient because you're going to really like this product in a few years.
You know what upsets me? Let me say one thing because it builds your point. You don't need my help. I just think this is a good thing. It's, you know why I'm extra annoyed? On a day where Bo Bichette acknowledges he's willing to play second base. Now Bo Bichette would have more optionality than Gleyber Torres. And you know what? Eventually, Bichette maybe slides to third later in his career. And I'm sitting here listening to this. Okay. I go to the people.
Yeah.
I know, and I'm admitting, you know what? Whether people like me, hate me, I admit my biases. I'm admitting to you why I'm pissed. Yeah, I'm admitting it. Maybe it sounds like a 12-year-old. Wah! Like, Bo Bichette said he plays second today. And then the prediction is he's going to be a Yankee. And then the prediction for Kyle Tucker is he's going to be a Blue Jay.
And how did you get better?
See, what you're saying is right, Mike, because that frustrated me as well. When I saw that story earlier, I said, oh, my gosh. But here's what happened to me is the deadline came, and we had this conversation. They didn't do much. They didn't do anything. And that's the day I stopped giving them credit for the Alex Bregman offseason conversation.
Yeah.
Because in my mind, it flipped to maybe they just never really wanted to sign him. They just wanted to be in the new, and we gave them all this credit. Well, at least they talked to him. At least they were in the conversation.
I'm guilty. You can direct it right at me.
I stopped giving them credit at the deadline because I'm like, they're fooling me.
Rico, it's the Morgan Freeman meme. He's right, you know. Mm-hmm. I'm guilty. You're right. And they didn't pursue him this offseason. And for the people who say, well, that would block somebody, guys, you do recognize, on one hand, Scott Harris likes to pimp the depth of this team. So blocking someone is depth, but you can also then weaponize the depth and trade it to fill in some different spots. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to sit here and yell and scream because they didn't sign Alex Bregman this year. But the idea that they didn't sign anyone outside the organization to improve this lineup, come on, man. Really? Go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm okay.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying, like about fans being exhausted and frustrated. You know, it's like, at what point, you know, do you start to, you know, I guess, you know, I know some people say it, but push for Ilitch to sell the Tigers and the Red Wings. You know, we've been through this is our third GM now, and what do we have to show for it? Absolutely nothing. You know, on top of that, you know, like you said, if you're going to keep Skubal. Go out and get me a couple of right-hand bats. Do something. You know, this excuse of we have the same team and, you know, but not the same team, it's just ridiculous. And, you know,
I'm just bothered is that it's Skubal's last year. So if you're not going to go all in, right, let's say he believes in the development piece. Get up there, trade Skubal, and tell people why you did it. You just say straight up, it's not best practice to pay Tarek $400 million. We love him. We wish he were here. But there's a reality of this sport. I don't believe in this. And time will tell whether I'm right or wrong. And then you just say, yeah, we believe in development. We got a great package for him. Like, Eric, if you say that, whether you agree or disagree with it, you can respect it. Now, if you sign the guy, you can respect that. But keeping him and not doing anything overly meaningful, I just, maybe I'm stupid, Eric. I just can't wrap my mind around it.
No. Hey, you and me both. You and me both make zero sense. But, again, I mean, what's your opinion on that? How much longer, you know, I mean, you know, if Mike was still around, in my opinion, he'd be turning in his grave the way his son's running these teams.
If Mike Ilitch were around, he wouldn't have a Moneyball GM. Look, a Dombrowski is a guy who comes to your town and he tries to finish the deal. And he's going to trade prospects and he's going to go all in and he needs a big budget. And look, you're going to be in a tough spot when Dave is done. But the odds are he's going to get you in World Series contention every year. I just don't believe this is a World Series team. Okay? Making the playoffs and being a World Series team are two different things.
100% agreed.
So that's – and Eric, what bugs me is every time Skubal starts, his value goes down and he's going to walk out the door for nothing. Please, I beg of you, I don't want to hear about a comp pick who won't be here for 4 years after he's drafted. Please, can we not do that? None of us even know if we'll be alive in 2030. Just please. He's going to leave for nothing. And in the end, you're trying to tell me that you went all in and this was the offseason. Like, it just, hey man, if they drop from the clouds and sign somebody great, we can tip our cap.
Yeah, and we can pivot and say, okay, this was the pick. This was the play. They were just trying to keep it under wraps.
You know what I don't like about it? Let me be open. Let me tell you why I resent this so much. Is that if they were in a real division, they wouldn't get away with this crap. But the fact that they are in this Salvation Army thrift store division, they get away with this. They would never. They would get demolished if they played in the AL East. They'd get demolished if they played in the NL Central, the NL West. They'd get pummeled. But they get away with it because they play at St. Leo's homeless shelter, known as the AL Central, where every team is poverty except you. Your payroll sits in the middle of Major League Baseball. The problem is the $100 million of your payroll is made up of players I don't want. I don't want Jack Flaherty. I don't want Javi Baez. I don't want Gleyber Torres. That's basically, that's $75 million right there. Or 68. Like,
and you didn't surround the team with your one Cy Young Award winner, the best player in baseball.
Right. Skubal's the other $23 million. Right. That's how you end up at about $100 million. Now, I love Tarek Skubal.
Right, but you're not adding to him. And what bothers me, it doesn't seem like you have a plan for Skubal.
No, they don't.
It's just
Skubal. How about this? You know what? Let's be brazen. I don't care. Skubal was never a part of the plan because this plan wasn't supposed to take shape until 2027-28.
So he was the bonus.
And when things happened quicker than they expected, they're not pivoting.
We're not going to deviate. We're going to still
We'll
stay
slowly
the course.
increase payroll. We'll continue to sign these short-term deals. 1 year here, 1 year here. No commitments.
But if that's the case, then just go ahead and trade Skubal and add and get more pieces that you value and love.
And not sell tickets? How dare you? How dare you?
I yield to the senator from New York.
I'm just making a point.
No.
All right. Well,
take him to 6, Mike. I'm leaving.
All righty. We'll get to your phone calls.
Censored me.
We'll get to your phone calls next. 97.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Most sports books, well, rewards are just flat. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash. And with that, you can get 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or whether you lose. Use the Fan Cash to unlock a world of Fanatics with the profit boost, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, so much more. That's the real value to your sports fandom. You actually get paid for it. Did I mention they're also giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like the Fan Cash Drops that offer live on Fanatics Sportsbook app every single Friday. So switch to a sportsbook that always has your back. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
To the people. Go to Mike. He's in Whitmore Lake, 97.1. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, it's Iser playing 2.0, man. I tell you, I'm getting the same kind of vibes here, and I wanted to give Stevie a chance, too. I got one more year on him, and I'm done. Okay, like Scott Harris said, the names are the same, but the players are different. They're getting better. Well, where are they getting better at? What are we doing to make them any better? What are the coaches doing? Because, Baez is still swinging that pitches closer to Canada than they are at home plate, and Green's still striking out a gazillion times a night. What's going on? What are we developing?
Well, see, you're hitting on something here. And I think it's okay to say, hey, players are getting better. But, like, if Max Clark and McGonigal and if this were built of premium prospects that had been here and maybe made their debut last year, I think his point would have more credence. But, like, I'm sorry, but, like, I don't believe in Zach McKinstry. I don't believe Baez will get better. He didn't get better. He had a magical 40 games. Like,
yeah,
Riley Green, you nailed it. Like, I think Riley Green's career is at a fork in the road. Glaber's not getting better. That's where I get a little, you want to sell me Dylan Dingler can get better? Okay. How much does Torque have to get better? I don't know. Mike, I just think it comes down to eventually you as a paying customer, Mike, don't you want them to have a few ball players that you'd pay to watch?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, Skubal could be one of those, but when you ask to be taken out after the sixth inning, I don't know about that. I mean, that's just a rumor I heard, and I'm not sure if that's true or not.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Mike, don't be shocked if you see that pitch count go down this year. You think Scott Boras is going to have his client out there in 110 pitches? That is not going to happen.
That's why I loved Verlander back in the day, Mike.
Yeah, he's a 101. Last of the Mohegans. Yeah. I mean, he was 240 innings. Every night he was going out there in his prime. You thought he could go the distance. Yeah, it's gone. There's just very few guys like that now. And look, you can talk about guys like Yamamoto who kind of laid it down in the playoffs for their team. But remember, Yamamoto got paid over $300 million. It's a different ask.
Yeah, fair enough.
Maybe if you had paid Skubal, he stays in that Seattle game. And maybe you win the damn game. But you didn't pay him. The only reporting we have that reporters are standing by is that you disrespected him with 4 at 80.
I still can't think that it's real.
I know. Fair. Thank you, Mike.
But the fact that I can't imagine the pitch count going down.
I can.
That just gets even more insulting now. It's like, what are we doing?
Maybe he'll be David Cone the late years, 5 and fly.
I was about to say 5 innings, and that's it.
Look, what do you think? You think Boras is going to allow his client?
Not. I hate the fact that you're right now. So I'm trying to just put up roadblocks saying no.
He's putting construction barrels out right in the center lane. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, pal?
Pretty good, guys. First-time caller.
Welcome, Jeff.
Long-time listener.
Well, thank you.
How you guys doing?
Good, man. What do you make of all this?
Hey, I've been listening to you guys for years. You guys just rock. I love your show.
Thank you.
I think if you pulled out an old encyclopedia and looked up the definition of word salad, you would see Scott Harris in that dictionary with his smirk, his face, his taunted look, his almost narcissistic way of operating. It just drives me insane. I can't take it anymore. I look up the Tigers every day, see what they're doing. It's just been nothing for 3 years. 3 years of just absolutely nothing, and it drives me frickin' insane. I can't take it anymore. I think if Fred from Scooby-Doo pulled the mask off the Tigers, the Lions, and the Red Wings, you would find out it's the same GM behind that face every single time. And that's about all I got.
Jeff, I know I've said it. I know it's somewhere on our YouTube somewhere of like the Tigers and the Wings. It's the same plan. It's as if the same person's running it. It's wait for the kids. The dinner will be done when it's done, and don't you dare ask us for more. And that's it. And look, for the Red Wings, it's looking like it's taken 7 years. We'll see if they can finish the job of, wait for it, making the playoffs. And for the Tigers, they accidentally made it 2 years ago. Last year, honestly, you blow a 15.5 game lead, you should be banned from the playoffs. But at no point are they a World Series team. And then it's like, okay, hey, they said when this thing was ready, they'd spend. And they're doing a gradual expenditure where, yeah, they'll carry a payroll of about $150 million this year. It'll place them middle of the pack in baseball. The difference is this, Jeff, and you can go look at this. The difference is when you look at, there are these gaps that to go from 15 to 14, you got to spend another 30 mil. And then to go from 14 and maybe crack and get up to like number 8, you got to spend another 80 mil. To get into that top 7, you got to carry a payroll of 250 plus. So there are these gaps where you go, hey, on Ranker, they're middle of the pack. The problem is there's about 7 teams in baseball that are nearing $300 million payrolls. Then it drops way down and you get to like, okay, 210, 200. Then there's another drop to 175. There's a drop to 150. And then there's the straight up rest of the AL Central, which is poverty. Right. All 90, 80, 60, whatever. I just look at what it is and tell me that they're not kicking the can down the road. Skubal's gone. Flaherty's gone. Kenley will be gone. Baez will be gone. That's $100 million off your payroll gone next year. So what's here next year? Then you're going to bring up the kids that take time to develop, or wait for it. Maybe there is no baseball. And maybe that's their plan all along.
It's starting to look that way. Seems like feels that way. Let's just let the season die down, and then we'll come back. We'll have kids. We'll start this thing all over. We'll hit the restart button.
Go to JC 97.1. JC, how you doing, brother?
Superman, how you guys doing today?
Good. What's up?
Good, man. Hey, look, Mike, you just said the same thing I was thinking. First and foremost, no, they're not going to get rid of Skubals. We're selling tickets, man. That guy puts butts in seats. We got to make that money, and they're going to let the dude just flat out walk. Now, number 2, I blame the ownership because this guy's got to sell somebody, and as long as is backing him up, he don't care what you think, I think, nobody thinks. Because as long as the people that pay him is buying into this, then guess what? He's going to go pretty much on radio and tell everybody else on television, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to go about doing it. And basically, I don't care if you like it, or you don't like it. Guess what? The people that pay my check, they're buying in.
Yeah, never blame the person. Blame the person who signs their paycheck. No, that's it. No doubt.
That's it. And again, they're buying in. So when I listen to this guy, and I'm not a baseball guy, but within the last 6 months, especially since the playoffs and everything has happened, I'm listening to this guy, Mike, and he got support.
Oh, yeah.
He got support to be able to look at Mike and frown at Mike. He don't listen to you. He don't listen to nobody else.
No.
And guess what? We're going to follow this process. We're going to let Skubal walk. We're going to let everybody else, just like you said, the rest of these contracts die out, and then we're going to buy into the system that we just don't bring guys up. That's why we don't spend any money. So that's why when I sit back and I listen to it, I don't even get mad anymore, Mike. He is who he is, and he's not changing, no matter how much we fuss about it on radio and television. As long as he got the backup ownership, he good. So that's all I really had to say. Man, I appreciate you guys' time.
No, you're all good. And JC, listen, I mean, they're spending enough to where you can't say, look, they're spending more than anybody else in their division, but they play in an unserious division. Is the payroll going to be higher this year than last year? Yeah, it'll be higher. But the issue I have, and like Rico knows this, not all money's good money. Gleyber, I can't prove this. And if you think I'm wrong, hey, you guys can blast me for it. That's fine. I'm just telling you how I feel. In my heart, I will go to my grave. They didn't think Gleyber would take that qualifying offer. And the 22 or 0.5 or 23 mil or whatever it is, that was supposed to be money directed towards a big acquisition. And then they got caught with their pants down. And then that's why they had to glaze the donut and talk about how awesome Gleyber is. And it's like, well, if that's the case, why didn't you sign him? Why did you do a qualifying offer? You probably could have got him cheaper on a multi-year deal, call it 2 at 32. But you didn't. So I don't know. I quit there. All right, Red Tag sales event going on right now at Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. If you can elevate the tailgate or just survive Michigan winter, get a truck you like driving. Lord knows our roads are a disaster. Silverado LT Crew Cab, lease at $199 a month, 0 due at signing. Silverados, hauling gear, hitting the road trips for the holidays. It's all there. 26 Equinox LT, $199 a month, $19.99 down. And as always, the whole team at Moran, everything is fast, simple, stress-free. MoranExpress.com, or you can stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
I think I'm a little uncomfortable with that getting away from the cop speed stuff now. I don't know about that anymore.
Is that Chris Johnson?
That was he was calling that play. Yes.
Yeah, I just
yes.
Okay, that's back when Gus was a broadcaster.
Correct.
Got it.
Let's get to it. News of the day: Tua has been benched in Miami. But my question for you is, what does this mean for his future? But what does this also mean for the future of Mike McDaniel? Because you have to believe him benching him. He must have some belief that he's staying.
Got to look at the contract. I mean, they paid him $212. I got to see the structure of it.
If they cut him before June 1st, $99 million in dead money.
Not happen. It's not even a remote possibility. So yeah, you can do it, but look, when your offensive line fell apart, Tua went from being a really highly functional quarterback with an injury concern to a guy who all of a sudden looked bad. It sounds a lot like what we see certain weeks here. Tua's in the Goff class. They have to be protected, and they can't protect him. I'm fine. You want to bench him and take a look at Quinn Ewers, but Rico, if I'm oversimplifying it, you're not getting out of that contract.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think Tua knows I'm not going anywhere, so do whatever you want. I'll take the rest of the year off. Do you want me to show up to the games, or I can pull an Allen Iverson and I can just leave and stay at home? I think McDaniel is desperate. He needs to show the Miami Dolphins management, I can win, but maybe it's not me. Maybe it was the quarterback. So if he finishes out the year strong, he can make a case to keeping his job. But Tua, yeah, he's not going anywhere, David, because you just owe him way too much money.
So what is the future, or what does next year, rather, look like for the Kansas City Chiefs? We all know Mahomes, down with an ACL and an LCL injury, may be able to come back before the beginning of the season, but does Kelsey retire? And how long does Andy Reid coach in Kansas City?
There's your Kansas City Chiefs preview for 2026. First of all, the organization should get Kelsey out. You're not welcome back. You're washed. Second of all, Mahomes is already yapping he's going to eye a week 1 return. Really? Because the articles we read yesterday is you didn't just blow your ACL, you blew out your LCL, which makes it a very complicated rehabilitation. The best thing they could do, you can laugh all you like, I wouldn't let Mahomes play next year. Get your body right, tank the year out, get your salary cap right, because right now they're a projected $46 million over. We'll see you in 2027 with a refresh roster, a better cap situation, and both your legs work.
But script writers, what is this? What would the script writers do?
They ran out of ink, yeah.
See, I was going to say if he comes back, but I don't think he's going to come back. If Kelsey leaves, maybe make a play, go get Kyle Pitts from Atlanta. Let him be your new tight end. Let him be that guy. Because Kelsey, let's face it, he lost his edge a few years ago. I'm not going to blame his fiance or whatever she is, but he ain't the same person anymore. But I like your idea, Mike. And if any team could pull that off, it's the Chiefs, because you could tell your fans, we're giving you enough titles. Can we just take a sabbatical this year? We'll come back strong, and you'll be proud of us. And, yeah, you know what? Decrease the ticket prices. I don't know.
So get everything rolling for 2027.
Yeah.
Got you. So another example of why they need to get rid of Thursday night games. Huge matchup tomorrow with the Rams and the Seahawks, both 11-3. Huge matchup for who wins the division, who goes to the playoffs, all of this stuff, right?
Yes.
Well, Devontae Adams went down late in the game on Sunday, and because of the short turnaround, he may not be able to play, which will affect the Rams.
David, I don't think it matters if the game was on Sunday. Your point remains true.
I think he probably could have possibly played on Sunday.
In what, a wheelchair?
I'm just saying.
He pulled up and looked like he got shot.
Put it this way. If he plays for one series, and then he's done for the year.
But your point is that Rams-Seahawks should not be a Thursday night game with massive implications this late in the year.
And so my question to you is, in 3-4 years, they have to renegotiate for the CBA. Will the players fight and do what's right to get rid of the Thursday night game?
No, because the players are idiots and they have terrible representation.
And the players are like money, so they'll throw in some extra money. Amazon will be like, well, what if we sweeten the pot? Okay, I like Thursday night football.
For those of you who think I'm being mean, caustic, and insensitive, really? Let me give you a history lesson. The players are the same idiots who didn't even read the proposal that granted Roger Goodell authoritarian powers. One team read the proposal and rejected it, the Pittsburgh Steelers. The players couldn't be bothered to read the literature associated that gave sweeping power, massive overreach to the commissioner of the league they play in. Yeah, at that point, you're idiots.
Right. Well, I thought you read it. I gave it to my agent.
The players need to be doing ads for Pretty Litter. They got no spine. They're all worried about their next paycheck. They should break the owners, stop with this expansion, stop with Thursday night games. But Rico's right. In the end, here, you can buy yourself an extra hungry man with the apple crisp in the corner. Okay, golly gee, we'll play 30 games.
Right. Amazon will go ahead and pay off for Netflix or whoever. That's why you'll see Christmas games. You'll see more and more games like that. For me, you got to give up the right to flex games. I know, Prime doesn't want to give this game up, but hey, you know what? This is too good for you. Okay, we'll give you, Browns Titans. There you go, because that's what belongs Thursday night.
Oh God.
No, but that's a game Thursday night. Just go for that.
So here's an issue in college that we have not been able to address, talk about. I want your thoughts on it. It is Utah and private equity. The new venture is expected to generate as much as more than $500 million in capital, which is a huge groundbreaking move here. What are your thoughts on this with Utah and private equity?
Somebody should ask Kyle Whittingham. He walked away after they did it.
Yep, sure did.
I don't like it. I don't like any of it. Selling to private equity is never ideal. All right? I mean,
it always looks good because they say, look, you're going to control everything. We'll just get a little taste off the side, but you're in control of it all. But somehow or another, in 5 years.
Little taste off the side. Isn't that a qualification of a Michigan coach?
You know what? I'll allow that.
I dealt with Tucker jokes for how long? Leave me be. Leave me be. No, I think you're right. It's the shiny number.
Mm-hmm.
But who are we kidding, man?
It's just like we talked about the NFL players. We'll give you enough money, you'll accept this bad deal and not realize till over time we're in control for real.
Sorry, I was being a smart ass to David in the talk back. Go ahead, David, quickly.
Jaden Daniels benched for the rest of the year. Smart move for the Commanders.
Smart.
Yes.
Giants should bench Jackson Dart, too. He's been evaluated for 5 concussions. No more.
But he
I don't
still wants to run the ball.
Yeah, I don't care. No. The answer is no.
But
no. There's no more.
You know what? Hashtag more Jameis.
That's fine. Just
right,
please.
that's what I'm saying. But he wants to keep playing.
Teams do strange things with valuable players late in the season. I don't understand it.
That is in football today.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Lions dropped an estimated practice report today. Offensive lineman Taylor Decker and safety Kirby Joseph were listed as no practice. Defensive back Amik Robertson was limited. They also started the practice clock for tackle Gio Manu. Dan Campbell said he's hopeful Christian Mahogany can also give it a go this week. The Tigers have made the Kenley Jansen signing official. It's a one-year deal with an option for next year. He'll make $9 million in base salary. President of Baseball Operations Scott Harris spoke about the move today and said it would be up to A.J. Hinch if he is named the primary closer. As for if he's looking to upgrade the offense after his comments at the end of last season that their numbers went down. Bo Bichette remains one of the highest profile sluggers still on the market. Mark Feinstein of MLB.com reported that he started telling teams he'll be open to moving to second base. The Red Wings host the Mammoth tonight. Puck drop at 7:30 here on the ticket. The Pittsburgh Penguins have also been sold for $1.7 billion. The NBA kicked off their All-Star voting today as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, you just heard Jeremy Otto. You heard some of the audio. We have plenty of people who want to comment on it, and we're coming to you guys. Let me just welcome the 5 o'clock audience. And look, we'll play some of the audio for you, but what do you grade the Tigers off season? Because it sure feels like it's done. I don't know why Scott Harris would talk today if he planned on signing Bo Bichette tomorrow.
Real quick.
You're pointing at me, and I don't like it.
If I go to Keeneland with you,
yeah,
can I? Oh, it's gone. I was about to say, can I wear the jacket, that blazer that young man was wearing on the show?
Yeah,
pink paisley blazer.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because you got to dress up at Keeneland unless you're gonna stand around. But like, yeah, if you're gonna sit anywhere, we can make that happen for you.
Okay,
you wear whatever you like.
Okay,
you gotta wear one of your fancy hats though. That's a you thing. You're king of the fedora. But I just wanted to ask the question, and I'm admitting this. You're free to critique this and go, Mike, come on, you can't be serious. But like, yeah, the day Bo Bichette comes out and says he's willing to play second base, I'm sitting here stuck with Gleyber Torres. Scott Harris always talks about optionality and versatility, and it's like, cool, you landlocked yourself with Gleyber, who I don't think anybody wanted. So your offseason is a guy who's pitched in Korea since 2021, a 38-year-old closer where you've rewarded him for the miracle season he had last year. He probably is not going to follow that up. Kenley Jansen. And then you brought back Gleyber. And then when he's asked about, well, why didn't, what about signing some bats? And when people talked about Bo Bichette or Alex Bregman or names of that ilk, even Ha-Sung Kim, who plays multiple positions, Scott Harris offered you, yeah, I know it looks the same, but it's not. It has electrolytes. And then he starts talking about prospects that aren't going to be here, and we need to keep a pathway for them. Dude, are you trying to win the World Series or not? Like, I want a polygraph on this guy, and I want him to just answer the effing question. Are you in it to win it in Scoobles last year or not? Because why are we talking about prospects?
That's actually a great way of putting it. No, seriously. Are you trying to win the World Series this year or no? Because if you're not, tell everybody, and we can plan accordingly.
Because their actions suggest they're not, because it's no meaningful commitment to any meaningful ball player, and he's up there at the podium. Why am I talking? David, hit that beautiful audio. You want to play the rest of the audio, and then the 5 o'clock audience is caught up. And guys, I apologize, but my tone is just I'm bored. I'm bored with it. I don't like the way they play baseball. I don't find it interesting. It's not going to result in a World Series. We don't have stars. We don't have guys you pay to watch. We're still sitting here going to be talking deep into this season about pinch hitting for 7 of the 9 guys in the lineup, and it's Skubal's last year. I would feel much different about the offseason if they had traded Skubal, because at least it would have been honest.
Mm-hmm.
Or if they had signed him, or if they had gone all in.
Right. Either it was a reset or, you know what, we're trying to win a World Series. But this half wet, okay.
And again, if you enjoy it, you like it, hey, man, they win more than they lose, I am not mad at you in the least. I ask you to not be mad at me. I don't believe in this style of baseball. But David, please, what other audio did you have?
Yeah, this is his answer to the all-in thought regarding keeping Skubal.
Do you see that comment could be another one I could just ask you, the listener. Do you believe that they have done the best job they can to put the best team on the field that they can? I think that's an easy no. But it's up to you.
No, I think that's a slam dunk no.
Okay, then. 248-539-9797. Couple open phone lines if you want them. How do you react to the offseason? How do you react to these comments by Scott Harris? Go ahead.
You put it best in the last hour. If after the final out in Seattle, if you told the listeners, hey, here's what we're going to do for next year. We're going to do all of these things. We're going to bring back Gleyber. We're going to go and bring in a 38-year-old reliever. We're going to go get a pitcher from the Korean League that hasn't pitched in a couple of years. That's going to be the difference. You would get that look like, I'm sorry, what?
Right.
Huh? But that's essentially what they've done.
And you know what's painting it too? Here, I admit it. Full bias, right? And I'm fine if people want to attack me for it. Knowing Skubal's walking for nothing, it makes this whole year, short of winning the World Series, feel like a titanic waste of time.
Yeah.
That you will have wasted the best pitcher you're ever going to have again. And the franchise made no true effort to keep him, made no true effort to trade him, and made no true effort to rally up around him. Like I'm left. It feels very strange to me, and I'm just disgusted by it. I don't know. I'm sorry if that offends people. I don't mean to anger you in the holiday season. I don't.
I just come to grips that Skubal's going to walk, and that's it.
But that ruins everything for me.
Yeah,
because you could have traded him. I could work my way around that.
Yeah. At the end of this movie, he will just float away in the ocean.
Let's go to Herb, 97.1. Herb, how you doing, buddy?
Good, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, Herb. What's on your mind?
Let me know if this can make sense on any level here.
Okay.
I feel like Scott Harris feels like I do, and AJ is the best manager in the game.
Okay.
Now he can slow walk them prospects in the minors, because AJ is going to bail him out at every level like he has done the past 2 years, making the playoffs with an average or slightly above average team. And I feel after listening to you guys and a lot of the calls, we kind of saying the same stuff. But, yeah, that's my opinion. What you think?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's always been about the kids. I think it's always been about a 5-year plan. And unfortunately, they won earlier than they expected. I don't think they've sped up their timeline. They haven't lived up to their word. I mean, you can talk about a salary increase in the payroll. The problem is, like, for instance, do I give them credit that Skubal's been so good that his arbitration landed at $23 million, thereby representing an increase in payroll? No. Do I give them credit that they spent money because Gleyber Torres accepted a qualifying offer? No. I think Herb, you're right. This has always been about 2027 and 28. And I think that that's kind of a dishonest approach when the team plays in a poverty division. And by hook or by crook, both ends of the spectrum here, they've made the playoffs. I think you owe it to your fans. I think you owe it to yourself. I think you owe it to your clubhouse. And I think you owe it to Tarek Skubal. I'm not trying to turn him into a sympathetic figure to go after it. And
Well,
it's
I think we're blowing smoke if we're waiting on that, Mike.
No, but Herb, I'm only trying to explain why I feel the way I feel. You're right, is that I know it's not going to happen. You're right. I'm not arguing. And I think your opinion's right. I'm just trying to explain to people before they want to freak out at me why I disagree with what this team is doing. I mean, I'm sorry, but when that last out took place against Seattle, if you told me that their right-handed addition in the lineup would be nothing, I wouldn't believe it. I would just be like, that's impossible. That you would go into the offseason and the winter meetings and it would be nothing? And that their addition to the rotation to support Skubal would be a guy who's pitched in the KBO, hasn't pitched in the MLB since 2021 on a 1-year, $7 million deal with an option? No, that'd be like, there's no way.
For knowing how close you were to going all the way to the championship round in that historic long game. Like, okay, maybe this will light a fire under management and under the team that we need to start doing better and bring some better players in here because we're not that far away from getting really competitive and maybe stumbling to the World Series. I don't think you beat the Dodgers, no. But
no, and it also hurts is like Blue Jays have already signed Dylan Cease. The Blue Jays are the favorite to land Kyle Tucker. The Yankees of any team are about to get Bo Bichette, according to ESPN.
And you don't get people healthy.
Man.
You're right. All you people who got injured last year are going to be back this year.
Right.
So,
like we'll actually have Garrett Cole.
Yeah.
Might make a difference. No, I'm with you. And look, I'm separating my worlds. Like I'll be pumped up to have Bo Bichette, 'cause it probably means we traded Jazz, which is great. But like I'm here. This is about the Tigers. Why can't we do that? Why can't we have somebody we are legitimately excited?
Because I think you said it right. They have a plan, and this Skubal thing it was a nice little subplot, but it wasn't the main plot. So we're going to stick with the main story, and the main story is in 2028 and 2029, that's when you're going to see the Tigers team that they want to parade around.
That's fine. And I don't have to care until then, I guess. I don't know. That's
what it seems like.
I know, man. All right, stop ignoring the cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical's got you covered. The complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly. Right now, $79. That's $30 off the regular price. You can call today. Spots do fill up quickly, but look, just call, get on the schedule. Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, quickly, ticket texts, and then right to a jam-packed phone lines. People responding, reacting to Scott Harris's. It's another brutal press engagement. I'm sorry. Like, Scott Harris is a really smart dude, and clearly he knows how to draft players, and I think he's done a lot right. I can't stand the pro scouting and the approach to the major league level. This guy is terrible in front of a microphone. He just finds ways to anger people. Like, someone needs to coach him up on press engagements. It's really not good. David, go ahead.
I'm tired of emotionally investing myself in Detroit teams. None of them go after top-tier players for improving the future, just waiting and watching a game at a time and looking down the road.
I think the frustration for people as well is that the Wings have told you, draft, develop, sign, patience, how dare you expect more? And there's bleed over from the Lions, draft, develop, sign, how dare you ask for more? And then the Tigers, it's like that hat trick where they're seeing the same strategy. So anytime a GM talks, people are triggered by it because they're tired of the same approach.
Grade F. What have they done to improve? Why, as a fan, would you invest in this when it's same as last year?
You can't give them an F. An F is suggestive that you're like the Pittsburgh Pirates. They did sign some people. I don't know. Can we say D? C minus, D plus? I just don't say F. F is suggestive they didn't do anything.
Word salad. Scott Harris makes no sense. Mike in Colorado says, Harris says he's going to build a team, but he's not spending to build the team. I understand where he sits.
Yeah, but remember, the payroll is slowly going up. The problem is it's the how. Like if I told you that Skubal got a justified raise, not by contract, but by arbitration, I'm not giving them credit for that. You know, Glaber on the qualifying offer, I give you no credit for that. It was ridiculous to extend the qualifying offer. So then you start to look, and by the way, Jack Flaherty's option triggered, even though I think if you ask them in front of a polygraph, did you want Jack back after last season? The answer is no. There's another $20 million. Like no, I don't think all payroll increases are the same. Sorry. To the people. Go to Bruce, 97.1. Brucey, what's going on, buddy?
Not a lot. I have a lot to agree with you on. Number one, the thing that irritates me the most about us as fans, every show on the radio except yours, and every beat writer for every sport except maybe Carlos from the Free Press, keep saying we're a small market town. Number one, we're not a small market town. We have 4 major sports and we support them.
Correct.
So we have to get out of that small market mind, No, you guys are right. Go for the Super Bowl, go for the World Series, whatever. But no, we've been beaten down to think that we're just some poor little city, but we're not.
No, and look, the Tigers' payroll sits right now middle of MLB, right around 16, 17. The point I'm making is the gap between the middle and the next level is 30 mil, call it. And then the gap to the top 7 or 8, that's about 100 million. So it's not this gradual cascading payroll where teams are close to each other. So I just wonder if this is the tops for them.
We got to get rid of this belief that Chris Ilitch cares about sports teams in this city like his dad did. Chris Ilitch is a typical kid who was raised with a silver spoon in his mouth, and all he wants is more money, and he's going to do everything on the side to keep that money pouring in, even if it means, hey, I don't bring in as many customers as my dad did. So, I mean, he has no motivation to win.
Look, all I'll tell you is the actions don't really match the comments he's made. The rebuild is over. When the time is right,
well, that's what I mean.
Yeah, no, Bruce, if they don't like
one thing, but if they don't actions, we have eyes in Detroit.
If they don't like the narrative, change it. That's it. I always laugh. These teams get upset. You don't like it? Change it. I mean, yes, factually the payroll's going up, but did you bring in a difference maker? Did you bring in anyone?
No. They look the same, but the team's different.
That comment is that one's going to go down like the trade deadline if this team's not really good this year.
That one may go right there next to we have Aiden. Why do we need anything else?
Go to Colin, 97.1. Colin, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys doing? Happy holidays to you guys.
Same to you, Colin. What's up?
Well, I agree with you guys 100%. And I think a lot of people have said this, that Detroit's pro sports teams, it's just like a broken record in the offseason and the regular season at trade deadline. Just nothing has been getting done lately. Like, when's the last big splash signing any Detroit team has done? The Cat for the Red Wings?
Yeah.
It's just, it's frustrating as a fan is when is something going to be done instead of having just a repeat.
Yeah, I think you want to be excited. And I think there's a disconnect is the teams are like, well, we're winning some games. Like, why isn't that good enough for you? Well, because we want to win championships. And we want,
Exactly.
I can't speak for you on this, Colin, but like, I know, like, if I'm going to watch the Tigers, I want to watch players that are interesting to me. I don't want to watch gym class heroes. I don't want to watch matchup ball.
No, because you know what? That movie was fun 2 years ago. It was like, okay, maybe.
Right.
Could we? Voodoo. They made it.
Right.
All right, cool. Last year, we thought it was different. Got this big lead, and you collapse.
Well,
and
the problem
you
is
stumble into the playoffs.
big lead to Colin's point. So you were starting to prove it wasn't fake. And how did you reward the fans? By doing nothing at the deadline. That deadline with this offseason and this looming Scooble thing, I don't know how anyone can feel great about any of it. I don't. I know I don't, but, whatever. I'm a meanie pants, right? So I'm honest with my audience. Like, I understand it sounds kind of counterintuitive. Like, they're not bad, so why aren't you happier? I don't like watching them. I don't think it's interesting. It's like if I were a Devils fan in the mid-'90s, the left wing lock, the neutral zone trap. I'm not interested in watching it. It's like Iowa football. The kids in the hospital draw the blinds. I don't even want to watch the team. I don't want to watch it.
Did the hospital just go dark?
Yeah, they turned the lights out. They said we'd rather go to bed than watch this crap.
Is that a middle finger? Wow.
You know what would be great is if the Iowa football players waved to the sick kids and the sick kids got up out of bed in an inspirational manner and flipped off the team. You know what? Stop waving and start scoring. We're falling asleep up here.
All of a sudden, all the lights go out in the building. Like, wait, just happened. Yeah, we don't care.
Amen. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Whoopsie daisy. I screwed up there. Sorry. Let's go to Jeff. We'll try this again. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys.
What's up, man?
I've been listening, and here's my contribution to the discussion.
Okay.
Chris Ilitch and his family are supposed to be stewards of two historic franchises, and he's not fulfilling his responsibility. The Tigers are worth someplace around $1.5 billion. The Red Wings a little bit more, maybe $2 billion. These teams are appreciating in value somewhere between 9 and 12% a year. So, and the teams are making around $100 million a year collectively. That's $500 million a year that he's clearing on an asset that they inherited worth around $4 billion. Is he being a good steward or not? He's not being a good steward. No. The problem is not Scott Harris, in my opinion. It's not Steve Yzerman. They are messenger boys for someone who's writing the checks. And to get frustrated with them when they're just moving chairs around and thinking, the old metaphor about moving chairs around the Titanic, you can't, if the Tigers are an average baseball team, is it any surprise that last year they were 20 out of 30 as far as payroll goes? The only reason that we were a little bit better than average last year was because we got the best manager in baseball who can move the pieces around a little bit.
Let me say this, Jeff. The only reason you're an above 500 team is Tarek Skubal. Look at the games he pitches and look at the record. And then when he doesn't pitch, you're simply a 500 team. I mean, that's my point. That's the reality.
To my point, it's about, unfortunately, in large part, it's about the collection of assets that you have and whether they are better players than the rest of Major League Baseball teams or hockey teams. If you got a better roster, like the Red Wings had during the old man's era or during the Tigers era, when we had an owner who was passionate about the teams that he was supposed to be a steward for, yeah, guess what? We were one of the best teams in baseball. We were the greatest team in
But you got to
hockey
remember, Mike Ilitch was a fan. And look, he was terrible when he started with the Tigers. Then he started spending, got Dombrowski in here, figured it out. But remember, he was a fan. He was an old man who knew the end was near, and he wanted what he wanted. Chris is a businessman, and we're never going to get that dad version of it. It's not going to happen. So I'm with you. I mean, Jeff, I think you spend it to make it. I think the better the product is, the more money you make, the better your TV deal is, the fuller your park is. But you got to want it. And I'm yet to be convinced of any of it with either of the properties he owns. Like, do I think he's lying awake dreaming of a World Series? No, I do not. I have a right to that opinion, and people have a right to disagree and tell me he prays at the altar of a World Series trophy. I haven't seen it. I don't believe it. I just, again, how many times are we going to be told when the core is ready, we'll spend? Hey, the rebuild's over. Then spend. But don't spend like this. This, to me, is like
it's window dressing.
It's 3-card money. Oh, you spent. Why? Because Skubal's arbitration went through the roof? Why? Because you got a qualifying offer accepted? That's not spending. Whatever. Who cares? I don't care. What? Just, you know what? Read. I'm done.
All right.
I quit.
You sure? Don't quit. We need you. But
Christmas is canceled.
No, you can't cancel Christmas. That's mean. You know what? Here's the thing. Last night, watching MSU play basketball down in the new basement done by Matrix Basement. And after this show's over, I'll go and watch whatever bowl game this is down in the new basement. They can do the same for you. No, they're offering a build now, pay later program. Matrix Basements is offering a build now, pay later program. You heard that right. No interest, no payment until 2028. You don't need to wait for your dream space. Go to matrixbasements.com, set up a free consultation. They'll hook you up with the design. They'll meet with you. If you get started right now, that basement will be done in time for the Final Four. No time to wait because they're offering 0 payments, 0 interest until the year 2028. You don't need to wait with the Build Now, Pay Later program by Matrix Basements. Build now, pay later, and enjoy your beautiful new basement sooner.
So
David.
Yeah. Let's get right to it, guys. Joe Burrow spoke last Wednesday regarding his future, and it was kind of dark. Kind of sounded like he was going to give up, hang it up, and be done. Today he spoke again saying, I'm going to be playing football for a long time. Then he said, I can't see that maybe I'm not with the Bengals, but you think about a lot of things.
Yep, there it is.
Is he asking out in the offseason?
I have manifested this since the offseason with what they were doing to Trey Hendrickson. I have said 100 times, Joe Burrow's going to ask out. We are getting so close to it. Now, look, I know the contract will make it difficult. Maybe it's not tomorrow. Rico, it's that gif. It's happening. It's happening. Joe Burrow, get out of Cincy. Do it for you. Do it for your family.
Yeah. Okay, David.
It's happening.
You know what? I'm just going to let him have that moment. I won't say what I was going to say.
Say it. Just go ahead.
You'll say I'm being a deflector. Or maybe he's just going the way of Andrew Luck, and he just walks away from the game.
It's fair because they've missed the same amount of games at the same age, but he just got done saying I'm playing for a long time.
Correct.
But
it's kind of changed from last week.
That thought was in the air last week. I agree with you. How could you not? He looked catatonic up there.
Right. He likes walking the runway in Paris, and he just looks like, you know what? I'd rather do other things with my life. I've had fun playing football, but I want to do other stuff. I'm still young.
So these are the quotes from last week. If I want to keep doing this, I have to have fun doing it. I've been through a lot, and if it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? So you're right. That was part of his last week's speech, and it was very dark. He was sitting there kind of low in his chair. People were like, what's happening here?
Yeah, I mean, it's just – or, you know what, maybe he asked to be traded. I don't know, but it's Cincinnati, and nothing ever happens there. It's just a lot of angry people who play for that team.
Which then leads me to transition to, Mike, your current quarterback. And you mentioned yesterday how Jackson Dart is tired of being checked in the blue tent for concussions here, just wants to keep playing. Well, the NFC East is on the in-season hard knocks. And yesterday, it was the Commanders in their team meetings for their defense, where head coach Dan Quinn told his players that the Giants quarterback is a running first quarterback. Go after him. And then the defensive coordinator comes in and says, yes, you hit him and you hit him hard.
I love it.
He's not going to last long.
No.
Because they know this.
I love it. I have no problem with Dan Quinn, his staff, or his team. If Jackson Dart wants to play reckless, it's Rico's phrase that he brought to this show, and it's magical. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. If you are not going to protect yourself, you're going to get got. And I expect teams to treat him that way. That's why I don't want him playing meaningless games when the team is 2-12. And you have the number 1 overall pick. And he's been taken out of games 5 times to be evaluated for. Not that he's had 5 concussions. Evaluated for. 100%. I'm on board with that.
See, I don't trust the NFL because I'm just going to assume that he had 5 concussions. If he took him out of the game for that, Mike,
Whoa. Can't say that.
I said I'm going to assume that.
Oh, my God.
That's a huge assumption.
Damn.
David, it sounds like the NFL is going to tell you the truth, okay? They're just not.
What about the independent medical people?
Okay.
Rico. You think he's had 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, Jesus. Then he should retire.
No, but I'm saying because if you keep stacking concussions on top of concussion, Mike, I say that to say if I'm the Giants, I'm starting to look for new quarterbacks or somebody else to groom.
Like Joe Burrow.
Now, if you get Joe Burrow, then he's done. I'm saying you may have to go and draft somebody because this lifestyle that he's playing, it won't last long.
So a question here about Josh Allen. There will be no Mahomes. There will be no Burrow. There will be maybe no Lamar.
Good.
If he fails this year, what does that say about Josh Allen? Or does it say more about the team?
It'll say that he'll never get it done. No, their defense is really flawed. I want to say that. If they lose 38-35, what's Allen supposed to do about it? But this is the best opportunity he's had. You have to get through Drake May. Or what? Justin Herbert, who can't be protected? Yeah, I mean, this would be the Bills' year.
But it would say more about the team, and it would because he's literally got to go out there and score every point, every time he touches the ball. He can't rely on his defense to hold the team to 20 points because that's just a halftime score, okay? So I give him credit. He's brought this team this far with the effort that he's done. He should be the MVP of the league, right up to him and Stafford. but it's more the Buffalo Bills. And if they don't get it done, I don't know what else yet, because Mahomes is not there. Lamar is not there. You're right. Bo Nix knocks you out the playoffs. Well, you got bigger problems.
All right, so here, let's get to one college issue here, and it is Arch Manning. He has decided to return to college for at least one more year.
It's a great move.
Smart decision, huh?
It's beyond smart. He doesn't need the money, and he needs time. And
Where was he going?
Well, I mean, look.
Let's be real. Where was he going?
He could have left.
UFL?
He could have left. Somebody would have picked him in the second round.
Canada? No.
You know it. Brother, I'm sorry to tell you. You know what his last name is?
I know.
Manning. And a lot of these idiot teams, please. I'm with you. He needed to stay. He stayed. Good move. Now next year he'll go win the Heisman Trophy and be a top 10 pick.
No, I'm like, yeah, when I saw that, I was like, well, where else was he going?
If Tyler Shuck can get taken in the second round and he's 30, Arch Manning can go in the second round and he's 20.
Tyler Shuck was actually good in college.
That, you know what? No. You don't get, no. I beg you to go look at those numbers. That is football today. No. Happy holiday. No. 97.1. All right, you're out of work. Now you're picking up your kid at an athletic event. You got no time. Oh, wait, you didn't go to the grocery store. It's a total debacle. Hungry Howies can solve this 30 minutes or less, and it's very simple, okay? Mix and match deal. Get the best. $7.49 each. Oh, one of your kids is fussy pants. They like 2 toppings, and the other kid only likes cheese pizza, and they eat it upside down. I don't know. $7.49. Fix it, okay? Everybody gets what they want. Mom and dad get left alone. It's a win-win. It's Hungry Howie's. Order online today at hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com. Sorry about that. We were all in disbelief. Kenny put his whole paycheck on Old Dominion plus 3.5.
Amazing, isn't it? Amazing.
David, ticket text. We do have Rieger at LCA, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do people have to say?
Tigers won't be getting any of my money anytime soon. I'll be supporting the USPBL. It's more affordable to take the family. Food is better, and the stadium is more fun. Great. Another year of Jahmai freaking Jones on my TV. Off season is an F. That is Nort in Pinckney. That's another F that came across the text.
Oh, boy.
Is Scott Harris speaking from a perspective of player talent development or from a perspective of payroll management? Then he says that's a rhetorical question. It's Bob in Shelby. Korean Penal League. I spit my drink out laughing. Harris is a used car salesman that is Barry in St. Clair Shores.
No, I mean, listen, he's rooted in his principles. He believes it. He's not lying to you guys. We don't have to agree with it, but no. He believes this stuff.
Yes, Scott Harris talks to the fans like we're stupid to understand grown-up business. Just make some deals and make this team better.
Look, it's going to take something stunning because I don't think you have that press engagement today. If you have a bold signing coming up tomorrow, I don't see it. And again, the prediction today by ESPN doesn't mean it's happening, but Kyle Tucker to the Blue Jays and Bo Bichette to the Yankees. Like, really? And I'll remind you again, your odds at last check just, God, I think it was like 48 hours ago. You were the 8th best odds to win the World Series in the AL. I mean, I'm sorry, but like with Skubal probably leaving, I wanted better.
I think we all wanted better. The best thing that you said, it wasn't even the best, but it was the most sobering thing that you said was if you told me after the final out of Seattle
that this was your off season.
This was it.
I would have been in disbelief if you said they didn't add a bat. Like, that's not possible. But they didn't. Like, that's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
He's saying they might have the same players, but because of their development, the team isn't the same.
Yeah, I know what he's trying to say. I think that is shaking both hands. Because the problem is, I could make a case. A Javi Baez goes right back to being terrible. I don't think he has another gear. I mean, do you think Zach McKinstry is going to get better? He had a miracle season last year. I don't know. But what was he in the playoffs? Oh, I know. Useless. Like, if you want to sell me there's more to Torkelson, fine. But, like, do we know that Riley Green's going to get better? He's at a fork in the road of his career. I mean, he got pinch hit for in a playoff game, guys. You know, if you want to tell me guys like McGonigal, you want to tell me Max Clark comes up, you want to sell me on Dylan Dingler, I can buy a lot of stuff. But, like, to act as like Parker Meadows is going to get a lot better? Couldn't get worse than what he put on the field last year.
Right.
I don't know. You know what? I'm exhausted by it. You know what I don't want to have to worry about? Development. I want a couple guys in the lineup that are all-stars, real ones, not the fake ones. The real McCoy. Like, yeah, add a Bo Bichette to this thing and it looks a lot different. Nah. You brought back labor. You violated your own principles bringing back a guy who doesn't play multiple positions.
Yeah, that one's a lot of double talk. Like, you didn't want to block anybody. You didn't want to be haunted by the ghost of trading away players, but then you signed him back up for another year.
I don't think they ever thought he was saying yes, Rico. Woo!
Okay. Yeah, I guess they got caught. I guess Glaber's he's got the last laugh on that one.
Ticket text here says, just tuned into the station and literally did not know we were talking about Yzerman or Harris. It is wildly frustrating.
It is.
I told you.
Jimmy Westland says, so when I'm hearing what Scott Harris is that he's not going to sign any bats in free agency this season. So why should I show up? Harris is Holmes. Holmes is Harris. Both act like the smartest guys in the room with nothing to show for it.
That's the key point right there. If you've got a couple of World Series championships, you can earn a right to do certain things and speak certain ways. There's just a disconnect here, man. And maybe it's on the heels of the Jared Goff audio yesterday, which I don't know. I feel like I must be taking stupid pills. How are we the only people? We play the audio. You heard what Goff said. He took a shot at the fans. And then
you had people all just, that's not what he said. Like, he literally just said.
That's exactly what he said.
Oh, you twisting words. That's his words. I didn't twist them. Because I can get it. If we read it, maybe it was a tone. Maybe he was, you heard the disdain of, oh, really? Right. I hope we win in spite of them. And then people rallied around social media. Oh, they're rallying around. That's my guy. Oh, okay. Yeah. Keep chanting his name.
Jared, here's a question. If you're upset that fans are doubting you, question, don't they have a right to doubt you? You haven't won back-to-back games since September.
No, but if you bring up any point like that, well, you're not a believer, you're a bad fan.
I'm an adult and a free thinker. This isn't a cult.
You're not allowed to do. No, this is a cult.
It is not. It's
this
sports.
Is a cult.
It's not that real.
This is a cult.
Okay.
Now drink your Kool-Aid.
No, thank you.
Hey, it wasn't an option.
Underrated Kool-Aid flavor of my childhood, black cherry.
Really?
They made cherry, but they also made black cherry in the dark maroon packet. Excellent. Grape was still elite.
Why did you hate black cherry, man?
I love black cherry.
I thought you said it.
Underrated.
Oh, yeah. No.
It was like a sneaky flavor.
You know,
put that black in and you know what happens.
The sneaky flavor was mixing cherry and lemonade. That was truly elite Kool-Aid
Rico's
mixology.
operating a Sonic in his basement.
Kool-Aid mixology. Cherry and lemonade.
Fascinating.
Next level. You never did that, David?
Never, not those. No.
But
I never knew.
Two. Only works with those two.
Never knew. Do we have Rieger?
Let's go to Jeff Rieger.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, you need to bring it down a little bit.
He's excited from last night. Yeah, let's go.
Scott Harris took it out of us, okay? Just leave me alone. I do feel for you. Oh, we played it. I don't know. Hey, man, if people are hip to it, they like it, God bless. I'm exhausted by it. If you told me when they got eliminated in Seattle this would be the offseason, I would have said there's no way. Like, they didn't add a bat? No one? No way. Well, here we are.
I was about to say, really? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what are you talking about, dude? Yeah, I'm sorry, but they are. I mean, I understand what I said this before is that, look, Scott, a lot of smart people are really bad public speakers. Like, someone needs to get to Scott and help him. He's not good in front of a microphone. It's tough. No. Why the hell would anyone ask about Kenley Jansen? Which, by the way, yeah, I don't care. Great idea to pay a guy for a miracle season at age 38 when he hadn't been any good the previous couple of years. I don't want to be on that side of the deal.
Rieger, all I got to say is listening to Harris is like listening to Kenny Dillingham. Like, guys, you go a long way away just to give us the answer that we want to hear.
Yeah. Yep. Dude, I'm with you. I think it's super risky, but whatever. I'm exhausted by him. But I can't. I'm not going to change it. So whatever. Fine. We're still talking about prospects. Are we trying to win the World Series or talking about prospects? Which is it?
Well, you know, it's the
what
same
are you
team.
listening to over there? What is that? Sade in the background? What the hell's going on down at LCA? All right. Goodbye, Jeff. Nice job down there today. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow.